one I'm super excited for because I love this guy. It's Mzinho from the Mongolz. He's coming down to join us for the podcast. I think this might be a first for him coming through. Hello, my G.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
How are you?
Good, doing good.
Thank you very much for coming to join us, Mzinho.
Thank you.
I want to start by just looking at the Mongolz run here, how you performed in stage 3, and just your thoughts on qualifying, even when you don't have Senzu, you have controllers. Like, how do you feel this was as an overall journey so far?
About without Senzo, with controllers, like people talking, it's like one-man army, like, I don't know, it's team game.
Yeah.
So that we have the full car, like, no Senzo, but there's 910, bLitz, Techno, and me. So we bring one player who can just kill enemies. We still have that car, so yeah. It's not surprising that we made it to playoffs. And we prepared well for this tournament, like the last battle of the year. Like, I think 9 to 10 years, I mean days in Serbia, we practiced. Yeah. So yeah, well practiced. And
what I love is that you guys have such a interesting view of this, because like I looked at it, you know, I'm a fan of you guys. Yeah. I saw Senzu, like one of your best players, and he goes and I'm like, oh no, this is terrible, you know. I messaged you on Instagram about it. You said you understood his reason. It's just what had to happen. But did you guys not panic as a team? Did you not get like, oh no, this is bad? Like, was it scary?
Like kinda, it was like last moment decision, I think. Like,
yeah.
Before the major, like the night that, I don't know what it's like. The night date. Like the roster, the
roster lock. Yeah.
We're just talking and like, I think Senzo tell us that he don't want to like play at the moment in like before the roster lock. Before, I think it was 3 to 4 days.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Or no, I mean 7 days.
7.
And
okay, 7.
From Malta, we came to Mongolia. And we just talking about that one standing player.
Mm-hmm.
We even ask about Magix and JL.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Yeah, JL didn't respond, but no. I mean, we tried to contact JL, but we didn't contact to him. But we tried to contact him, and Magix said that he says that we need to talk to their organization, and but. After that day, he just said, like, okay, I'm fine with playing with you guys the rest of the year. But before that day, we, like, locked in for controllers. Like, 910 says that maybe controllers is good for us. And we just recognize him. And he was playing Austin Major, doing good, 20 years old, having experience, and know how to shoot. So, yeah.
This is crazy, Mzinho.
Yeah.
You just said JL? And Magix.
Yeah.
And you would have had to speak English?
Yes.
And you guys were ready to do that?
Because, like, it's, like, I don't know how to say it. It's, like, last moment decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just, okay.
Oh, I don't know that.
Like,
okay, go be Magix.
Stressed.
Yeah.
Go be Magix.
Yeah, go kill him.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, so you end up with controllers, but can I come back to Senzu just a little brief bit? Obviously, you were close friends with him. Yeah. The team have grown together. We always see you as like, you know, some teams say we are family, but it's not really family. You guys are the real family.
Yeah.
How you? No, I know. I'm not in your team. I see it, bro. Okay. You guys are. For any fans out there, this is a team where everyone looks after each other. Food, ordering, like some people don't speak as good English, so there's a whole balance. This is a real family. Mara definitely dad or grandpa. And it works in a very unique way. So when I thought about Senzu going, oh no, this is going to be a big problem. But you said 7 days, he told you, right? Was there any like negativity from you guys to him because of this decision, or did you all understand and go, okay, we hear you?
Nah, I think no negativity was there. Before I come here, I played Face It Park with Senzo.
Oh, nice.
Like 1 hour ago, yeah.
Well, just today.
yeah, just before I come here.
Wait, he's in Mongolia,
Yeah,
right?
he's in Mongolia.
So he has
Like,
120
yeah,
ping?
120 ping.
Yeah.
We just played once.
Did you win?
Yeah, we won.
Of course.
13 to 11.
Oh, easy.
Kind of hard match. Yeah.
Okay, so you're obviously still friends with him. There's no negativity. You can tell me no comment if you need, but could he come back to the team when he feels better?
Actually, no comment. I don't know. I don't
You don't
really
know?
know.
Okay,
But,
that's fine.
like, sometime I talk to him, he is like, I don't know. I think this recovery will take more time.
Okay, he
or
needs
something
more
like
time.
that. Yeah.
And for people to understand, the fans, right? We see as like the Western audience, as Europe, Americas, how much love and support you get from Mongolian fans. The whole country watching behind you. But that's a lot of stress and pressure on you very young players.
Yep.
So it's hard for all of you guys to deal with. Do you still get like messages of hate and anger from some fans as well, like bad messages?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Like,
just like other teams get. I was trying to understand.
yeah, like we get some nice, good message. Like,
Yeah.
good luck, and some hate message, like balance it. So yeah, it's the part of this thing. So
But you are still like such a young team.
Yep.
So it's quite hard to go through all of this, all the travel. But are you fine? You still enjoy?
yeah,
Yeah, you still like it all.
yeah.
That's brilliant.
Like it's just noise. So
Yeah,
yeah, just
I-
I don't have to pay attention to them. So yeah.
good.
I have a question because, you know, obviously you guys have traveled a lot and been at pretty much every tournament that you could attend. Has this affected the whole team in terms of tiredness, fatigue in any sense? And how have you kind of dealt with this, if that's the case?
It affects us a lot, but we just we go back to home after the tournament with the family. I think we recover so fast.
Yeah.
Or, like having good times, recovery fast. So yeah, I kind of not affected a lot, but yeah, it affected a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And can you maybe explain for the viewers at home and for the world, how much time in 1 year do you spend in Mongolia and then at events and then on boot camp? Because I know in the past you spend a lot of time in boot camp more, like in Serbia, Europe, etc. But your time at home is very small, right?
Yep.
How is it this year?
This year we were kind of busy. Like we attended to almost every tournament.
Yeah.
And maybe tournament to tournament, I think there's like 1 week gap. So we just went home for 5 to 6 days and 1 day for flying to the tournaments. And I don't know, we just have so many tournaments in this year, in this season. Like we had very good valor ranking system. We got directly invited to all of those tournaments. So
Yeah.
we just try to, just go play, enjoying. Yeah. I mean, like, okay, summer vacation and maybe, like in Mongolia, I think altogether is 3 months or something like that.
3 months. And then 9 months of tournaments and boot camp, etc.
Yep.
Is it still, as you have developed as a team, really important you boot camp and play from Europe and practice here?
Yeah, it's important that like in Asia there's like no much practice, and in Mongolia kind of bad internet.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I just don't want to play at home to like, the internet is so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard.
For you as a individual player, you obviously, I think during the year had some individual struggles, but now we're starting to see that kind of old Mzinho again pop off in game and take maybe a brunt of that kind of missing firepower in some sense with Sensor leaving. What have you done individually to kind of get to that shape again?
Actually, I don't know, just change some settings. And,
What did you change?
it's random, like resolution, sensitivity. Yeah.
What resolution do you play at now?
I was playing at 1280 by 1024
Yep.
to now 1280 to 960.
Okay, you gone to the normal 4x3?
Yeah, like 4x3.
Stretch?
524 to 4x3. Yeah, stretch.
So you played 5x4 to 4x3. Okay, then you play stretch and you changed sensitivity.
Yep.
How much change?
It was 2 and now 2.5.
Oh wow,
Wow,
that's a big.
change.
Like it's in like 7 days. First 2, then 2.2. Now it's 2.5. Like I don't know. I just can't spray with sensitivity 2. So, like
Yeah.
if I spray, I miss like 25 bullets.
Oh no.
Like hitting 5. So yeah, that feels kind of bad. So I try to change the sensitivity.
Okay.
But it still doesn't increase. So that's the reason why my headshot percent is high, I think.
Yeah, you have a really high. You are. I used to call you a little headshot machine. But now, do you know? I don't know. Maybe you don't know this. This is your highest big event rating so far of your career. This
Yeah, I
is-
think so.
Yeah, you're a 1.22 coming into the playoffs. You're playing really well. So maybe stay with these settings, bro.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'll try my best.
Yeah.
Rest of this tournament.
Before I go into some more Mongolz talk, did you have a chance to see your brother, or did
In
you
here?
not? Yeah, or did you not see each other?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Like, I came here in December 2nd or 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I came here December 2nd, the late night.
Yeah.
And the 3rd was media day. It took like whole day.
Yeah.
And yeah, but the Hans was staying at different hotel after
Okay.
they eliminated.
Yeah, yeah.
And like I cannot go to meet with him, like the very busy day at media.
Yeah.
Then they just fly to Romania the 4th.
Yeah, I saw they were in
Yeah.
Romania. Yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't meet him,
Oh.
but it doesn't matter. I can see him at home, so yeah.
Are you very close with your brother?
Yep.
Yeah. Was it very strange when he leaves the Mongols and you join the Mongols?
Yeah, it was really strange that he told me that I promoted to the Mongols that on his birthday, like May 29.
Wait. He told
What?
you.
Yeah, he told me. Like
But did he tell you you are replacing him?
yeah, he told me. Like I didn't get contacts from Mongols. That
Okay.
like actually it was not that professional that time.
Yeah, it's a little bit
And
different.
My brother told me that it was his birthday and he come to home from his boot camp and like celebrating. Then he told me that, okay, team decided that they want to play with me and you promoted and I'm going out. Yeah, something like that.
That's wow.
Was he sad?
No.
Happy?
Like the thing that, like he was so happy that you replacing me.
Yeah.
That's
Wow.
the like proudest thing. So yeah, I'm happy.
True brother.
But that's a really good brother.
Yeah, he told me that.
Because so many, I've got sisters that don't have a brother, but I'm just saying like, some would be jealous or angry, and
Yeah.
have bad emotions. So he's a big supporter of you.
Yeah, and that's why like that's the thing that motivates me.
Yeah.
Like I have a very supportive family and they always wish me the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no thoughts to move back. Yeah.
And do you also help support your family? Now you have more salary, more
Yep.
earnings. Yeah, it's important for you.
Like, yes, I just give my prize money, salary to send home sometimes.
Wow.
But sometimes I'm just saving it for like buy something for myself. But
You should,
I
yeah.
still send my tournament's prize and salaries to home.
That's very good of you, man. Really nice. And
Like I'm at age 18.
Yeah.
I don't need anything that now. So in future, like I'm saving. So yeah, I don't know.
What do you like outside of Counter-Strike? What is like if you spend some time not playing Counter-Strike? What does Mzinho like doing?
I don't know. Maybe playing with my cats and dogs. I mean, I have 1 dog and 4 cats.
Nice.
Like, but they in different homes. Like one for my brother's home and
Ah.
one for my parents' home that I raised up.
Nice.
And yeah, playing with cats, kind of funny.
And you and you stream as well back home,
Yeah,
right?
I stream as well. Yeah.
And you like
like-
you like streaming? It's fun.
Oh, kind of, yeah. But I have dealt with, CS:GO skins, and sometimes I do it for CS:GO skins and
Ah, okay.
like, receiving mine and giving them.
Yeah. Okay, so you do a bit of everything with it. All right, looking at now the Mongols going into playoffs. Your first team, Vitality.
Yep.
This is a team you face a lot, but you beat recently, yeah? Twice.
Yes.
Last 2 games. Do you feel like that you guys are in a strong position to face them here at the major?
Heard the measure. I think it's like, kind of, no. Like, I think we just play better with them. Like, Control is really hungry that he wants to play against Zywoo. So I'm happy with facing against Vitality. Zywoo playing against Zywoo is mean a lot. So
Yeah.
he's trying his best, and we did some good practice. So yeah, and tomorrow and the rest of this like break, we just prepare for them. Yeah.
So you just practice, get ready.
How hard has it been for? Because normally when you replace a player in team, there's a lot of catch up to do. You know, you teach him every single thing of how you like to do, how you think in the game. How much has that kind of been a journey that's been tough for you to? Has it set you back a little bit going into the major, or how do you feel?
That it was not that hard.
Yeah.
Because it was controlled that he has experience, he know what to do. So it's take less time as we take some like young player. So yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, before the boot camp, it was kind of like something was not understandable for him. Like, and after boot camp, we just understand each other like in game and out of game. So yeah.
Okay, perfect. And how much is Mara kind of him being the coach? Like, can you explain for people that maybe don't know Mara as a person how much he does for this team as a coach and maybe a leader?
Well, he does everything. That he's now 35 years old and
Same age as me and him, so
yeah, like he
old table.
played 1.6 at internet cafe from age like maybe I don't know like correctly, but 8. I think it's 8, and he just played so many years. I think he just kind of jokes like I played this game 25 years, so just if you don't know anything, just ask from me. I know it.
Yeah.
Just, I try to help for you, so just tell me. Yeah. He always say that, and I'm happy that's controlled and Mara are same. I mean roommate that we go into tournament, so Mara helps control it a lot.
Yeah.
Like rooming in room.
Okay.
And the Mongol system, the way you play Counter-Strike, this is Mara's system with
Yes, it is.
and bLitz just mid-round calling
Yeah.
and work. Okay, so this system is so good that Mara has that you can just remove Senzu, put controllers in, and still work. Because what I saw on Ancient, for example, is controllers was doing the same moves like Senzu would.
Yeah.
It's that good.
Yeah, I think so. Like the system is good, and we understand each other very fast. So
Yeah.
like, it's not difficult from we playing with Senzo or controllers. So like, we understand each other very fast.
Yeah.
So yeah, it affects a lot in game. Yeah.
And you know, we took controllers to do winners interview.
Yeah.
And hey, look, he's smiling already because normally Mzinho or Techno always doing interviews, bLitz sometimes, right? Small amount. But then I take controllers, Mzinho walks past, ha ha ha, just laughing.
Kind of funny, yeah.
Why was it funny for you?
He says that, oh, it's okay, bro. I will give interview if I have translator.
And we got him Yuki.
Like, yeah, and that he's telling that since Chengdu.
Oh.
So, like, finally, I see him giving interview, so that was funny.
I'm happy I got to do the first controllers interview with a translator. It made me very happy.
Yeah.
For you, you keep working. Your English gets better and better. Do you study?
No, I just play Face It
Face it?
and watching some Netflix.
Aha.
That we fly. Like, we have long flights from
Yeah.
Mongolia to Turkish. We, like, always, like, I mean, usually, like, connected flight from Turkey. So, yeah, like, that's 8 to 9 hour flight. So, like,
A lot of Netflix.
yeah, a lot of Netflix.
What do you watch on Netflix?
Some dramas, some webtoon, like, Sweet Home. So that's, like, drama, I think, yeah, K-drama.
Any anime?
No one. I watch Hunter x Hunter.
Oh.
And
Good choice.
after this tournament, I head to home. I'll watch Stranger Things.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
That I'm planning to watching it. So yeah.
Good choice. Good choice. All right. I want to first of all say thank you, Mzinho, for coming. Also, I'm very proud that like how you have so much more confidence now. When I first did interviews with you years ago, I know you were nervous, but now you get better, you improve so much. So for me, as your friend, I will say thank you. And is there any words you want to say to the camera, to all the fans? Chat is writing, we love you, we love Mzinho, yeah? So this is your camera here. Say anything you want to all the fans international, and then afterwards you can say in Mongolian.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for tuning us, and thank you for loving me. So yeah, I'm so glad that I have very big support from you guys. So thank you.
And anything in Mongolian?
No. Actually, that usually I give Mongolian speech after the match. That
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
talking with you. So
Yeah.
no comment.
No comment, we wait.
Yeah, we're just preparing for Vitality. So yeah, no comment.
Mzinho, I love you, man. You are so funny. You're so good energy. Good luck at the major. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, let's go.
Done?
Done.
Yeah, done. You can go back playing Face with
Don't play
Sensu.
Face It with Senzu.
Yeah.
Mzinho, come here, man. Oh, thank you, my G.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's good. We're going to keep the guests rolling. We're going to keep more amazing talent coming through. It is our young Belarusian talent who is making it to his first playoffs of a major. It's Tanir coming in from Spirit. Here we go. You can sit there, you can sit here, you can do whatever
Whatever
you
you
want.
want.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for the invite.
How are you feeling? Because, you know, oh yeah, I'm going to put this a little bit
Okay.
closer for you. No, it's
Okay.
fine. You sit how
That's
it's
fine,
comfortable
right?
to you,
Okay.
and that should be good. So your first major was back with Heroic, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
But now you join Spirit. It's obviously a much higher level organization. But here you are already in the playoffs of it. Was it still a wow feeling for you? Or was it an expected, like, yeah, we should be here?
For real, in general, for myself, it's very cool emotions.
Nice.
But really, I not have some expectations about that, or expectation we should be in playoff or something like that, because I had experience when we have 2 events before. It's like Chengdu and Gangkong.
Yeah.
For us, it was very hard tournaments. We are show very bad game. And after that tournaments, I just understand one thing for myself. I should have like some expectations, because if you maybe top 5, top 1, top 2 team, if you will have all like expectations, it's more harder. It's more hard for yourself show good game.
Okay, yeah.
And for now, I have like goal trying to show best my performance in every game, and trying to go in step by step. Yeah, I think like that.
And looking at this though, right? I love how your mentality is, but you're in your rookie year, but you're 24, so you're a bit older than the younger players coming up, right? You're still young, but I mean, you're not a 16, 17, 18-year-old kid coming up in this. Do you think that helps you with this mentality and all the pressure?
About my how to say, how much old me, or
Yeah, how you're a bit older, mature.
For real, when I started career, for me it's maybe was like around 20. It was like maybe top 100 team.
Yeah.
I think I don't have chance for play in tier 1 team, because earlier all like scouts or organizations said we should go on young players or something like that. But when I got a chance to show myself in the better team, I don't care about it. Of course, maybe I wanted to achieve like this Rookie of the Year, but for real, I understand right now I don't have like a chance, because molodoy show very good performance with Furia.
Yeah.
And he have MVP.
Yeah.
And probably 2 EVP, right?
Yeah, I think it's quite a few now racking up.
And for me, it's not like something special, but it was very good experience, because I have very good start season with Heroic.
Yeah.
And right now, we have only last tournament on Major, and really I don't care.
Okay.
How has it been for you to kind of get into this Spirit team and feel more comfortable with everything? Has it been a lot of new stuff that you have to kind of learn, and maybe you have too much information at the same time in certain moments where you don't feel like you get freed up in your own game?
Of course, when you join to new team, you will have a lot new stuff, like strat book, special your moves, because in one team you can do your special stuff, but if you join to another team, for example, 50% of last movement, what you did in, for example, in Heroic, I can do in Spirit, because we have another structure, we have another players, because, for example, in Heroic, we don't have like start players like Shiro, for example, or Donk, which one can kill all map solo, and everyone have a lot space, and you can do a lot just your specific moves. But in Spirit, you should more control balance about that. And for me, it's on start season when I started with Spirit. For me, it was a little bit hard, because it's something new for me.
Yeah.
Because you should more like a little bit calm, you know.
I mean, you had a little bit more of a playmaker role in Heroic, especially on certain maps. I think some city positions are similar.
Yeah, on city it's probably all positions right now on city it's same like in Heroic.
Yeah.
But for T side it's maybe 70 or 80%. It's also all positions.
Yeah.
But it's more about just play style.
Yeah.
How I play in Heroic and how I play right now in Spirit. Yeah. Because it's more, for example, in Heroic. Solid people call me like I'm playing like animal, for example, because I did a lot stuff, aggro stuff, or sometimes just play passive if you have specific rounds. But on Spirit, I'm more like balanced player, because we have donk, who going forward, he
Yeah.
he don't want to stop because he kill everyone. Why he should stop? And I should just stay, and if I need, I go first and try to do some aggressive stuff. But if I see I should not do this, I just stay and wait how I can help for my team.
So it's a lot of a more different system when you're playing within Spirit, right? Was it still a hard thing, like mentally, to go through and like I need to stop more, like not go and try and make these plays? Was this like a balance you struggled to find?
Little bit, it's harder because I don't know how it's explained correctly, but when you did some specific moves and you show and you do good impact for your team,
Yeah.
you feeling you have feels like you very I don't know, impactful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And when you have, for example, same style on, for example, my last two teams,
Yeah.
you have mentality like you should do this for show I'm impactful for my team. But right now, when you stay and trying to make balance, and you don't have like a lot some aggro stuff, for your mentality, it's very hard to understand. It's also very impactful for your team, and you need a little bit change this mentality mindset. And step by step, right now, I am trying to understand it more because it's maybe it's not, you know, for a lot of fans that maybe not all understand this. If you don't have so a lot aggro moves or a lot frags, it's also impactful for the team because it depends which players you have.
Yeah, yeah. And so a lot of fans, right, they look at the rating and they're going to be like, oh, he's not playing as good as he is, well, as he was on Heroic. But if, like, Spirit is happy with you, if Hallie's saying, okay,
Yeah.
you're doing what's good,
Yeah.
is that enough for you? You go, okay, that's fine.
For me, I have like this mindset. If everyone, my mate in team and also coach, they said you did great job,
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Cool.
I don't care. Like if you will read a lot negative emotions or about maybe fans or not fans, it's not good for you. But you should understand, very important, if everyone mate or your coach said you should do this and you did this great, you're a good player for your team. It's enough.
And that's it, right? The teamwork is so important in all of this. What could you maybe describe and explain to us here is the biggest difference between Spirit we saw in Chengdu, in Hong Kong, to what we see at the major? Like, what has changed in this small amount of time? Because I spoke to Hallie and
These
Joshua,
sites.
and they said, like, we have more time to review the games, to change the system, to make you, Zweih, more comfortable. So how does that look from your eyes?
I don't overthink about that. But in general, when I also talked about my specific stuff, what we can add into our structure, and when right now I can see back on the last tournaments, I see really a lot of things like about, you know, everyone in our team. For example, if will take Chengdu,
Yeah.
we really right now in team have a lot activity players. For example, me, Zweih, Donk, Shiro, Chopper also, and probably it's more about me, myself, and Zweih. We should in Chengdu we are planning more activity than right now, because it's not looks like how it says correctly. Can I check?
Someone can help you as well. Nick's in the back.
It's not looks like German. Okay, you can read.
Oh, harmoniously. Yeah.
And right now it's more balanced. We watched a lot demos. We understand more situations where we can stay more passive, and when we can again play activity. And we have fixed the stuff, and right now it's more balanced. If, for example, Donk and Shiro moving a lot and kill a lot, we just stay and just trying to help how we can. But we don't try to find some frags or something like that. Also, it's very important for us because we have a lot of expectations. Because before Chengdu, we have really good prags. And for us, when we came to Chengdu, we think we should play in playoff or something like that. And when we get smashed on this tournament, we just sit and talk about our problems, how we will work before Gangkong, and how we can fast fix our stuff. And when we came in to Gangkong, we just trying to play little bit different than in Chengdu. We are trying to testing a lot new things because we will understand before major we will have a lot gap, and if we will test something new, we will understand how we will play on major.
Yeah.
And we just take this time before major, fixed a lot of stuff, adding something new, and also for myself, I understand how I can help and balance it right now in team for playing like more.
Is this a lot like you understand the kind of windows where you get to be taking initiative as a player, etc., compared to before? Maybe it was off balance. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's more about this. Yeah, because in heroic, I feel so a lot freedom. You know, but right now because you have a lot initiative players, you should be a little bit calmer.
Yeah,
it's I mean about that. Yeah,
and so I've when I watched your games, right? I feel like the T side is a lot more dynamic, a lot more, variety in different ways you approach the map. Train is a good example of that, where you kind of find a really good way to pressure Ivy. A lot of teams have not figured this out, even in top scene. How happy are you with how the T sides are run now, comparable to 2 months, 3 months back? Because it seems a lot better and a lot more fluid in a lot of games I've seen.
I'm not sure I understand your way what you mean.
So are you happy with the progression of the T sides?
Yeah. Of course I'm happy because also when I understand how I should play, I understand where I have gap for my initiative, how I can call for myself, and also my mindset is changed because I don't care. I should also talk a lot like in heroic or something like that. It's, if I see gap, I can do, for example, my initiative. I try and to maybe make some calls if I also have gap, but if not, I just understand my special stuff, what I should do for my team.
Yeah.
And for me, it's more comfortable right now because it's more automatically.
Yeah.
You don't stress about, oh my God, what I should do, because
and then you can do something too fast.
Yes.
You feel like you're.
And you just more think about your micro control, how you can pick or maybe ask some flash or ask your mate coming for trade you or something like this stuff. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And now looking at the major going into playoffs for you guys. Your side of the bracket, obviously getting Falcons in the first game. For you, it's more new, but obviously it has been a very difficult team for Spirit. What's the feeling there? Like when you saw that bracket, when Spirit saw, okay, this is who we are playing.
For real, for me it's something new, but for myself it's nothing special.
Okay.
But maybe for my mates, maybe it's something special because how I see, or maybe some social.
Yeah.
They lost for duo like NiKo and Mongolz a lot times.
Like this year's out of 7 maps, Spirit won 1.
Yes, and for us in the season, we also probably play against Falcons 2 times and also lost. Maybe, I don't know. For real, it's just my feels. We don't care about that. We just wanna join to server
Yeah.
and also show our game, how we are playing on start this major and how we playing Gangkong. But I think if you will, how would say correctly, wait.
It's all right. You're doing very good, by the way.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is really good.
I think it's good time for revenge.
Okay. This would be the perfect place
Yes.
to do it
Yes.
in a major playoff.
Do you think that those games previously against Falcons, that they've known a little bit too much about how you play? Because I looked back even today in some Falcon Spirit games, it looked like they were almost stacking against you a lot of the times in these like pistol round. They were like, I think 3A, 2 CT, ready for short split. And you went into short on pistol, T-side does too. And it felt like they knew exactly where you were going to go. And I think, do you feel like it's going to be a different spirit? They cannot know all of the things that you are bringing together now.
It's very interesting questions.
Has enough changed? Have you developed enough now?
It just looked to me, at least, that they prepped very well against you. And
Yeah, I understood what you mean, but I think it's more about our stuff.
Okay.
I think, yeah, of course, everyone team in top 5 can prepare good for you.
Yeah.
But it's also about little bit lucky.
Yeah.
You can, how to say this correct? You can see next step for enemy team, but you can like prediction, but you can read like 100%. You know. And of course, if you also like trying to make prepare to your enemy, and sometimes it just, you know, you think you should do this pistol, and they maybe checked your demos and think, maybe we will try to do this pistol, because and everyone team can wanna make anti-strat, but they stuck, and it looks like everyone enemy 40 side going to A, and they trying to make anti-strat from them for long on those two. But you going short, but they stuck long, and they again for A. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably like that.
Okay.
And coming into this playoffs, obviously, it's a pressure, it's the major and stuff like that. Do you feel any change when it comes into it? Do you feel any different? Are you a player that's bothered by the arenas, bothered by the pressure?
On this event, how I know, arena like around 20K, right?
Yes, yeah.
For me, it's really something new. I don't know how I will feeling on this big arena, but when we was in Gangkong and we are qualified to arena, Harley said to me, "You nervous or something like that?" I said, "No, I'm enjoying because it's fun. It's very cool." Yeah. And for me in Gangkong, I really don't felt like some pressure.
Oh, good.
And I'm really enjoying. But so a lot of fans cheer for us.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of fans in China and also in Gangkong. And for me, I don't know how I will feeling on this big arena because it's 20K.
Yeah.
It's another probably experience. But right now, I don't care about this, and I don't feel some pressure.
Okay, that's good. That's very positive.
Yeah, for me, it's I don't know. I'm just enjoying. If when fans is screaming, cheer for other team or maybe support us, I'm really just enjoying. It's very interesting. For me, it's like another game.
That's brilliant. Yeah. That's how you want it to be, man.
Yeah.
Well, Tanir, it's been a pleasure having you. Thank you so much for coming with us. If you can just do one more thing. Well, you can say one more. Anything you want to say to this camera here? I think this is your close-up. Yep, this one.
Any language.
There we go. Anything you want to say to all the fans, all the Spirit fans, everyone around the world?
I want to say thank you for support and cheer for Team Spirit. Спасибо всем. Надеюсь, мы покажем хорошую игру. Всех обнял.
There we go. Tanir, thank you very much.
Okay,
man.
thank you.
to have
Thank you for inviting.
Good stuff. We love that very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From here, we bring in our next guest. It's Mr. Zywoo, the game himself, coming in from Vitality. Hello, Zywoo. Thank you very much for joining us.
Sorry.
That's right. These chairs are slippery as well.
Yeah, really. Down and
Go down, slide in.
yeah, I feel good. I know why you want to count it.
See, there we go. Some good vibes, some good energy. How are you feeling, sir? How is everything going in Zywoo's world at this major right now?
I mean, it's been pretty good, to be honest. Like, obviously, we managed to qualify the 3-1.
Yep.
And, I mean, we know us. We don't like to win the first game, so we like to give a bit of space for anyone. So, but the rest has been good. Yeah.
Is that something like that almost feels good in the Vitality camp? Like you get a little bit of a slap in the face in the first one, and then
at the end, I think we need to say we like it. We like to be slapped in the first game, and just to. Also, it's good to remind, like, in the major, we cannot underestimate.
Yeah.
Like,
underestimate anyone.
Like, you need to play the best, in any case, to play against anyone, and doesn't matter against who you face, you have to be ready. So, it's rough. Anyway.
And for you guys, you came to Budapest and started boot camp in just a few days before here, right? You were in the hotel, you were getting ready.
Yeah, we 4 or 5 days before. I don't have exactly the number, but yeah, we did a small boot camp before that. I think really important to be really prepared anyway for this major. So yeah, we came prepared.
Because I wanted to ask you how it is in this half of the season, because I remember in the first half of the season when you guys were winning everything, you were like doing 2 tournaments, then having this break, then doing 2 tournaments.
Yeah.
Have you kept that same thing even though you were not winning tournaments? Is this just the DNA or did it change?
I mean, I think we did a bit more bootcamp or practice like the second half of this year. Because, I mean, it's also different when you're winning everything in the first part. We didn't have to change anything at some points. And obviously, this second part, we have to change something, to put maybe more thing on the table, talk more with the team. And obviously, we had to improve more like as a team. So obviously, we did more like talk, team thing. So obviously, the second part, we did more of this, bootcamp or whatever we did. But obviously, we cannot compare these 2 seasons.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, the first one was we still not believe, I would say. And the second one, we want to do the same, but it's harder.
How has it been like? Because obviously it's such a weird conversation to have, because it's almost like a disaster. Vitality sport. Semi-final, what the hell?
I mean,
how has it been for you guys to like look at that conversation? Who obviously we've talked about it, other people have talked about it. How do you guys view that kind of conversation?
I don't think we really talk about that because obviously, like you said, we managed to go only semi-final. So obviously it's still pretty good, but at some point we missed some playoff game that we shouldn't, I would say. Like we didn't play the same as we did the first 6 months. So that was the disappointed moment we had during the second part of the season. I think the main problem, I said, we wanted so bad to do the same thing as the first season, but it's also hard to do the same thing always, like perfectly, to win any tournaments, any team for 6 months. So obviously it's been quite hard for the second part, but obviously that's also the part of competition, I would say.
But these expectations, right? It's like I remember now sitting here and being like, Vitality's having a bad year, like half of the year.
Bad
but
year.
For any other team, they would be
It's
so
a great
happy.
year.
But sometimes we have this talk like, I'm pretty sure some team would like to have our second part of season just to have this feeling of playoff or like semi-final or final as well to play. But for us, obviously, we don't have the same like goals. We're here to win any tournaments we are coming. So obviously it's something different, but obviously we want to improve still.
Can you explain maybe what you go through is in not just the players, but also the other people behind you supporting Vitality, like your management, performance coaches, things like this? Like, how have they spoke to you about all of this? Because we hear this story with so many teams being on top and then it just dropping a little bit.
Thing is staying.
There's no magic answer, right?
Yeah. I mean, like you say, there's no magic. Like there's nothing to point with the finger and you need to replace that or you need to change this. And I think we have still a great team to win anything. It's just something our mindset were pretty bad for after the playoff, the play break, sorry.
Yeah.
But I won't say like I don't think we find the solution or like find the problem for what happened, because as well whenever we finish Austin Major, we have only 2 weeks of break, and
It was the shortest break.
It was a short break, and like for us in our mind, it was like 1 week of realizing what we have done for the 6 first months. Like, oh my god, we won 6-7 tournaments in a row, major, all this kind of stuff, Grand Slam, and 1 week of relax, and boom, Cologne, first big tournament, and you have to go back be angry. So obviously, I think the first 2-3 months were we didn't have to relax. We have to come back stronger again, and so obviously it was tough. But I think our mentality were prepared as good as we were at the first 6 months, and that's why for this major we're trying to have this good mentality, being good friends, good teammates, good thing.
When you explain that problem, right, is that a thing of you go into a game and... Because sometimes I've been in teams where you climb the rankings, you get really good, and then you play a team that is lower than you, and you stop celebrating victories, rounds, and everything is expected now, you know? Every round is expectation.
Lose to anyone.
Every round lost is just disaster. Every round won is just... You're not even happy. Is that something?
No, I won't say we are not happy to. I think we're up for Vitality. We're happy to not lose against lower team because we are used to it. We know all the feelings, and it's happened for us many times. So we know this feeling. We know this feeling of losing lower team, and we don't want that to happen because obviously that's also a mindset of winners, I would say.
Yeah.
And we don't want that to happen again. And obviously, we need to celebrate any wins. Like we said, if you play 5% less of your game, you're gonna lose to anyone. In terms of individually, everyone is good. Everyone is shooting good. Everyone understands the game. There's only the team play wise, I would say, is maybe different of big team and lower team. So between the tier 2, tier 1, there's only 10% difference, I would say. The rest is mentally.
And I'm glad you mentioned the team play, because the one thing I love about how Vitality plays is how you can play off each other, how that team seems so synergized.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's a little bit less synergized than what it was? Like sometimes you are not as in sync with each other of the moves you're making?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I would say again, it cannot be that smooth like the first 6 months, and we try to find the vibes again of the team play we had, the communication we had, all the things we could do the first 6 months trying to, but it's never that easy to, I mean, it's easier to talk than doing it, but obviously we don't have the same result of the team play we had the first 6 months, and obviously it's never easy to do the same, so we are trying to, obviously it's never gonna be the same.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I remember watching, like a round on Dust 2, for example, where you guys played in the first half of the season. I think you're taking long on Dust 2, you're walking back, you're doing this short smoke, boost over it. You have one closed mid doors, you have Zywoo, whoop, mid doors, break smoke. And there's so many steps where the boost comes, break smoke, you shoot, everything happens at the same time.
Yeah.
It's such a beautiful round of Counter-Strike in so many ways, where you have plan A, C, D, everything was in sync.
We had plan for A. We have plan A, plan B, plan C. If nothing doesn't work, we have plan D. We have one step forward. And I mean, Apex did a funny joke about also because now all the NiKo we are going to the stack, and they say first 6 months no stack. No, it's full stack. So obviously, I mean, that's also, I won't say it's bad luck or we're unlucky, but that's also the game. I mean, that's the goal, or maybe the one you talk. Maybe we do it one round after or before, maybe it won't be the same. So
it's timing,
from anyone, it's not only Apex, it's Mezi, ropz, or about the push or anything. So it was perfect, rainbow all over the
It was incredible.
It was incredible for us. Yeah, it was incredible, and it was.
Are you putting these same expectations now though of hitting this at the major, or have you tried to take those expectations away from yourselves?
I mean, we cannot have the same pressure that we had in Austin, because in Austin we had the big favorite, and now we obviously are in top 3, but we have less pressure, and obviously the expectation is lower, obviously. But we want to push a bit ourselves to have a bit of pressure as well, because we are playing good with it, and it's also a way to find a good vibe, to see anyone talking to each other, I don't know, we feel good with this kind of expectation to put in on the server, so we are trying to find this again.
Does it feel good for you? I've kind of 2 questions. First, how many percentage is Vitality at now compared to first season?
Cool.
And is it enjoyable to once again have opponents where you guys are underdogs?
I mean, I would start with the first one. The percentage, I think, obviously, I would say 95 for the first season, and right now, 55, 60.
Okay.
Because obviously we can always improve. Like mostly in the season, we have some good games, but there's always some small mistake we are doing, or in terms of communication, team play. So improve. I forget the second one.
So there are games now where you could actually be underdogs.
I don't know. I don't think we are underdogs. Like whenever we play Furia or Falcon. I mean, I think it's
pretty 50-50.
I mean, Furia of course like are the better team for now. But I think we are like Furia, Falcon, Spirit, Mouse. I think that's all the team when we are facing. There's 50-50. There's no point of one is underdogs or one is. I don't think there's something.
Do you
like this
prefer to be the favorite or the underdog?
It's always good to be the favorite, of course, but because it's always good to have this thing like to come into the server. You are the favorite. You come with this a bit of confidence.
Yeah.
So always good to have this. Yeah.
All right.
I also want to look at just you as an individual, because I've spoke to you about this before, but are you ever getting more frustrated, like you on yourself, on your ability, or like how does this internal mindset of you work? Because from the outside, you look like you handle all of these things well. Like if you have maybe not the best game, or maybe you miss some shots, like you don't seem to get as frustrated or as tilted as some other star players. So what is it? What is it now? Like what is it where you are at as a player?
Honestly, this second part, like of course I'm more frustrated because obviously in terms of my individual, I didn't play the best, and I think it's tough as well for me because when you have played good for 6-7 years and now for 3, 4, 5 months and I couldn't find the vibes, I couldn't hit a shot, I couldn't I started to be more frustrated. I started to maybe have bad communication, being bad teammate, and that's why I didn't want to feel this again. That's why I'm trying to move on quickly. So obviously sometimes I have some shit game and I still be frustrated, and I think that's normal being a human, but I want also to be a good teammate, to not...
You've always been a good teammate though. Everyone's always said that.
I try. But for these last 2 months, I've been a bad teammate, to be honest. So I just want to don't be like this anymore. You know,
It is scary that a bad Zywoo is like a 135.
I don't say I would be like a bad Zywoo forever, but I don't like to be like this. Like I feel really bad for my teammate and for the staff.
Can you say what you were doing? Are you fine with saying that, or you rather not?
As they see it. I mean, I think they see like I'm not talking much, or they see like my frustration, the way I talk, or the way because obviously it's different. Like when I'm smiling and not smiling, I think I could feel the vibes.
Normally it's Apex can be doing all this shit on the side, but Zywoo just playing along and he's going.
Of course, they can see the difference, so obviously they can feel during the server, and obviously some people don't like it, and it makes sense. So that's why I doesn't like it.
No, because you've got ropz on the side of you as well, right?
Yeah,
I can imagine for him, he's.
I mean, everyone have a different way to portray it. So sometimes I'm talking less, or I'm talking.
He gets quiet as well.
Yeah, well, you play with him in FaceIt?
Yeah. He gets full silent, like 5 rounds in a row.
Rushing mid.
I become an entry fragger who doesn't communicate. That becomes me. You have to keep throwing me under the bus for this.
I will
So
keep throwing.
podcast on you. So what about your
Now, here
face?
we go.
How do you deal with it? Thanks.
Really badly.
Yeah.
Luckily, my monitor survives. Desk, not so much, but you know, desk gets a good punch in. All right, let's talk a little bit about going into playoffs for you guys now, because Mongolz used to be a team that you guys could always deal with. The last couple of times you faced them, not so much. They've taken the wins. What did you feel? What did you think when you saw, okay, this is the Mongolz we're facing first game, and you saw that playoff bracket in your minds?
I think it's tough to say because we didn't really play them with controllers.
No.
So it's tough to say. I think they have still the same play style.
Yeah.
They still have the same
He's
thing.
just like slotted in and
He's,
somehow still doing okay,
yeah,
but he's
still-
not Zywoo.
They're still still good. Still, I think we need still to play good. Need to take care of everything. Need like they're also a bit crazy in some duels. So they're not scared of anything.
Definitely not scared.
So that can be scary in some sense, like
Yeah.
to face a team like this, mostly in a quarterfinal of major. So also I think the main focus is gonna be on ourselves to not be frustrated about what they're gonna do, like crossing smoke, like they can be 2-on-A, 2-mid, or 1B, like going crazy about on the map. So be focused on the game, have a good plan, and be chill. I think be chill against them is the good word because
Because they're going to make chaos.
they're gonna make chaos all around the map, and
Yep.
you need to control that.
And what's the practice schedule been like for you guys here? Have you taken a day off? Maybe got multiple days off? Are you full practice right now?
Yeah, I've only one day off, but right now we're already on the ground, like doing some
Okay.
practice, like review, like doing some like review our mistake or what we can improve, like
Yeah.
anti-ecos, we know that, and
Anti-eco focus
yeah,
straight
anti-eco
away.
focus, because I think all the game we won the pistol, lose the second one.
Yeah.
I think, but we won the third.
You and Navi, that game was
Yeah, yeah.
crazy. Like there was just the pistol rounds into the force
Yeah,
rounds
yeah,
into,
yeah.
and I'm thinking the small differences
Yeah.
there were the choice between winning and losing in that
It's
one.
crazy, so.
Pistols are working though.
Pistol are working, not the second one. We need to work on it, but the second one is...
What's the trade-off then, Zywoo? Would you like to win pistol, lose force, or lose pistol, win force?
Lose
Win
lose
force.
pistol and...
100%.
force. Yeah, this one is... Because we are 1.4 for the next buy, and
Yeah.
they stop for them, so...
Okay, so you want to take control of it that way. All right. Something Apex has spoken about before we let you go is back-to-back majors.
Yeah.
You know, it's possible. 6 years since it last happened. So you talked about like no pressure on them things. Obviously, Apex is talking about this. He wants this. I
Yeah.
can imagine you all want this, right? To be part of that
course.
legendary history. What is it? Fnatic? Astralis?
And SK?
And SK? Well, SK Luminos.
LG.
Yeah, there's
It's
still
the same, I mean, yeah.
still the same core, right?
Yeah.
That's all there is, and it
Yeah.
could be you guys. How do you? Is that just in your mind? Is that something you're thinking about the whole time? Is
That's something is crazy in this team, but we are not really talking about it.
to the same way you did all the stuff
Yeah.
before? Yeah.
Like, we are not really focused about we can have 2 major in a row. Like, we, with the record of the map, we didn't really talk about it. Of like, it's just going smooth in some sense. We are not really focused on about it. Let's see about the next game. That's it. We are not really, guys, we need the second
Yeah,
game. That's not in our mind or really focused on about it. We are just focused about Mongolz. Let's see what's going to happen. We might lose, might win, but let's see about what we can do to be the best version of ourselves, like during this game.
And then my final question then is, looking at just everything you've been through this year as a team, you're still the best team of the year. No one can take that away from you, even if, I don't know, Spirit wins the major or Fury wins the major. No one can compete with you guys. But if you win this major and you end the year like that, it's still is it still in your eyes like a start of an era? Or is because of this middle ground it cut off a bit? How do you view it?
I think it's tough to say, but if of course if we win this major and we keep going good of the next years,
Yeah.
we can say like it's still an era with also of course the first part of the season. We can still say yes, it's a good era. I would say of 1 year, half, maybe 2 years, like of winning tournaments, maybe 1 or 2. So I would say yes. Why not? Why not?
Awesome.
Okay, I have maybe one thing.
Go on.
Is there so obviously the summer break didn't go as you wanted. Do you think that was it a mistake to not give you more rest because of what you achieved in the start of the year?
I think we wanted more rest. As
Yes.
well.
But
I
they
think-
can't take it. They're not allowed to say no to Cologne and stuff,
yeah,
right?
Cologne, we cannot say we want to skip it. I think all the players wanted more rest because, well, we always went far of the tournaments, like going 1 week off, maybe at home, and going back to the tournament. So, like I said, we always goes far to any tournament, and it was at the end we're just, of course, happy but tired in terms of mentally.
Yeah.
Like we
I mean,
just
it costs also to win emotionally.
yeah,
If you get
of course.
drained.
Emotionally, we were like happy but down at
Yeah.
the same time because we had so much during this 6 months. So yeah, it was a lot. And after we had to celebrate with the family in the during the prayer break. So of course we never stopped talking about it.
Yeah.
Even though during the prayer break we have this in our mind. So even we had the break, we were thinking about this. Like
Yeah.
it's something because we did something incredible and we cannot get away in our mind in 2 weeks. No way.
Yeah.
Like it's impossible. So we couldn't refresh our mind about that.
Well, Zywoo, first of all, thank you so much for coming on
Thank
and
you.
speaking with us. It was a pleasure to talk you some more in some details as well. Your camera's this one here. Anything you want to say directly into that camera to the fans, to everyone watching?
Thank you for anyone who follow us during this major or anyone to follow us to this year. It's been amazing to have you behind us, and we're gonna keep going in this way with Vitality, with this team. So thank you for following us, and we're gonna keep going for this way.
And give something for the French fans, because you know they're going to want to hear it in French.
In French?
Yeah, go, bro.
Merci à tous de nous suivre. C'est un plaisir de vous voir à chaque tournoi, de vous voir nous supporter. Du coup, c'est un plaisir. Merci à tous pour ce soutien. Et on va continuer à tout casser avec Victor. Du coup, merci à tous.
There you go. That's going to make the French fans very happy hearing you do it. Thank you very much, Zywoo. We appreciate you. Let me come on over here.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the StarLadder Budapest Major. I'm here with NiKo and we're in front of the MVM Dome waiting for the playoffs to begin. Martin, which teams are we going to see on the big stage?
So this is definitely the most stacked playoff of the major we have ever had, and we're going to be seeing Falcons, Spirit, Vitality, Mongolz, Navi, Furia, or Mouse and FaZe. And today we will be seeing also Vitality Mongolz in a matchup which is final of the last major where Vitality won. They got a crown of the champion, but Mongolz put up a good fight. And for many people, Mongolz is actually a surprise of this tournament. But is there any other favorites you think about?
Well, maybe the first matchup today, it's going to be Spirit against Falcons. And honestly, Falcons, they were fighting for their lives in the last stage, but Spirit, they have just like swooped over 3-0. So it's going to be an interesting fight. Donk is having one of his tournament where he's just donk. But if the stars of Falcons show up today, I think it will be a tough fight. And I think both of these teams are potentially a contender for the trophy, but we're gonna find out what happens today. The arena looks incredible. I'm so excited for the matches today, and we'll see you very soon.
A historic 4 days await us as we welcome you to the playoffs of the StarLadder Budapest Major 2025. We are live from the belly of the beast, and by we, I mean myself, Rare Spears, Devil Walk, and Maui Snake. There's nothing quite like waking up, Maui, and knowing we are kicking off the major playoffs today.
And I still love the fact that it is the crown jewel ending the year. The fact that we are in a brand new arena with so many fans that are already packing this place out. I mean, we are in for a treat, Freya.
For you, Devil Walk, winning the first ever CSGO Major, now fast forward to the 23rd. Can you believe that we're here? It must be wild for you.
It is completely unreal. When I won it, we had probably 500-600 people watching in kind of almost a cinema kind of stage. And now we're packing arenas. We're having the big dogs playing it out, duking it out for the dream of winning in a major. I mean, the absolute most prestigious tournaments you could ever win in Counter-Strike.
Are we going to get to see your major celebration? The
I
infamous
don't
Devil
think
Walk?
I will do. I'll not pull that one out.
Maybe you can inspire some of the players. Either way, we'd like to say a massive thank you to Blacklight Monster and Xplay.gg for helping make the StarLadder Budapest Major possible. You mentioned cinema, Devil Walk. We've already had some cinema matches to make it to this very point, and as NiKo said, this is one of the most stacked playoff brackets we've had in major history, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at Spirit Falcons could potentially, even be one of the greatest playoff games. And, I think all of them have that potential, right? Because it's so many good matchups, and we have the lucky ones to actually duke it out for the first one.
Honestly, I feel like there's a reason to believe in all of the upsets, if you even want to call them that. A lot of 50-50 bouts, a lot of teams with so much history going against each other in the quarterfinals. I would even put it out there that there's really no true underdogs here, given the fact that every single team has at least one player who has played in a major grand finals in the past.
Yes.
That's something special.
That's absolutely insane. Tomorrow we'll have to be waiting a day for Mouse versus FaZe and then Furia versus Na'Vi. But today, later on, going to be Vitality versus Mongolz. But we are kicking off, as you said, Devil Walk, with the barn burner affair. Spirit versus Falcons. It's insane that we get to see this clash already happening in a quarterfinal. Just top level, if we're going to sum up Spirit's year, what have we seen from Spirit in 2025?
A frustrating year. I think everyone who actually looked at Spirit going into this year, they would be in one of these top 3 teams that would fight for all the titles, fight for all the trophies. That hasn't panned out. There's been an increasing growth of frustration within the camp. You've seen the best player in the world not to be in that many grand finals that you would maybe wish or expect from this team. They forced them to some, lineup switches in Zweih and Tenir coming in instead of Magix and Sontix. So I think that, things haven't worked out for Spirit, and this is maybe the first time where we've seen them actually play really well, play really consistent, and make it 3-0 to make it to this quarterfinals. So it's a lot of question marks still for Spirit as we head into this playoff, but things are looking better at least.
When you look at Spirit, they already have a great opener for the season in Cologne. However, a lot of the middle of the season is where you're left wanting more. This would be a wonderful bookend for them if they're able to capture a trophy here in Budapest. But I would say that 4th, 5th most likely team, maybe that, if you actually want to give them percentage chances or odds at winning the whole title.
Which is mental when you consider they have both Donk and Shiro on the roster, that we're not putting our expectations high for the moment. For Falcons, though, sum up their year for me, Maui, because it's been a little bit complicated, right?
Just a single trophy, and it was before m0NESY got there, which is a little bit awkward because obviously you're bringing in one of the premier, elite, top 3 snipers in the world. You're trying to bolster your roster. You're bringing in an elite, up-and-coming rookie in Kyosuke, and yet you really have nothing to show for it in terms of hardware in the trophy cabinet. So this would be a chance for Falcons to actually silence the naysayers, silence the haters, and actually put something on the board in terms of saying, we spent all this money, but look, it still did net us a trophy.
Yeah, and they probably the team with the most amount of pressure, not just internally from themselves, but also from the community, because there's a lot of hate watchers, there's a lot of people maybe even rooting for them to fail, because we have a super team in this squad. They have all the big players, all the big names. They need to challenge for this trophy, and they're built for this trophy. They're built to be able to cruise through a playoff and lift that big major.
You mentioned the superstars. What's been kind of the litmus test, I guess, for m0NESY in the big events? Because we look at him and go, okay, incredibly flashy AWPer, consistently in that upper echelon of players. Has he delivered when it comes to the big stages?
Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. When looking at m0NESY's year, his stats do jump off the page, but then when you dive in a little bit deeper, you're going to see that the Katowices, the Colognes, the Major earlier in Austin this year just haven't been quite up to his standards. I mean, these are numbers that may look decent, serviceable for other AWPers, but you're supposed to be our #1. You're supposed to be the guy that's carrying us through all of these events, making deep runs. And yeah, there is a little bit of a caveat at Katowice. He was on a different team, but after Austin, after Cologne, you're just wanting more from him. You want to see him lift one of the biggest trophies in the world, which obviously would be here in Budapest.
Yeah, now we've talked about m0NESY in the last 4 years, just as he, entered the pro scene, the tier 1 scene. He is the AWPer with the highest potential. He is highest ceiling, highest skill ceiling, and the highest amount of expectations on him. He can deliver great games, especially in a matchup against Spirit, but this is not the numbers you're looking for having m0NESY on your lineup.
Took him a while to get warmed up in the group stage as well, but I feel like he's here now, Maui. He's here, right?
They needed that G2 game for him. The map 2, map 3, where he was able to just completely take over on Inferno, on Dust 2. He was a difference maker, and that's what you want to see from him here versus Spirit in this opening matchup. This is what you want to see for the rest of the playoffs, because if he hits that ceiling that you're talking about, Devilwalk, they have a serious chance to pull off the upset as what I would say is maybe they're the second or third best team coming into this major playoffs, but they could take down the whole bracket if m0NESY's playing at 100%.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you have the firepower with NiKo kind of coming alive again as well. Kioske always delivering good numbers. m0NESY is their key for victory for me. He is the one that needs to set the pace, slow down the opposition, make sure they are scared as they walk through the map control parts of the server. He is the big one that they need.
Well, you mentioned NiKo's name. Let's hear from him ahead of this quarterfinal.
Hey, NiKo. So last time we spoke, you were really stressed. And I just want to know if you're okay and how the stress levels are today.
Yeah, it's a bit different scenario today. Obviously, it's before the game, so can't be stressed. But I'm good. I'm relaxed. The vibes are good in the team. We're feeling good, and we're also very excited to get to the stage and play versus Spirit.
The arena looks amazing. You saw it yesterday at the rehearsal, so I'm very excited to see you guys play there. What have you done the last days except prepping for the match? Anything like for the mental and stuff?
No, not really. Just had a day off, just for all the players and the management to relax a little bit, make a plan for the match versus Spirit, and then we had 2 days of practice and preparation for the match versus Spirit. So nothing crazy, just 1 day of relaxation and then 2 days of work, and now we are here.
How did you feel during practice?
Felt good. I mean, it's a bit of hard, to practice at the end of the season. Also, not many teams are playing as well, so we try to get the most out of it. We just try to focus on what we can control and what we want to do versus Spirit. So yeah, but we felt good. We obviously, when you're in the playoff major, you're always excited to get better. So yeah, it was good.
Speaking of Spirit, you have actually a really good track record against them. Does this change anything for you? Like, do you feel more comfortable facing them, considering that you have won the last matchups against them?
I don't think it matters too much for us. We are confident. I think no matter who we would have gone up against, we would be confident. I think, if we lose today, it doesn't really matter, how many times we have won them, because I don't think we won them in the major, especially in the playoffs. So I would say this is probably one of the most important games that we had versus them. So it doesn't really matter what happened in the past. We need to show up today, and we need to repeat what we did.
Okay, and some happy thoughts. Did anyone from your family come? Is Zara here?
Yeah, we have actually a lot of family, not just me. I think everyone brought someone. So yeah, Sarah is here, my family is here, Ilias' family is here, Damian's, René's. Cool. I think only Maxim is not having any, if I'm not mistaken. So we have a lot of support, so it's going to be nice to play in front of them.
Yeah, excited for you guys. Just breathe, everything is good. Please no table smashing, okay?
I hope it will not be needed.
Thank you, best of luck.
Thank you.
I feel like NiKo should be feeling good spirits, right? When we're looking at these kind of numbers coming out of the group stage, Devilwalk, that's exactly what you want to see. NiKo powering up.
Yeah, and he's doing it from a different kind of roles perspective. He's switched into more kind of holding map control, not as many options in the T sides of things, and putting these numbers up in the roles that he has on the T sides is exceptional.
Except, Maui, except, there's a little bit of a unfortunate history with NiKo, right? Are we saying he's a choker?
I would say so. I don't think you need to mince words about it. I mean, there have been 8 examples in major history where at the face of elimination, he's lost to teams that are ranked lower than him and his team. Not in every single matchup are you looking here and saying he was the one that failed, but in actually the majority, you would say that. Going all the way back to, obviously, I think a lot of people remember what happened at Boston where he didn't show up, and especially even what happened against MIBR in the most recent one where he had single-digit kills going into overtime on the deciding map. So yes, it can be said at this point, and we can celebrate the rise if it happens, if NiKo's able to capture this trophy here. But as it stands right now, where NiKo has lacked the most in his career is at majors, where he has unfortunately found himself choking.
It's insane just to look at the number of them. 8 years, 8 examples of this happening. Devilwalk, that's not the kind of characteristic you want to associate with yourself, and I imagine, you know, as much as you can try and stop thinking about that personally, people are always asking you about this. That's difficult to forget if you're NiKo.
I mean, it just increases the pressure on him as an individual, increases the pressure for the team who want him to get out of that kind of, I don't know what to say, ghosts back in your head, or it's tough once you get into this mindset, once you kind of get things close, especially in games. That mind, like that thought is going to creep back into your mind in the game and put even more pressure on you. You're going to get stressed, you're going to make more mistakes, and that's just human in the essence of it. But hopefully we will not see that being the case for NiKo in this matchup.
Which one was the worst, Maui, in your opinion? Which one was the worst choke from NiKo?
Jeez, I mean, I feel like individually, the closest he's been to lifting a trophy was in Boston.
Yeah.
And so if he had performed to his normal level there, this wouldn't even be a conversation. Those would just be losses after having already achieved greatness, after already having been at the summit. The most recent one is obviously what a lot of people here have in terms of recency bias,
yes,
because that MIBR game is one that a lot of us want to forget the day after.
100%. There is a little bit of a twist, though, in the fates in terms of this head-to-head. Donna touched upon it, but the fact that donk and Shiro have never beaten NiKo and m0NESY as a duo, not only in Falcons, but back in G2 as well. That's insane. 9 head-to-heads, none of them going the way of Spirit.
And Stinko had a great video about this last year, breaking down the matchup between NiKo, between donk, the fact that NiKo was killing donk about 2 times for every 1 time donk killed him back. Sometimes it's the mechanics, sometimes it's the way that the team is set up, but this is the one way where it feels like there's a mental edge on the Falcon side, because donk is probably the guy that's a little bit more in his own head regarding this matchup in particular.
Yeah, I think the things that Falcons do really well, or this NiKo and m0NESY kind of duo that they've always brought, is they are great at forcing donk's specific positions and kind of leaving his space, giving the good flashbangs to kind of counteract his aggression, using a lot of utility to chip damage him and make sure that he doesn't get an easy time.
Looking at this one, though, I mean, the reason we focus on this donk v NiKo matchup is that donk is just absolutely crushing it this year. In terms of damage per round, he is just eclipsing everybody. If you look at him versus Zywoo, there's a pretty sizable gap, but I want people to notice that even taking the gap, that 9 damage difference between donk and Zywoo, look at what it takes if you take a 9 damage difference from Zywoo to the guy that's 9 below him. It's Zywoo versus Stound. Like, that's how ridiculous donk has been as an individual this year. So if NiKo, if m0NESY can get into his head and slow down the highest output player of the year, bar none, then obviously they're going to have an edge in this match.
He's been putting it on the server so many times, so let's check in with him ahead of this quarterfinal.
Checking up with the donk here before the quarterfinal. I have a thing to say, because you went 3-0 from the previous stage, and you are probably aware of this curse. You just had 5 days break. So what did Spirit do differently to not lose form?
So, like, there's a lot of tournaments where we qualify to the playoffs in the first place, or like 3-0, and yeah, we know that the curse that like about all the teams that qualified for the like first place, I would say. And yeah, we tried the different ways to keep our form and keep like the hunger, I would say. And yeah, but like we have mentality about this curse that we can become the fourth organization that win the major from 3-0.
Okay. This is nice. I mean, Falcons is your first matchup, and it's always tough. Obviously, the NiKo and molodoy combo against you have insane record. They beat you like 9 times. So what do you think, personally, is making this matchup so hard for you?
I don't know if, like, if I knew, I think we would fix it, like, but I think they just good in understand how our map is moving, and their player style kind of annoying against us, ours.
Before the event, you also spoke that you are more vocal and more team-oriented. Can you share with us who initiated this? So was it idea by you, or maybe your teammates, or maybe the coach? Who came up with this?
I think it came by nature, to be honest. Like, just we had a couple of times and like the IM Chengdu and Bosgon Kong, and like this issue like came to the top, I would say, and like I understood that I have to become more vocal, and it's like I need to become literally maybe second caller in terms of like I have a lot of space on the map and I see a lot, and I think in this new roster I need to become new vocal. That's it. It wasn't some dialogue between team inside the team, but it came by nature.
Quick question to end this. Last year, or exactly a year ago, you lifted the major trophy. You become MVP. Is this new spirit, because you made 2 roster moves in between during the seasons, is this new spirit ready to lift another one?
I think yes, why not?
Let's see how it goes. Good luck today.
I love that confidence always coming out of Donk. A little smirk that comes on his face as well when he thinks about lifting the Shanghai Major Trophy just 1 year ago today. He touched upon some interesting points though. The changes the Spirit have made, the kind of changes in attitude, mentality. Do you think that's a big reason why we've seen, small sample size, albeit in stage 3, but one of the reasons why they went 3-0 in that stage?
They clearly went back to the drawing board on a couple of the maps that they're playing. I feel like especially their T sides have really just elevated. I feel like that was the main criticism a lot of pundits and even their own team had regarding how they were finishing rounds especially. I think they have a clear-cut idea of how they want to cause misdirection against opponents, how they want to make sure that they use their pieces to the fullest effect and don't just send in their soldiers to die every single time. So I think that they're in a much better position now.
Well, either way, we're creeping closer and closer to kicking off our first quarterfinal. So it's time to get this show truly started.
This is the pain of the majors, the pain of loss of it. As some teams march on forwards, others still need to go home. It's never easy to say goodbye.
Just hoping there's going to be another chance.
Fought hard all the way from stage 1 to stage 3 of the major, but the run does end here.
They were supposed to be a team that was going to be making it farther.
Eight remain, still hunting. Counter-Strike immortality. A ferocious force of controlled chaos. Furia dreamed to return major glory to Brazil for the first time since 2016. Team Spirit, cold-blooded under pressure, precise in execution. Spirit are champions forged through discipline, resilient through change, and determined to win. MOUZ, consistent, calculated, and confident. Mouse and their hometown hero have a date with destiny on the major stage, and they won't miss it. Mongolz, absolutely relentless. The Mongols are once again on the major stage, ready to shock the world and finally claim their star. Vitality, this year's most dominant team, stands poised on the edge of history. Vitality chase back-to-back major glory to cement their legacy. Na'Vi, driven to reclaim greatness. Na'Vi fights to extend their legacy and remain among the titans of Counter-Strike. FaZe, every setback overcome through nerves of steel. FaZe Clan thrive in the pressure, especially with less than a second left. Falcons, assembled for one purpose, claiming the major trophy. The Falcons are on the hunt, chasing their dream in Budapest. On this stage, we will strike a new name into legend. All or nothing. It's time for the StarLadder Budapest Major Finals. Unleash the beast. Good luck and have fun.
Budapest! It's getting hot in here! Since 2013, the Counter-Strike Majors have stood as the pinnacle of our game. Only the very elite players have a chance of becoming major champions, fighting through the pressure and everything that happens on this stage, in this moment, in front of you all. Counter-Strike's beauty lies in the small details that the untrained eye cannot see. I'm talking about the precise counter-strafing, the godlike aim, the perfect flashes. It is not easy for these players to do it, but they dedicated their lives to this craft and this game. And what do they do now? They stand before you all, hoping to lift the StarLadder Budapest Major Trophy. Some of these players, they've felt major victory before. Others have dreamed of it. They have come close, but missed it by just one round. Some are entering the major playoffs for the first time of their careers. That is when the nerves will truly kick in. And others, they call this home. This is where they expect to be, and it is everything they are working for. Now, the 2025 season ends on Sunday, and one of our 8 teams will be lifting that trophy. And at the end of it all, when they've triumphed, they will talk to their friends, their teammates, their families, and they will say, it was all worth it for this moment. Budapest! Are you ready?
Welcome on stage. Team Spirit. on stage, Falcons.
The teams have taken to the stage, and we're almost there for the quarterfinals. Chopper, you have struggled many times facing the Falcons, but we've seen you've tried to adjust, make improvements. How has that helped you for today to be able to beat them, get revenge, and make it to the semi-finals?
We can just try to play our game, that's it.
What is the most important thing that the team needs to do today to get that win?
Be like a team.
Well, good luck doing it, man. Go take your seat and get ready. Thank you very much.
Hi, Kyxsan. I wanted to ask you, I know you revealed it to me that NiKo helps you the most out of any player in your career. Is this, as an IGL, did he have more impact than usual preparing for Spirit? Because he beat them like 9 times in the past matchup, so how does it feel?
First of all, hello to everyone to the arena. Yeah, as I already said, NiKo is helping a lot with many different things, and I don't think it has been any different for this game. We just took it as any other game, and we'll see how it goes.
If you will be in need of some guidance, let's say during the pause or something, are you looking especially towards that molodoy and NiKo duo because they probably feel the game against them especially?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they have played against them many times, and so far they had good success. So obviously, the help of NiKo and molodoy will be really important in this game.
Let's see how it goes. Good luck, brother.
Game, we just took it as any other game, and we'll see how it goes.
If you will be in need of some guidance, let's say during the pause or something, are you looking especially towards that molodoy and NiKo duo because they probably feel the game against them especially?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they have played against them many times, and so far they had good success. So obviously, the help of NiKo and molodoy will be really important in this game.
Let's see how it goes. Good luck, brother.
I want you to give me every bit of energy you got right now. This is how we are kickstarting the Budapest Major. Let me hear you make some noise! Oh, this sounds real good. All right, follow with me here. Just everyone on this side. Let me hear you! All right, can you guys do any better? Go! And then one final thing. Is there some fans of Spirit? That's not bad. And Falcons! Well, let's get into the game.
В 7 лет меня брат привел в компьютерный клуб поиграть в Counter-Strike. До 14 лет я занимался футболом и получил травму. И у меня было 2 вещи, которые я любил больше всего. Осталось одна.
Сергей справедливый, грамотный, опытный и очень трудолюбивый человек. Дружелюбный и сплочающий. Для меня это точно лидер нашего коллектива.
Я думаю, что становление этой команды, то есть основополагающая вещь была это капитан. А у нас появился яркий стар-плеер, который является лучшим игроком в мире. Нам нужен был снайпер, который много коммуницирует. Мы добрали Диму, и нужны были края, которые будут надежны, стабильны и стакаться по менталке.
I mean, it's also about adapting. I definitely had to go through some time with the way I saw it. In Astralis, I was very much focused on the team play, the utility usage. I think most teams has adopted into that style now.
Zonic is a very great person. First of all, he's very experienced coach, and also he's very experienced as a player because in the past he played the game. He can understand us very well in the game, outside of the game, the way we react sometimes or the way we want things. And this is the most important for us, for players, because when a coach is on the same page as you and when your players on the same page with coach, it makes things easier.
For me as a coach, if you're a good coach, you also need to adapt to whatever team you have. I think this is something that I learned a lot last year, trying to force down my system onto the players that I had. You need to keep your identity. It is a new territory for me. Usually I've always been focused on that the team comes first. When you have three players with, they all have ego, of course, but they also have firepower. It's about finding that balance of using their potential and setting them up to have the best day at the office, so to speak. But for this season has also been on, if things are not going that well, that we can rely more on the team.
Я думаю, что лучшее, что можно сказать о нем, это то, что он справедливый, знает сильные стороны каждого игрока, сильные и слабые. Из-за этого он может сделать структуру так, чтобы поставить всех на свое место, грубо говоря, в игре.
Для меня самое важное и основополагающее, что может быть в Counter-Strike, чтобы люди думали в одном векторе на то, как должна выглядеть игра. Чем больше у тебя обсуждено то, как ты реагируешь в начале раунда, в середине раунда, чем лучше ты принимаешь инициативу капитана и своих тиммейтов, чем лучше ты выполняешь план, который ты обсуждаешь заранее, тем повышаются шансы твои выигрывать большие матчи и титулы.
Тактические паузы, взятые Сергеем, это что-то невероятное, потому что винрейт после того, как он берет паузы, многократен. Большой процент, даже приводили какую-либо статистику на этот счет.
За 30 секунд мне нужно сказать о том, что может повлиять в последующем раунде, предположить и сказать, что мы будем делать через раунд, потому что у меня всего тайм-аута 3.
Spirit has some time, they had a stronger start to the season and then they made some roster changes and I think they maybe got a bit surprised or needed more time. I think this is also something that everyone can learn a bit about, is that it takes time to build a team.
Я думаю, у любой тир-1 команды, когда встречаются сильные оппоненты, и я думаю, что каждая звезда всегда хочет обыграть другую звезду и быть ярче.
If their goal was to peak at the major, I think they definitely proved that during these group stage games. I don't put too much into it. I want to focus on ourselves, and it's about sticking to our plan, make sure that we have a good game plan against them, and that we make the conditions for our players to show up as best as possible. And then I think there's a guy on Spirit we need to try and control a bit.
Two Titans set to baptize the stage here in Budapest. Donk, the king of 2024, hungry to best those who have forever plagued him. Himself and Shiro unable to take down that deadly duo of NiKo and molodoy. But Maui, this is a major, this is a big stage. Anything can happen tonight.
We know that. We've seen that. I feel like Donk captured all of our attention last year, and he's just been one-upping himself. The consistency is impeccable, but like you said, his Achilles heel lies in the server right against him. The NiKo molodoy duo never losing to Donk. Donk only getting the better of NiKo when it was just TeSeS playing, uxie playing. We forget about that one. Don't even mention that one. This has been a matchup that has just been a nightmare for the rifler, the best rifler.
Yeah, I think, for me, Spirit, they need to figure out how to activate Donk in this matchup. They need to figure out how to, not make molodoy go for those entries, slow them down, avoid the utility usage from this Falcons side, because their prep work has been immense. We can look at pistols, anti-ecos, buy rounds. They have everything covered. It seems like they know every single move that Spirit wants to go throughout the servers in the past best of threes, and they need to shift up some of these actual patterns of themselves and kind of trick Falcons into this matchup, because everything is kind of leaning towards the Falcon sides. The prep work, the way that they neutralize Donk, molodoy always having great series against them, So there's a lot to unpack for Spirit and a lot of things they need to shift.
There's also a surprising amount of major playoff rookies. We talk about Kyosuke obviously on the side of Falcons, TeNeer as well on the side of Spirit, but we do have the maps coming in. Devil Walk, are there any surprises in terms of what you anticipated being played in this quarterfinal?
I was pretty certain that Falcons would go for that Nuke pick and Dust 2 would go on the side of Spirit. Ancient as well, we've seen it in the last best of 3. This is the exact same maps, just in a different order. Because I think last time they started with Dust 2, but going into the Nuke, I think they are playing outside with Donk and Shiro on the CT side very, very often. They often have a great kind of rotation system with Chopper who kind of goes out from that main area. Love breaking the outside smokes. Love making sure they have the info in terms of if Falcons would go down lower so that they don't have to, you know, force any rotation downstairs. The thing is, that leaves ramp very, very exposed. If Shiro and Donk is constantly on that outside area, it leaves Falcons with an opening to ramp. It leaves them with an opening towards inside if they can block off this main.
I'm just zooming out to the veto again, though, really quickly. I feel like this is just Spirit playing exactly into the hands of Falcons, unfortunately. I really wanted to see Spirit gamble, go for the train pick. It's clear that they worked on it between Chengdu, Hong Kong, and this tournament. But going to Dust 2 is just, I mean, Falcons like that map. So I feel like this is the one ace up the sleeve of Holly and Chopper. They did not end up actually playing it. But yeah, no, when going to Nuke, this is just so favored for Falcons. I mean, all the stats in favor of them. The fact that, I mean, it's such a luxury for the Falcons that even when they swap to the CT side, their ramp player is Kyosuke. Like, are you kidding me? I mean, this guy's just a multi-fragging machine. Every time anybody challenges him, he's just a demon.
Look how relaxed he is right now as well, like literally leaning back in his chair. Bro, this is your first major playoffs. Like, this guy just never seems to feel nerves on any stage he's played on thus far in his career.
Total major rookie, and I mean, we'll see if the in-game poise is relaxed or languid as what he's bringing us there in the chair. I mean, to be honest, that's kind of what Donk did at Shanghai, though. We were pretty impressed by that, or even at Copenhagen. I mean, he never let the moments bother him, and it feels like some of these kids are they're just cut from a new type of cloth. I don't know what it's made at, some poly blend or something like that. Like, I don't know what's going on. And for Kyosuke, I mean, that kind of attitude is why he has a cult-like following behind the fact that his aim is just otherworldly.
Yeah, I'm completely right. I mean, if you're going to look for win conditions for Spirit, we kind of need Falcons to take a step back in their performance. They need to be the ones that can't deal with the pressure, especially on a map like Nuke. This should be Falcons' first map.
Well, we can take a look at the sponsor odds as they appear on the screen to see exactly where the markets are siding for this first quarterfinal. It's easy, though, to always talk about the superstars, to talk about your NiKos, your Manasees, your donks. What are we saying about Zweih and TeNeer newly coming into this squad? Of course, you know, Zweih lifting a trophy, I am Cologne, kind of surprising everybody. But do you expect him to have the output required here in Budapest today?
Zweih and TeNeer have simply not lived up to the billing that they were brought in to fulfill. In terms of their overall numbers, generally in the red, usually a hindrance to their teams, especially even given the fact that going into Nuke, I mean, this is a map that Zweih and Nemiga did not really even play. He played it twice when he was on that Nemiga roster in total. It is his weakest map as an individual, playing that A Nuke anchor. I mean, I feel like this is such a punish pick in so many different facets right now. And I mean, for TeNeer, on the other hand, he's still learning things. It seems like when talking to you, Devil Walk, in that your guys' podcast, I mean, he mentioned the fact that he's learning some of the timings. He's understanding how he needs to play within the systems that are being created around him. And that's generally what has to happen for a lurker. It's a guy that has to catch up to speed or even play slower just to match what's going on across the map on the macro sense for Spirit.
Yeah, and Spirit needs one of TeNeer or Zweih to kind of step up in this matchup, because there's so many stars on that Falcon side that I'm not sure you can rely on, you know, a donk that struggles in the matchup. But Shiro, he's always consistent and arguably a better performing opera than Monese this year. But you need someone else. You need more weight off of Donk's and Shiro's shoulders on the Spirit lineup going up against all those superstars.
And it sounds like you're believing that that will happen.
I have a weird feeling.
Yeah, just something in the waters today?
Yeah, there's something in the waters for me. I think that the way that Chopper and Halley has kind of approached their C-side, they've shifted it. I don't think it's, you know, as easy to prep against them. I think they have more avenues, more things that they actually put on the server and execute well. I also think that in combination with what you said about TeNeer, about how he has found timings, how he's understood when he can have impact in the rounds, that is a key moment for me as a coach, and having that understanding where everyone is thinking in the same line of direction, you can get more influence. There's more fluidity in the rounds, and I think that's going to be key, and it's going to make it more harder for Falcons.
You've gone on the other side though, Maui. You've gone for Falcons in this one. Tell me for why.
Well, the last time they played against each other in Hong Kong, it was Falcons that came out on top. It was the opening series in that tournament, but I just didn't think that donk was being proactive enough. If I'm looking at Nuke in particular, I feel like he's playing behind the smokes more often than not, just trying to guess with timings on when he's supposed to nade, when he's supposed to spam through. And yeah, okay, donk, that was really cute when you were able to do that back at Cologne or Kato of last year, but this time around, it's not really working out as well for him. He's not finding those timings perfectly of just shooting someone through a smoke with just good game sense. It usually teams like Falcons and all elite teams really for that matter, they're varying up their timings enough now that he doesn't just get free kills. So I feel like the reactive nature that Spirit likes to play in this matchup is why Falcons, when they're in the driver's seat, just always know how they want to finish.
I actually think that they should probably have less focus on yard control from the Spirit CT side. I think they need to move people into ramp, do a little bit of lobby crunching and actually just shut down that part of the map, because it's going to be a simple kind of T side from Falcons. They're going to pop out, they're going to trade, they're going to be a lot of A and ramp kind of hits, and that's where they need to shut or shift their focus instead of having this almost trio on yard to break the smokes to find information.
Who do you think the pressure is on more though as we enter this quarterfinal, Spirit or Falcons?
It's clearly Falcons. It's clearly Falcons. There's no question about it. I mean, just a reminder, even if Falcons win this tournament, get the first place prize, that still pays for only half of NiKo's buyout, okay? Like, they have so much to catch up on in terms of reaccumulating the funds which they have invested into this project. And with all these kind of external circumstances and factors, with NiKo not having his major, with m0NESY trying to make sure that he solidifies his place among the elite 3 players in the world, there's so much more riding on this for Falcons. And I mean, Zonic too. I mean, this guy has just been called out incessantly ever since he really donned the Falcons jersey, with how many more superstars he needs in order to finally find success, if not now, really win.
Yeah, I mean, completely agree. But I have a weird feeling about, you know, Spirit, donk, actually having a great game against these on this stage. We've talked about the pressure that it builds on Falcons, the way that they have, you know, have numerous occasions where they haven't really lived up to their expectations. And this is a matchup where I could see them, if they go down early, that pressure is going to crumble upon them, and I think that Spirit has a chance to win.
I feel that's where Spirit are most deadly, you know, when they're being a little bit slept on, a little bit underestimated. You gave them a lot of props, though, throughout Stage 3, Maui, particularly when we're looking at the T sides. What particularly has changed from the Spirit side of the equation when we're on that offensive half?
There's just a little bit more misdirection. The maps I was keying into more particularly, Mirage and Nuke, unfortunately not in this series. However, when it comes to just the way that they play, it's not as much of just bundling up, just grouping for a very obvious hit, map control into what is really going to be the sequential bomb site take. Nowadays, there's a little bit of poking and prodding. There's a little bit more mid-rounding. I feel like they're able to slow the game down, call for a pause in the middle of the round, wait for opponents to react, punish those kinds of reactions, and then make a good concerted effort of where they're going to be going next. So I think that kind of pace shift that they now can activate in the middle of rounds is something that teams aren't all ready for yet.
Yeah, and we don't have that much data of this new Spirit either. You know, there's plenty of surprises to be kind of catching our eye. But you know, Spirit on T side, they love doing the outside double kind of layer of smokes. They don't really do the one smoke wall and then that's it. They like to do it twice to kind of force rotations, get the pick, get into that main roof and punish Falcons. But it is a really tough map. I don't consider Nuke to be the pick or the map that Spirits is actually going to win. I think that's going to come later.
So do you think it has to be a 2-1 for Spirit?
100%.
Okay.
There's never ever going to be a 2-0.
Either way, if you're joining us in the arena, make sure you head on over to the Monster booth to be grabbing yourself an ice cold can, because you're going to want to be locked in for this one. Speaking of locked in, we just got to see a couple of images of both Zonic and NiKo, just you know, 1,000-yard stare pretty much. It was just pure relief for NiKo, right? Taking down G2, taking down his cousin in Hunter to make it through to this very stage, literally by the skin of his teeth. What do you think he's thinking right now as he's just on the precipice of entering this quarterfinal?
Oh, what? He did an interview with, who was it? Either HLTV or maybe actually talking to Donna earlier, just the fact that it's just a lot of the pressure has been alleviated. I mean, they're not necessarily feeling that stress of just having to get to the playoffs. And I feel like beating G2 was a breaking point for them and a breaking point for m0NESY, where he was able to shift into that next gear, take over a game entirely. And I feel like in a way that we've talked so much about NiKo and donk, it almost feels criminal that m0NESY has been mentioned maybe as little as he has, when he's the one that's actually fighting to try to make sure if he can assert himself as that third best player, because he's been going, to me, neck and neck with Shiro all year. Like at times this year, when m0NESY especially started off slow, Shiro to me was second, third best opper in the world, m0NESY a step beneath him, but now m0NESY has just shifted into a form where we're seeing all of the potential actualized.
Yeah, and it's against this matchup as well. We can just look at some numbers. Last two best of threes, Falcons went up against Spirit. m0NESY had a 146 rating and a 149.
Jeez.
So he was definitely the key factor for them kind of cruising their way through those wins.
Seems like that's where he does his best work. Just in terms of stylistically as well, going up versus Shiro. If we do see some of those head-to-heads going down, it's not always the case with AWPers. How do we expect them to be kind of, going at each other in this one?
Well, m0NESY has the nickname of the Flash, not by mistake. The dude is just fast as hell. He is flicking faster than anybody. I feel like in terms of purely getting crosshair to position in a reaction, there's no one faster in the world than m0NESY, and his accuracy rate is just bewildering. On the other hand, Shiro, a more stable set of hands, a guy that's going to hold the line for Spirit as they're aggressing to take space. He's going to hit that tripwire shot if anybody goes into it, but he was the best clutcher of last year, so hopefully he's able to activate some of that in this matchup.
Fingers crossed indeed, devilwalk. Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Well, it's time to be getting our first quarterfinal underway. It is Spirit versus Falcons.
Into the game we go. Here we sit with Falcons and Team Spirit, the challenge that they have not been able to overcome. 9-0 the record in the head-to-head. Falcons would have all the reasons to walk away with this victory, but it's as the pressure finds its peak so far in Budapest, and we're going to start with this fast play, immediate challenge into that A-bomb site. And so from here, the peak chopper denied, and Falcons come out flying.
Yeah, big time. Heaven retake here with two players. donk, side of his head exposed, but TeNeer gets the kill.
donk still hunting. TeNeer's put up his end of the bargain. It's a double kill for donk demanded in the first round, and he's got the hunt player, but bested by m0NESY as he finds himself 3 within this pistol.
It's just the first grand finals to take place on a Thursday. We have a really hot match right now. What's interesting about this match for Spirit is that, you would normally expect donk to be at the top of the board, that there be a decent core behind him. Maybe the floor of the team is going to be an issue. Versus Falcons, we had the stat last year where NiKo was better than donk, even though donk was the better player overall. m0NESY never loses to this team. There's this special relationship between Falcons and Spirit, and a special test as well for Falcons, who normally don't beat them in a playoff situation.
Auto shotty early. Singular kill for the ramp hold. And then donk just tucks into the corner down beneath it. That Molotov holds back any kind of support from hell. So, donk finding timing. Unprepared was Kyxsan. And then up close is Chopper. So you could find more Falcons player off guard, but no sir. Held on by Kyosuke.
Avoided that really well.
m0NESY saw that vent drop.
It's quite a bit of information. Thing is, we got this one gun following in behind. And, nice reaction.
That's what we were looking for the Falcons.
Falcons feel pretty sharp.
Execution. And Shiro unable to find his timing on his end of this bomb site.
They don't know that he's here right now, but they are being careful.
Robbed away that MP9. Take a step away. So Falcons showing us a bit of ferociousness out of the gate here, Mohan.
Yeah.
Confidence is definitely something that they'll be coming to this head-to-head with. Straight up A rush.
I think
and a fast ramp find.
Again, there's less stakes in some of their most recent matchups. And so even though that it's always Falcons winning, I mean, I think Spirit know the team talk for themselves is that, well, we're in quarterfinals of a major. This is Kyosuke's first playoffs at a major. It's Falcons who, got over the hump versus G2 and proved something to them. We want to rob them of that confidence again. But it's not just your regular head-to-head in this series. In some ways, Spirit have an advantage. In others, Falcons have history. The one thing I'm not going to doubt is m0NESY and NiKo, though. I think those two things are going to be constants. Those two players are the most experienced in this situation. Those two benefited the most from taking their win over G2. That gave them the confidence to believe they could make a run here in playoffs. And you saw NiKo's pop-off. It was as if he won the entire major. And I think we kind of joined him in that, you know, as watching his career as closely as we have. We've seen how many moments like that have been robbed away from him. We saw that on the desk. This could have been another one, but he's a different beast right now.
That's a really damning graphic that the desk had to analyze all those NiKo shortcomings in elimination games. It was basically won every single year. It's been the tale of his career in the mighty challenge that is to win a major. So starts this one off 0-2, but that's fine. You've got Kyosuke, you've got m0NESY, both 5 frags apiece. They are the engine of Falcons in the first 2 rounds of play. But around that MP9, of course, comes this force buy of Team Spirit. So trying to keep that pressure on early. A round that starts with a bit of timidness. Nobody wants to make mistakes early.
Wrong mentality to have, though, isn't it? You know, who's going to be the first
well timed
to find a gap?
Perfectly
Don't
timed.
go too slowly and make things worse. Down a number is different when you're also down under a minute. This is where it gets really scary. Round goes slowly, Shiro gets more power, he's got a scout to work with. It's time for a nice decisive call, Falcons. You still have the edge in this round.
Also just the fact that kill comes in
late squeaky is the most obvious but strongest play.
Frag grenade then as well. Utility's been so well timed here for Team Spirit. And they are just gonna stay jumbled up on this doorway, even if Zweih were to have died immediately, which he doesn't, getting the fallback frag alongside his own death. NiKo with a chance to clutch up early, 20 seconds up against him. Tough place to be in. And like you said, that scout gets more dangerous, and sure enough, there it is. Shiro arrives on the scene, and we've got a well-positioned Team Spirit on that squeaky door. It was the point of contention the entire round. The grenades are so well placed. The back-to-back smokes with that opening MP9 kill. Hell, even the frag grenade that whittles them down right before all of the Falcons fall.
It's definitely the nature of which that round was lost for Falcons. That's already a little bit concerning on their end. I mean, everyone dies coming out of squeaky, whether it's earlier or later into the round. But it's by the end that Spirit know exactly what they're going to try to do, and I don't think Falcons believe they could have recovered the situation. So now we have seen, I think, Kyxsan's T-sides on Nuke. Sometimes it does feel that he can't make the decisive call to get everyone together. They can get a little bit scared, but then they can also bring it back, and that's why they also have NiKo with the experience to make mid-round adjustments and calls.
Ooh, exposed, but not dealt with. Team Spirit's early CT pressure with that back-to-back force buy works out. Gives them a comfortable one now. A walk across the outer smokes goes pretty well for Falcons. Not only moving that scout over, but that's the bomb carrier in m0NESY. So still hoping somebody will step up into that scope. Oh, Chopper. In the meantime, gets aggressive into lobby, right? You're losing outer, you know it. Team Spirit decide to get active. And I think a certain bit of fearlessness is what they have to come to the server with today. I think that you see that fearlessness in their decision to force buy round 2 and 3, saving just the MP9 from the second.
Yeah.
Bit of damage here for Kyosuke to have to handle, so that Desert Eagle rings off. Chopper taken down to half health, but again, you've got anchors, right? Shiro locked into his corner. You can give Falcons a bit of space.
You can, but I do like that they're showing them right away they're not scared of him. Now, if it ends up being a mistake for them, then obviously they'll regret that and be embarrassed. But so far, so good here for Spirit.
Just the right amount of pressure comes back from Spirit.
There's one who's infiltrated here. We've got one above.
Kyxsan sitting top of the ladder. He could look downstairs, but he could also just go to the site.
He'll have a chance for one good shot.
m0NESY drops in the meantime. He wants to find that A player, and it's an instant headshot. Zweih's popped. Missed chance on the player behind boxes. NiKo will handle that one.
Bomb goes down.
This was not working with a lot, but they do know the positions of the two Falcons players. Certainly recoverable, and we see that instantaneously. Shiro coming through with the double. Majority alive here for Spirit. I'd say certain a bit of timidness, but just still the right amount of pressure. Taking that peek out from Hell window, coming back from Hut to clear rafters.
Dude, imagine if it was Kyxsan up in heaven that one time.
Imagine.
What a shot.
Could have been the major. We're all tied up here, folks. 2-2 out of the gate.
And it's funny because it's like, on the basis of skill and the basis of head-to-head, I mean, all that stuff should be like, okay, Falcons every day of the week. But what we'll see in this matchup is that Spirit are going to try to show them that they're not scared in this particular situation, in this 360 arena in the quarterfinals. And what's also interesting about this is we've been, really critical of a player like Zweih, but in their series last, it's not really Zweih that stood out as the issue for me. It's the fact that, donk gets countered a lot. He has had matches where he's played well versus Falcons, but also some struggle sessions. And actually, Tanir has had, you know, a really rough event, and it's been 3 events for him. But since Pro League, it hasn't been that great. And I'm a huge Tanir guy. I think, like, obviously from Heroic, who wasn't. But it's 2 players who are replacing 2 players who, on a stats basis, were getting called out. But in other bases, we're being told, hey, they add a lot of value. So they have to justify that one way or another.
Yeah. We will never forget Magic's 69 frags in the grand finals of Shanghai.
Yeah.
You can criticize him during the slower parts of the season, but you've also got to put up when push comes to shove, and this is going to be a shoving match all night long. Desert Eagles look for heads again, banking on Kyosuke and NiKo to find theirs. And a little look over towards the ramp, perhaps. You know, Falcons just moving it around, letting that utility trickle out from Spirit.
But yeah, this is the one anchor position I actually like to see Zweih in. I really don't mind. He's yeah, I'm feeling like the pressure's going to come to other parts of the map. I think ramp was brought up, but here they've doubled up.
Ready to take a look at it. Tanir with Shiro. Easy pickups thanks to the headshots. Frag grenade to really solidify this, and it's going to be all 5 alive for Team Spirit.
But you see, notice they actually left Zweih upstairs by himself. It's actually ramp they double up on. If they're going to counter Falcons' game plan like that, Falcons do have a habit of trying to like bully the one player, bully the weaker side of the map. They'll really go for it. We'll see the B pops on Dust too as well. That's one place where Zweih definitely struggles, and actually where Spirit will overstack with 2-3 players. So they're trying to play pragmatic and adapt to what they think Falcons are going to try to do, not just 2-1-2, 1-player ramp, whatever it is, a normal setup.
So that CT side takes the lead early. Back-to-back force buys nets Team Spirit the 3-round streak. Time for the Falcons to try to break back through, but I mean, they have been allowing Spirit to survive with majority each of these 3 rounds that they've won. Not a single death in the round prior, and only a single bomb plant so far as well for the Falcons. It was an early taste of victory with those first 2 rounds, but we're gonna have to see a bit of success within these moments. And so they'll go for that back-layered smoke on the cross, and no pressure out of it, really. Team Spirit, when this outer yard is going, have really had this affinity to just go take lobby instead.
As long as you don't leave with nothing, so they don't put pressure on the cross here. Now they're assisting the rotation downstairs, plus they've already taken over hut. So actually, the answer has to go back to Falcons. And since they've grouped up quite heavily, they don't really get to trick the Team Spirit here. This is actually the big player of the round.
One of the biggest players of all time. NiKo sits on top, waiting for the headshot to try to come his
Donk
way.
is just watching for a big garage wrap, so extremely passive setup.
Not the first one either that Spirit have played.
That leaves that hell gap open. Even they see that coming out, they're going to be unnerved.
NiKo trying to work behind it regardless, is found out by Donk.
He has to watch his own smoke gap.
Now Shiro from the top of the bomb site just takes him down on the knees. Sprays down all 3 attempts to exit that doorway, and it is another unsuccessful one for the Falcons, as once more majority alive.
You know, not all smokes are missed equal. Sometimes it's a Mirage window smoke that's an establishing smoke, but no one's playing it, no one watches it. This is a position where this is so critical to literally what the guy who's scaling outside is going to see. And that one misses. I mean, you can't afford that. You cannot miss utility in a game like this.
I mean, think about it. NiKo is looking at the window that was supposed to be smoked when Donk just shoots him in the side of the head. That smoke actually lands. Where's NiKo holding, and does Donk get away with it?
For who we called the big threat of the round as well.
Yeah, fair point. Turns out the biggest threat was Shiro downstairs. That triple blow down on the doorway.
Interrupted this one. This is good.
Nice shot by Donk, tracking down NiKo through the smoke as we find Falcons back in with a bit to work with, but not the rifles, not back-to-back. Oof, almost. 99 damage versus Chopper down in vents. That Tech 9 kill that could have been would have served as a kickstart and possibly a panic moment for the Team Spirit defense, but instead, they're still fine.
Well, if the devs are listening, that gun should never do 100 damage in 1 bullet, so justice has been served. And look, the upgrade Chopper gets, actually. We'll have him on and off now.
Shots out of Donk again. You've already got that track kill on NiKo through the smoke. His sprays are online. You see the taps outside of main.
I'm more interested
Those are online too.
Like every single setup so far, whether it's double up ramp or the 2 varied looks outside or appearing to not respond, but actually rotating down very well. Like, they're covering each other extremely effectively.
Honestly, trying to find openings into the A side as the last man up will remind you of what he's capable of, but that's about where he ends. Zweih with another moment to be proud of inside of this A site, just puts in that last frag all too easy. So now we're looking at a Spirit board that across this entire map so far is showing us potential. And I think that if Spirit are going to win, if they are finally going to shake off Falcons, it's going to take that, right? The floor to rise and that ceiling to stay as high as it has been all major.
I mean, there's the stat going around that it's Kyosuke's, you know, first major playoffs, that if he wins, he beats out Donk as the youngest ever major winner by 6 days. I mean, to Donk, like, there's something about saying that that's interesting, but it actually happening almost never does, right? Donk winning last year is an absolute anomaly because, well, when do you ever see a guy like that happen twice? And it's not Kyosuke who's carrying Falcons every single game like he was in the beginning. It's actually a much healthier Falcons, but he's one of 5 fingers on a hand now. It used to be him with 4, and like there was too much space given to him only. But, you know, actually turning that stat into reality, winning the whole major, well, that's another feat, and Spirit know that. They proved their half, now Falcons have to prove theirs.
Faster one to this as NiKo takes up position inside of the main smoke, drops down to the A play. Falcons have got their entry. Zweigh's gonna shut it down. Kyosuke with 1. Zweih from the ramp.
Come on, Zweih!
That's what we're talking about. Triple spray down for a player that struggled in this position since he started in Team Spirit. The growth is real off a round like that.
It's one of the only spots. I'm liking him on the floor. Such a good anchor here right now. And versus Falcons, the last time they played Nuke, he almost got an ace.
Great reaction to shut down NiKo, shuts down the TeSeS swing through smoke and commits as he has to hold back the HUD.
That's great to see. For a guy who's under the microscope right now, who's trying to justify his spot, who's coming into a team that, you know, he picked up a major last year, he picked up Cologne with this roster already. That's the progress that you want to watch with Zweih.
It's one of the faster rounds that Falcons end up throwing on this T side. Can't help but feel like they're starting to feel a little bit boxed in.
I think this is where it comes back to Kyxsan, to be honest. And, you know, we talk about a lot of players on the team, especially NiKo and his story and some of the big games that he's lost, but like Kyxsan has to be a really strong caller, and I think some of the new T sides haven't been that interesting in the last couple of weeks. And more than that, just indecisive. I think that's the key word.
Execute set up for the A side in a minute, trying to catch him on timing. Zweih's under pressure and bind by him.
Have at it.
Just a mow down of the attempted exit out through the squeaky side. Shiro's gonna drop in, and that's gonna take NiKo down to mere points of HP. Zweih's wall bang comes out from over on vent side, and this is just a suffocating round yet again that the Falcons can find nothing within.
Yeah, keep beating Zweih. Keep beating him.
Whoa. It would have been one thing to walk into this server and to fight Falcons to the very end. It's a whole other beast for this impenetrable CT side to make Falcons so far look like fools.
This is going to be the head-to-head that counts. No matter how many 5 maps in a row or whatever, this is going to be the one that's remembered. Looks like Spirit understood the assignment. Falcons, quick start, but since then, nothing.
7 rounds now in a row for Spirit. Only 1 bomb plant within them all. Back to the gun rounds, where last time we saw them take that more aggressive look into the A site, trying to play with timing.
TeSeS not in the game yet either.
Flash over top. Chopper doesn't move a muscle. Shiro gonna try to hunt as that smoke soon to fade. Covers the cross of 1, fire at his feet. That's a 5 versus 4, but at what cost?
Nice shot.
A frag grenade for Modesty, so be it. Peeks into the duel with the offers. Kyosuke goes deep. Modesty finds his second.
Okay.
And there they are. Falcons find their moment after that 7-round streak. And we don't just see one player pop off, but everything comes together as one.
It's so beast the way that Modesty can peek into Shiro to get that kill. It's actually the last series they had. He dry swung into Shiro and beat him out on time alone. And when I watched that happen last time, I thought Shiro must have been distracted. Here he wasn't at all. He was only watching this angle, so it's a really insane impact that we get. And they figure out how to build momentum and snowball really quickly within 1 round. Now it's on Falcons to try to make it back-to-back, because this half actually isn't too far from recoverable. This is a good start.
Just an
Kyosuke as well. Nice.
Victories here for Spirit. You know they're going to have tons of cash and still fall back on. It's buys to the very end with 2 rounds left.
And Kyosuke is also this X Factor versus Spirit, where he's played extremely well. He's taken over an entire game versus Spirit in a Falcons jersey.
Official partners odds have Spirit as they come through with the 7-3 lead, even in the face of this late Falcons rebuttal. Just a glance over top of Silo. And a far more vacant yard this time from Spirit as well, right? A stark contrast to the last round when they stacked Chopper behind red and had 2 supportive elements still floating over towards the CT spawn. It's just a deeper look from Shiro and Donk playing on the close smoke, but nobody there just yet.
Yeah, they always keep it covered from one perspective or another, though. They've got Chopper here. They've been waiting for the upstairs hit to take place. Kyosuke comes in through mini.
Missed shot from Shiro's not going to find the answer back. 3 versus 5, demanded of Spirit.
But the bomb is back in spawn somehow, even where this mini drop has taken place.
Kyxsan scoops that up as we look to Kyosuke to almost get killed out of main. He's hiding in that corner. There's an op on him. And as NiKo locks in from the side of Mirage, he gets there in the end. A bit of a labored spray, but he'll recover. A couple shots to tap down Shiro, and we could be looking at back-to-back moments here for the Falcons. It was almost 5 players flawless. The Chopper's got a late response, and Falcons have that bomb plan. Again, we talk about money built up as that streak of Team Spirit's round is so long. But even then, Chopper doesn't want to take a look at this retake. Falcons have established a 4th.
That was such nice control of his aggression right there. Kyosuke took that opportunity to take a peek in a mini, then went a little bit deeper. There wasn't a round behind it, but he didn't full commit to taking upstairs by himself. Kind of both flex the fact that it's him, and he should be able to, when he sees an opportunity, go for a duel like that, but also didn't overcommit. That's real class from him.
Here it is, merges through smoke, shoots Donk in the back of the head.
What's kind of wild about this is with the mollies and the flashes, like this could have just been an upstairs hit behind it, but they take their advantage, they press it even harder, and it feels like last round. So that's 2 in a row, a little different this time, which is nice. The variety's coming through. And even though Spirit made a nice bounce back, these 2 last rounds have been a bit of a mystery, I feel like, for them.
You said it at one point in this half, Team Spirit understand the assignment, and it feels like a team that's done their homework and has come in prepared to impress. But that Falcons breakthrough, no doubt enough of a T-side already, a 5th. Well, then they'd be switching sides with real momentum. Kyosuke and m0NESY have been critical with this outer success, and so no surprise to see him scouring the field looking for that first point again. It's not every round that you're going to get to shoot Donk in the back of the head. Made it all the easier in the round previous, but we do get that crossover to Secret in 1. Shiro hasn't seen much action towards the ramp. If he's not careful, they could round that corner at a moment's notice. This is Spirit starting to look for a press. You think back to all the times that they pushed into the lobby. Well, they're on the brink of doing it again. From both sides, 2 players per side. Kyxsan taps Donk out of the round. That's gonna open up your main threat. This hot push comes through. Zweih finds Sanctuary behind the flames. And then that Opper has yet to announce itself. NiKo from inside of this corner can catch them on the fallback.
Zweigh's still going.
It's going real well. NiKo's answer still finds its moment. From a man disadvantage.
He's got more.
Zweih is the anchor. An ace in the final round of the CT side will give Falcons something to think about. A lights-out performance for Zweih. That A bomb site was impenetrable throughout this attack out of the Falcons side. Not once was he the opening death, and once upon a time, a liability within this bomb site, within this map.
No, within Spirit as an anchor, but I'd say on Nuke has been one of the only times you've seen serviceable performances. The fact that he's doing it versus what's their biggest rival right now speaks volumes. To do it on stage is amazing, and you know, didn't get the applause that he deserves since that happened at the end of the break, but an ace here on stage in quarterfinals. Hats off to Zweih. That also puts a stop to the small frustration that Team Spirit had in those last 2 rounds. I think they lost 1 player.
Ooh, donk, instant execution of TeSeS. He is not having a fun game. 1 in 11 as Mzinho comes through with a second in the pistol. Chopper is anchoring out towards spawn. It's going to keep m0NESY preoccupied. He would have loved to have taken a look at sight, but that's going to welcome back Team Spirit. They'll just simply come kill him.
Oh, come get a kill at least.
Chopper escapes, runs for the hills as his teammates do all of the grunt work. Bomb down inside of this A site. And it wasn't that immediate hit that the Falcons themselves threw onto that A site in their own T side. This was just a certain pause and then that follow through. And Team Spirit's pistol, as convincing as you could ask. KSCERATO will find 1 for the road as 4 stand strong, and we've got Spirit running off with this victory.
Mentally, we can't just walk by this map because this should have been way more competitive without the second pistol. It's going to be a struggle session here for Falcons. They absolutely need to make some sort of comeback, and I think mentally they need to prove something on this map. It's not just the series that they've won. They've won every single map so far, right? They've never even had to come back into a lopsided game like this. The closest Spirit have gotten in the last 5 maps is getting an overtime loss. So they have to prove this is not like them. KSCERATO's got an MP9 this round. Okay. Some kind of, no scout involved.
Saw the power of the force buy for Spirit CT side.
Zweih's got the MP5 because he's got it like that right now. He can do anything he wants.
I mean, off of the ace in round 12. Go ahead.
18 and 8. Right now he's babysitting donk over here at 12 and 5. So let me show you how it's done.
P5 great versus unarmored opponents. Versus Kevlar, we'll see.
So the fan club could be called Zweihniaks.
Okay.
Yeah, like Zaniacs or something like that. Obsessed with Zweih.
Creeping in with these Desert Eagles. I mean, the targets are right there, and they keep checking their back every once in a while, just in time. Easy shutdown for the flank. Look for a second, like maybe Team Spirit weren't going to hold it, but they really allowed Falcons to just simply come to them. And while the bomb gets stalked in the process, again, it's just this 1 death. So Team Spirit into the double digits. We have Falcons sitting on a measly 4 rounds at the moment.
First two were good. Didn't see a lot of energy coming out of Spirit. They're wondering why they didn't start well, and then they just got back. Like CT side, all their movements and everything. I mean, apart from Zweih having a really great day right now, they still had every CT protocol in place to counter all the outside hits that were coming. The amount of times they played inside of Secret, the amount of times that they punished the cross smoke, whether it was rotating early, nading it, volleying the smoke, putting damage across. They had an answer for every single T play.
Now they're going to go fast, right? Big. Oh, what?
TeSeS.
This is the guy who had 1 frag just moments ago, right? Double Desert Eagle headshot.
Oh, but it's 2 back. He peeks the other side.
Gets Team Spirit thinking for a second. I mean, they wanted to play rapid into that bomb site. They're met by some resistance. That's what you can't expect when you play so quickly. And so you almost pay the ultimate price.
This one's possible for m0NESY.
He's got donk locked in towards Hut, and Chiro with that MP5. He's going to have his back turned as donk comes through. There's your savior. A quad kill for donk to recover after the double Desert Eagle shots out of TeSeS.
Second one was jumping. Very nice round out of TeSeS. Nice try, and you know, maybe that gets him back into the map, but what is the map right now? I mean, it's abysmal.
2 rounds from the loss here.
Yeah.
2 kills for TeSeS. It's still a 3 and 13 scoreline individually.
4 rounds with a pistol. What are we talking about here? This is not a best of 5. Got to get that engine going, Falcons.
Few gun rounds we might actually end up seeing in the second half.
How many tack pauses are we getting so far?
I know Hallie took one the moment Spirit lost the round.
Well, that's not even the guy I'm talking about.
But what a contrast. Up 7-3 and immediately calls one.
Absolutely.
And look what it was worth, right? One round at the end of that first half just for the road. NiKo, back turn to him. Donk's gonna be the first casualty of round 16. But
instant trade on his way.
Yes, sir. Star of the show. Tanir comes out from Squeaky with a double of his own.
It gets worse.
Sets the heavens ablaze. And Modesty burns down by half health as he just commits himself to the back of this bomb site, but there's no real commitment on the other side.
He has to be a hero right now. What else is he gonna do? Running in now, dropping on the floor. Unfortunately, it's the wrong risk to take. They're avoiding this entirely. KSCERATO, it can't be a cliff. Bullets into the railing, bullets between Modesty's eyes, and Spirit are out here.
The time to kill right now on Spirit is spectacular. These headshots instantaneous. Straight frags, clean as you need them to be. And look at the map points they have at hand. This is
like
not a game.
Yeah, this is, it's not even gotten started yet. We're getting no energy out of Falcons whatsoever. The 2 rounds they won were awesome. They seemed to be totally irrelevant at this point, especially not building any momentum off their pistol, not getting the ending the last round, which is obviously an ace from Zweih. Basically everything Spirit need to like make sure that this is one-sided has happened for them.
I think a one-sided game as well out of
I also don't like the 3rd round right after they're winning. They could have won that again. You know, they had another anti-eco, another anti-force buy to work, and they looked already really sloppy in that moment. And yeah, it didn't really get sloppier from there, but then they still just weren't as good as Spirit. So I feel like it's a combination of the nerves and the game plan. Unfortunately for Falcons, a lot to overcome now in this match.
Stuck behind the fire for the time being. NiKo trying to take things into his own hand. He'll lose vision. Knows the targets are floating out there, but will be whittled away by Zweih.
Destroyed with that smoke.
And that's Zweigh's 20th frag on Nuke already. 16 rounds into play. The 17th could still be his best yet.
I mean, this is zero communication now. He's just still up here on silo. Was that even calmed?
Feels like he can do whatever the hell he wants at the moment because the shots are backing up his decisions. Kyxsan smoked off from outer.
Now they've already opened up their next idea. Now with 2 guys on the floor here for Falcons, they're gonna one last Hail Mary.
Trying to push, right? You've got to take something. You've got to get the game going.
That's a perfect spot to hold it from.
Yeah, it feels like they're being read like a book yet again. And if you don't bring down a single player,
so good.
You were never in this game. Falcons have had a critical error out of the gate in this quarterfinals.
They've been absolutely skill checked, shaken to their core.
Every member of Team Spirit has had a moment where they can look back and say, yeah, what are the Falcons in comparison? You've got Donk right where he needs to be. You've got Zweih beyond his limits. And KSCERATO, in an unwinnable 1 versus 5, has been found out. Everybody's going to come and challenge. Because not only have Spirit just picked up the first map of this quarterfinals, but you have not put a dent in their confidence.
The worst part is, Spirit didn't even have to try that hard. I barely got going talking about this match. Everything Spirit did was major playoffs quality. Everything Falcons did showed us that this is where the match matters the most for them. This is where the head-to-head before this match doesn't. And this is where they could be fully embarrassed on stage versus what would be one of their favorite opponents.
In one of the hottest quarterfinals of this event, anticipated to the max. At the moment, Falcons, nothing but a speed bump in the face of Team Spirit and Zweih.
That is embedded up top of the throne of the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Team Falcons. My first career was in the military. I was 29 years in the military, and I was 23 years in Special Forces. Then I left the military in 2009 and took up psychology. And then in 2017 I went into sports. Along that I was in esports, started with Astralis. And then I went together with Danny Sonic to Vitality. From Vitality I went to Falcons, and that's where I am now. I'm the main psychologist on our Counter-Strike team because it is one of our prioritized titles. I think we are in the esports community, we are still a very young and still a very immature organization, and there's nothing wrong with that. The biggest hurdle is to make the players understand that performance is not only about hours behind the computer. It is having a curiosity about the sleep, the nutrition, the physical training, and all that. So it is very much about who can cope with the pressure, who can be in the moment, who can focus in the moment and not be caught in anxiety or nervousness or whatever it is. Because you can have the best aim, you can have the best game sense, but if you don't have the platform, and with the platform I mean the mind and the body, you won't get there. It's about being honest. I'm not pretending that I know their game and know their skills and know better than they do when it comes to what's going on the server. My job is assist them in getting better in what they are doing with my angle, the physical, the mental, and all that. When they see that what we are talking about makes a difference, then we start developing it. One of the concepts that is crucial to me is what I call empty the backpack. Based on an understanding of the dynamics going on in the team. Even though we are on the same team, we share the same goal, we are not necessarily always agreeing, eh? Being able to address the conflicts or the potential conflicts before they develop into a problem. It's to make the team be in the present, in the here and now. We are definitely in a different position than we were at the last major. Now it's all about getting the in-game set. I mean, getting the new roles without doing anything else. And that made me step back and let the boys and the coaches work on the in-game stuff. And from there, okay, we develop. Now I can start coming in with the add-ons. So I think that made us get to where we are at the moment, and hopefully well prepared for the major.
Just had a talk with Zoning. Obviously, first map didn't go their way at all, and I spoke with him about specific reasons about it. He said that basically they didn't wake up, they didn't even arrive so far, and they're really struggling with the communication, and especially in-game, you could see that with trade fragging, and he was really hard to, you know, even get some words out of him, so it was a really kind of like short interview, but I have to say that Dust 2 is coming up, and for that map specifically, you really need to step up in a lot of areas that he said they are really lacking, so let's see how it goes.
The Spirit Clinic in session tonight, and you will never guess who the spearhead of the operation was. For Falcons, their map pick, only a handful of rounds going their way. Maui, it was very clear who was in control on map number 1.
It would have been completely forgivable for Spirit to lose Nuke. Falcons were the favorites going into it. A lot of reasons where Zweih didn't even really play it with Nemiga, but for him to be the hero today, for him to play his best map that I've ever seen him play for Spirit is just insane. Sure, the numbers might say he was better in some studio game. Given the context, this is the best game I have ever seen Zweih play in his life. It's got shades of Magic's back at Shanghai with how important it is and how unexpected it is.
Yeah, and it completely crumbled Falcons' game plan. He was their sole reason they could actually shut them down, make sure that they didn't get anything off of that T side. As you said, it looked ridiculous. It was almost like we were saying in the green room, is that Donk playing on Zweih's PC? It was unbelievable performance. Multi-kill after multi-kill, and Falcons had no options.
Yeah, let's just dive into some of those Zweih highlights straight off the bat, because as you said, Devilwalk, so many multi-kills, sometimes in back-to-back scenarios, and so mobile around the map as well. This was a masterclass coming out of Zweih today.
Yeah, I think if we go into the rounds, is it round 3, I think? We're gonna see here just shutting them down in the door area, and I mean, the stability. It feels like they never really enter the site. So we take a look here. He gets this MP9. This is a really crucial round for them to actually gain that money control, to gain them some space and playground to actually play with. And, I mean, there's no trade potential even. Even when he gets mollied, he backs off, gets another. What can you do? Here's Zweih again. I mean, take it away, Maui.
I mean, the ability that we saw in glimpses on Nemiga from Zweih all on display here. This is all of the potential that I've been waiting for such a long time. I don't even mind. Okay, sometimes I get fairly attributed to saying that this guy sucks or whatever, but no, I did say that for Zweih. I thought this guy was a bum. I thought this guy was a bum. I thought this guy had no place on Spirit whatsoever. But today, he obviously proved his value. The anchoring that he pulled off there was just something that Falcons clearly wanted to test in the beginning of this game. Like, A site has been a weak spot for Spirit on this map. Chopper and Zweih, like, I'm a feast on that bomb site, but when Zwei's playing like that, well, look who's feasting now.
And that's the thing, I don't blame Falcons for trying to exploit that weakness that we've seen time and time again, because you're totally right, Maui. It's something that we've seen just sadly attributed to Zweih, but not today for him.
I just feel like I have to apologize. We'll let the whole series play first out, but completely, to see what happens next. But no, I mean, the game plan was simple. They wanted to go for him in particular. We saw some of the ramp efforts, some of the outside yard efforts. I feel like Spirit were keyed into exactly how Falcons wanted to play this matchup.
Yeah, they were one step ahead. I liked what they did with the kind of the donk Shiro do on the outside. They removed donk very early game. They put Shiro also in that kind of under heaven spot, so he had very, very limited time on his rotations, so he could shut those early kind of pops down towards ramp. He was also very mobile towards that inner, so they did a great adjustment, Spirit. They kind of said, hey, they're not going to come yard. They're going to go inner, they're going to go ramp. Let's make sure that we shut this down early, and then we can move back to our original game plan and our original comfort with kind of breaking those nades once we kind of herd Falcons into that outer side area.
I feel like all the stats men, you know, on the forums, on Twitter and stuff, they'll be doing their homework right now. But surely this has to be like one of, if not the best map for Zweih in his career, right? And what a stage to be doing it on.
But it's also Spirit. I mean, Spirit, the team itself, going up against Falcons, the only map they've really won this year is a Mirage. Back in February, it's not even the same lineup. And you move into this, they've been destroyed on Nuke, they've been destroyed on Ancient, they've been destroyed on Dust 2, which has been their pick. And then to play a 13-4 with donk doing, you know, really, really well. I mean, everyone on the server was exceptional on that Spirit side. And every single time in the past, Falcons had had the upper edge. They've been the one with the prep work. They have been the ones that figured Spirit out. But this time around, completely different.
A couple months ago, Holly made the claim that, you know, I don't know CS, but I speak well. I mean, I think I should leave the CS to him, okay? Because on his most recent dream roster that he put together, which made the rounds on social media, he put donk, he put Apex, he put ropz, he put Shiro, and then he included Zweih, and I was like, this guy, he does not know ball. Clearly, he just knows in big moments, this is what Zweih's built for.
It's insane. I mean, with the, you know, the miraculous, the unfathomable, of course comes the disaster for Falcons, right? We can praise Spirit all they want, incredibly well prepared for this one, but NiKo said it, you know, he only had a couple of moments to be catching up with Zonic. He wanted to get straight back to the drawing board, reset going into map 2. Was it down to a simplistic game plan, as, you know, Zonic was highlighting via NiKo in that moment?
I wouldn't necessarily attribute it just to having too simplistic of an approach. We saw multiple looks from Falcons as they were trying to test different types of points, or points of attack that is, against Spirit. And really, Spirit were just rotating well. They were a little bit more proactive with some of their lobby crunches, their rotations. I feel like anytime Falcons were trying to sneak down lower, usually Spirit, they broke the smokes a couple times. Then finally, when they lost sight of it, then they'd get the 1 or 2 guys rotating down into position. And so Spirit were just on the ball this time. Like, they do like to play a slightly more reactive style than I would prefer, but they still were able to get ahead of the plays so frequently from Falcons.
Yeah, but you could criticize them a little bit, especially when they go out lower, that they don't know how slow Spirit's rotation system is to that lower side. They usually try to gamble, make sure that everything on the upper part of the map is secure before they actually go for those rotates. And I feel like they missed a couple of timings on that lower area where they could have sped up a little bit more, could have taken the ground. So there was a little bit of hesitancy, I feel, from Falcons in this game and in this matchup on Nuke.
This isn't to throw any shade NiKo's way, but it's just because we were prefacing coming into this matchup, the chokes, the infamous chokes that he's made at Majors. Of course, map number 1, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but he was not starting off on the right NiKo foot that we've basically seen all the way throughout the group stage of the Major, right?
Some people would probably look at it and say, well, what about Kyxsan? What about TeSeS? They aren't NiKo.
No.
I'm not looking for them to put up those kinds of numbers.
Absolutely
so
not.
I know that you could bring the whole ship down with you, but when m0NESY more or less does his job. When Kyosuke definitely did his job, you need NiKo to be performing. And I get that there was a role shift. I get that now he's playing on top of Silo. But there were times when he was even on the CT side where Zweigh's just nailing him on the trades, where he's unable to get away after that first kill. And so for NiKo in this one, yeah, we're seeing the demons rear their ugly heads in this kind of matchup, because I don't care what kind of role shifts NiKo ever has, he should never be putting up beneath 40 ADR in a match.
And this is also a team with full star players. They should be able to put up a better performance than 4 rounds on their map of choice. It is not a great look for Falcons moving into the next map, which is Dust 2, Spirit's home map. They have been good on it in the past, Falcons. They have showed, but I mean, if you just the contrast of these maps, you feel like Spirit have a better game plan going into this Dust 2 than they've ever had before.
Before we dive into the second map that will be Dust 2, what do you think is going through NiKo's head right now, DevilWalk, when you've had a lackluster performance like this, when we literally brought up the graphic before, pretty much every year at every major, he's had a stinker of a performance that's led to a shocking loss. What do you think's the emotions he's feeling is right now?
I do feel like NiKo is the type of guy that he can mentally reset for the next map and actually have a really, really good performance. I think we've seen that time again and again. So I'm not worried for NiKo for a second map. I hope that he's angry with himself. He feels like he let himself and the team down in some sort of sense, and kind of uses that as a motivation to get back into it, make sure that everyone is awoken, as we say, for this map. They still have a chance. They still show dominance on this Dust 2 against this team, and if they can play their cards right, they definitely have a chance.
Still feel like Falcons should be looking at the last 2 maps of the series and saying that these are maps that we're incredibly comfortable on.
Yes.
Sure, we lost the punish pick, but the thing is that Holly, Spirit, Chopper, they knew coming into this series that was going to be picked. I feel like when you're Falcons and you lose that kind of edge, you're just now resorting to playing a little bit more of your own game, resorting to just kind of letting the stars just kind of while out in the ways that they're more comfortable with, because sometimes Nuke can suffocate the individuals a little bit. The structure is really sometimes a double-edged sword in that you can outplay your opponents, as we saw on some of the gun rounds for Falcons, where they're catching multiple Spirit members looking the wrong way, but it also leaves you going through a lot of different choke points, a lot of tough fights is how I frame it.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. Not to put any pressure on you, DevilWalk, but cast your mind back to when you were playing, because you played with a fair few superstars around you. Was there ever any time where your superstar on the team didn't perform? What would you do in that situation if they've had a tilter of a map to make sure that doesn't spiral out of control and continue into the rest of the series?
I think in these sorts of situations, you kind of just want to talk about it, make sure that you hit Doomsday in the way that you want to. Like, no matter what happens, let's go into this, let's give it 150% and see what happens. Don't play with any hesitancy, make sure you play your own style, because this is the worst case scenario for Falcons already. They have nothing to lose going into the second match and actually just, relaxing a little bit and performing.
Well, before we do dive into that second map, that is indeed Dust 2. I believe Donna has been getting busy down in the crowd, so let's check in with her.
Hey guys, what up?
What up?
Hello. Hi. So you speak good English, huh?
Pretty much. Pretty
Okay,
good.
where are you from, guys?
We're from Sweden.
Oh, you too?
Sweden.
But then you speak good English. All Swedish people speak good English, no?
All right.
You're also from Sweden?
Yeah. All from Sweden.
All from Sweden, okay. Which team did you come to support to?
Furia.
Furia. You?
Yeah, Furia.
All Furia. Okay, who's your favorite player?
KSCERATO.
Fallen, all. What about you?
Fallen, of course. KSCERATO.
Okay, but you have a sign for another player. Who do you have? Can you show it?
Yeah, so tonight, Furia is not playing, so we have to have donk.
Donna! Yeah, they changed that with an A.
Yeah,
okay, guys, is this your first time in Budapest?
It is. Yeah?
How are you liking it?
It's very good.
And how are you liking the arena here?
It's big. It's very big, but it's nice, it's modern. We like it.
And do you guys go to CS events often together?
No, it's our first time, so we like it very much. However, the beer tap is very slow, so we're a bit disappointed about it.
Okay. Yeah, you have to go to Cologne for that.
Is it better there?
No. And how do you guys know each other, from CS?
No, from school. pretty much, and football as well.
And you're all CS fans as well?
Yeah, of course.
That's amazing. Okay, guys, I hope you have an amazing event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Where's One?
Always asking. Yeah, if you're a donk or a Spirit fan right now, you got to be feeling pretty good, particularly as they're going to be moving into their map pick. That is Dust 2, where they're going to be starting on the T side of things, Maui. Now, it wasn't a map that you were highlighting as where you've seen too much a change from that T side. Do you expect any differences to be played out today?
You have to, because the last 2 times the teams faced off against each other, it was Falcons that got the better of Team Spirit. I feel like Donk, in terms of being an entry on this map, sometimes just thrown to the wolves in terms of swinging off of Cat, first guy going, spacing isn't always the best. I feel like he's got to tighten up, and that's sort of what we've been actually seeing here so far at Budapest. The fact that Donk just looks like he's a little bit more in the unit. There was the interview coming into the tournament about how he wants to be a little bit more of a team player. He's still going first a lot, don't get me wrong, but I feel like maybe there's a moment of hesitation. He's waiting a heartbeat or two so that everybody can catch up with him, so that he's in the pack, so that they're a little bit more grouped up, so that the individuals from Falcons, if they swing into an oncoming Spirit horde, it is in fact 3 rifles trained onto the angle.
Yeah, I think on this map, the key point of interest for me is short control. I think that Falcons, they're great at kind of obtaining it, holding it. NiKo likes to play there with double HE, kind of chip damage into donk. molodoy is constantly a threat on that short side, and unlike other operators, he doesn't actually play mid that often on CT mid. He actually prefers to play on the ramp, make sure that the short is kind of shut down, and that's the key. Because Spirit, their comfort call is swinging off short. It is using those 2 smokes and having their star players actually just get good aim duels. But Falcons have been excellent at shutting Spirit down and that in the past.
Yeah, it's kind of why it was not a weird one that Spirit picked in this, but it's not a risky play in terms of what we're coming in with their choice, right?
It's just what any simulator would have said is their pick. It's what they just pick the most often if they have the first choice here in a veto. So a little bit of to me, just playing to their comforts.
Yeah.
And hopefully they change more even on the CT side too, because the last time these 2 teams faced off against each other, I was surprised that it felt like the most mobile person on the map was Chopper, because I'm used to seeing last year Donk just choose his own number every single round, whether he's going long, underpass, pushing B tunnels. But I feel like the last couple times he's just been kind of stuck in the mid to B area. And so when it comes to a major quarterfinal where you're a map up, I want to see a little bit more freedom from Donk, but not only him, but Shiro too. I want to see him get a little bit more mobile, because almost like how Devilwalk talked about molodoy, sometimes he just kind of relegates himself to that ace defense side instead of getting a little bit more proactive or tricking opponents with a B peak or a tunnels peak.
Yeah, I completely agree, but we've seen at this major, Donk has taken over games, he's played that maybe, he's even picked up a double op for this Spirit side, and they are versatile, they have a lot of new stuff. You could make comparison to the last best of threes, which I will keep doing, because they are very, very relevant in this matchup. We've seen 2 different styles of Spirit. They tested themselves in the last best of 3, went for more B executes, went for more long takes, and I think that is kind of the key. They want to get Falcons off that short control, make sure they pack themselves towards the side so they get freed up to work with the map control that they receive.
A lot of eyes, obviously, for very good reason, going to be on NiKo coming into this one. Has much changed in terms of the sacrifices in some of the roles and positions he's had to give up for Kyosuke coming onto this particular map?
On the T side, yes, 100%. I wouldn't say there's any change on the CT side, mostly for NiKo, but on T side, he's the upper dark player. And the amount of possibilities and opportunities you get as the upper B dark player is literally like 0.
It's just if they push you.
Yes. You're essentially just like a placeholder to make sure that you keep that map control. We've seen them switch it up a little bit more. He kind of follows Kyosuke into that lower area space a little bit more and kind of helps them, guides them to that short control and mid control. But there isn't really that much that he has to do in a default scenario.
Maui, we were going with Falcons prior to this series kicking off. This is your chance to have a bit of a flip-flop. Do you think it ends in 2 here?
Jeez, I don't flip-flop. I don't flip-flop, Freya. I'll stick with the Falcons in this one. I thought that they were going to be the favorites going into Dust 2 and Ancient. I am surprised by the fact that Spirit was able to take away Nuke so handily, but I think after this map we get a 1-1.
Well, handshakes are being cemented, which means one thing and one thing only. 9 times have NiKo and m0NESY bested Shiro and donk. Does it end on the 10th?
Freya, it feels like it may end on the 10th because it feels like it barely got started in that last map of Nuke. We need to see a total turnaround of the Falcons right here, right now, or Budapest, your first quarterfinal, is dead on arrival.
Yeah, what we hear in the crowd is it's people care more about Falcons. We see more fans, more boos, but everybody wants to know what Falcons are going to do here. They cannot skate by this result. It must be better on Dust 2 than it was on Nuke.
It has to be. That first map was an absolute non-factor. Everything goes to perfection for Team Spirit. I feel like even Spirit wanted more. They signed up for a fight in this first game of playoffs, and they didn't even get an ounce of it. We get smoke over top for this A-hit. 3 players behind that. They're gonna go trickling down into the CT spawn. Successful with the entries is donk. It's a double P250. There's no fight in the Falcons defense. There's no resistance for this bomb plant. It is more of what we had on Nuke, folks.
It's going to be a lot to talk about on this game and this game plan, and obviously after watching Zweih play his best CS ever, it makes things a little more interesting. But here it's a T-side start for Spirit. Retakes coming in full force.
Just leaning back and allowing Falcons to sprint out into the open. That's 3 players, full display. It's a shooting gallery, and it's a slaughter. Falcons will find nothing in the pistol.
Spirit do this quiet crawl up cat. It's door smoked, it's no vision, so of course they could have done that. Spirit will do that on rifle rounds too. So it's not just a pistol that they've just tried this on, and you can see that NiKo tried to pull out a bait setup, double goose. That's not something that you see very often, honestly, ever. And he has a chance to get a couple of shots, but once those are missed, it's over. And yeah, TeSeS doesn't pick anything up either. He needed to get 2 in place of NiKo's none. NiKo's coming off a bad map himself, and again, it's not something that I'm personally going to skate by. It's a major, it's a quarterfinal, it's a good matchup for them. It's everything in place to make this one a worthwhile run. Everything could be a total disaster in the next 30 minutes if they don't turn this ship around quickly. But last map they won a pistol and a conversion, and then they quickly fell off. Team Spirit start off now 1 up. They need an eco here, force down win for Falcons. Something to swing the momentum back, and that's the, you know, there's double-edged swords, there's 2-sided swords. Falcons, when they don't, if the game plan's a little bit fishy, well, they have the ecos that they can pull out. It's the Deagle players, it's the Scout players. That's part of what makes this team great as well. Sometimes they have to rely on those. And here's maybe a setup that looks great and has some force behind it.
No resistance offered up by Falcons, though. They're gonna be content by the looks of things to just play in reaction to that utility. You know damn well Spirit are coming at this with the utility they need. Hell, even in the pistol, we saw that double smoke, so with a full buy behind it, what does Spirit bring to the table? Same 2 smokes. Opening for the drop down into CT spawn again. Falcons throw out that reaction wave of utility themselves, and now m0NESY just looking to go headhunting. We get that donk crawl from behind the smoke, shrouded by the flames. m0NESY's gonna snip Zweih off the play. Kyosuke kills donk, and now it's gonna have to be the supportive elements of Team Spirit to try to pick this up. They go down into the 2 versus 3, not ideal. Still the better guns. Oh, it's right there. TeNeer will recover. Team Spirit pushed as they try to extend into that bomb site, but a triple kill for TeNeer is enough to convert it.
They get saved by TeNeer. It's also a good round from donk on his entries, another couple of entries, in fact. So that's 2-0 to kick off. Funny because TeNeer gets the open door to Heroic. That gets them a chance on Team Spirit. This is one of the teams that Falcons that took the core from to build the team that we see before us today. I actually, you know, as much as it does put some emphasis on Falcons for people who are like, okay, we'll make this core worth it. I think they went the good approach of actually trying to go for getting a core in the first place.
Tech9 only here for Chopper. Hang on, we've got a lower threat. Ooh,
okay.
And that well-timed push from the USB. So in a round that you're not expecting much, because there isn't a lot here to work with, that threat still lingers down and lower. Found out and almost dealt with both. donk just looks to pull away here. You've got to, because TeNeer's sitting down on that quarter HP. A frag grenade that's a bit too late, but a rotation that is well-timed. Kyxsan trying to lead this 3-player retake up from spawn. The climb over top is going to catch Shiro and TeNeer.
Okay.
Now we've got that donk 1v3 queued up early. He's still worried about that threat from lower tunnels, but we know this is the all-in from Falcons. Both players having wrapped back around over towards the bomb site. Bomb clearly planted over here for donk, and he knows it.
They wish they could find utility.
Still looming around. That 10-second defuse coming through. He's got him off it, but Kyosuke got the cover.
There we go.
And Falcons pull a round out of the hat when they have no business winning. That was just everybody on the same page with a well-timed tunnels pinch.
That's beautiful. I mean, they take over tunnels. Chopper gets punished for taking a peek into lower when he's only got that Tech 9 out. Doesn't get his kill. And what is this, 2K?
Sends Shiro pirouetting.
They narrowly avoided this result last round. Then they were with his 2K on the ramp, but now what happens? The Falcons have even less to work with. It's ideas that win this round for Falcons. They get him into the game early.
Ooh, Howie a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Gets that timeout, wants to talk instantly. No, that's twice now.
Whoa, Shiro's got the op instantly.
Okay.
They got money for that.
Back on Nuke, when we saw that 7-round streak come out from Spirit, they lose one at the tail end. Instant pause called by Howie. Same thing's going to come out here. He really is one of those kind of coaches that wants to get in the moment he spots something wrong.
Yeah, well, at least there's one coach calling pauses right now. We didn't get a lot of responses from Falcons in that regard. And they definitely needed it last game.
Yeah.
You know, to be fair, it was hard to figure out exactly when was too late, like when it was going too wrong.
Sure.
The game was sort of just falling apart so quickly, it didn't even really feel like it, but...
I feel like when you've got 3 pauses, though, you can take one when it maybe isn't the perfect moment.
Absolutely.
Clearly things are going wrong with a 7-round streak, but clearly things could change here on Dust 2. We were hoping for an early answer out of Falcons, and it seems like we've got one. Again, mostly USPs in that 1 round prior. You mentioned that op that Shiro comes into the round with, so that was a big investment to go for the long fight, nets them nothing. Nice free kill for Falcons.
There's only one player on Spirit that's got an op ace so far this major. I'd like to see him use the gun.
You know, I don't even think we said Shiro's name back in map 1. Wasn't even necessary.
Yeah, they didn't even push him. They didn't push him hard enough to get there, yeah. But this is a very good kill for Falcons. They take Shiro out. This is a huge threat. They're probably like, well, how does he even have an op right now?
This angle's being held by m0NESY, so you got to be careful with that walkout middle. Not to mention NiKo pressing himself into the cat hold. m0NESY gives up his lower spot. There's that slight cap out mid-doors right now, but Team Spirit aren't capitalizing on it. Good flash in. m0NESY supporting NiKo, and that's Donk dead.
This is one of my favorite positions to watch NiKo in. I think there's almost no one, I don't think there's anyone better at timing grenades, placing grenades from CT spawn to cat.
Missed shot.
Yeah, he's holding a little wide there.
Just a little tease from the catwalk. 30 seconds. There's a chance Zweih tries to come in with the split. It's him versus TeSeS queued up over towards long. There's also a lot to save here in this moment.
It's a good point. It doesn't seem like they're going to try this. The op and play.
All right, walk away, huh?
It's the smart idea. It's not the most fun to watch, but especially with the op, which again, such a surprise to pull out after losing that last round. So they go for 2 pick plays. They get shut downs. Falcons stabilize here in round 4.
You know, up against G2 in that stage 3 2-2 match, we had a lot of X factor coming out of m0NESY. Just, you know, those bogus moments. The X factor plays. And I think that a round like that early on this one could definitely tap you right back into that not so far gone memory. You know, Nuke, they didn't even fight.
No, they didn't.
They limped into that server, took their whooping, and hope now to steal away Team Spirit's map pick. And I think the confidence earned in that first map is why Team Spirit came in with another force, that op immediately for Shiro. We'll see if they can get anything going with it this time. It's a pretty comparable buy to the 1 round prior. And m0NESY floating on his own right now.
Never seen anyone actually get punished off that jump spot or the boost that they're going to assemble. It always comes in a little later. And by the time it gets set up, CT's already worried about a mid-crawl down. There doesn't necessarily need to be a next move here for Falcons. It really is on Spirit to be like, all right, here's how this is going to go. We see there's 3 pistols for them to use.
It's open space to be taken. Better be careful. If Donk finds a headshot here, then...
Watch for NiKo's nades.
There's going to be a flood of players right behind it. He'll get through the edge of that flash. m0NESY, good first shot. NiKo emerging up from spawn as m0NESY's going to clip a second. And there's NiKo's headshot. It's a total stoppage to the cat push. 2 frags between NiKo and m0NESY is right where you want the Falcons if you're hoping for a competitive quarterfinal.
Yeah, already so much better. This is the kind of CS that's going to get us to a map 3 for Falcons. he's got really good rhythm on this map, and it's the place where you can overfill versus mid and A, so you get lots of kills, but you only put your best players there, your smartest guys. And I think it's where NiKo shows off the most sometimes. Toast. So between him and m0NESY, that's a lockdown. Not even past the doormat on Cat.
Yes, sir. Well, it's a glimmer of hope for the Falcons fans. No missed opportunity here by m0NESY. NiKo even being brave to walk up through those fires just to make sure he's a part of the solution. Here's your reward, Falcons. Not only sitting pretty 3-2 early on Dust 2, but versus Pistols. And again, m0NESY in with the reflexes. Starting to find, I think, his groove, his game. And Kyxsan just tapped Chopper off of top mid through a smoke. Whether they opened it, we'll see. This is a strong one for the Falcons.
Wait, that's
so
the
it seems.
B site. This gets a little bit weird.
It's no bomb. Tanir has that over towards the mid doors, but you give donk a lifeline.
He doesn't even want to switch. He's got this deagle out.
Why would he? That first shot right between the eyes. It's eliciting the utility here for the Falcons, who don't know where that bomb actually sits. And we'll see Shiro start to push out long doors simultaneous as donk still just avoiding the utility, taking all of this attention, and then that fight over towards long is going to start to draw Falcons back. There is a world where they miss their rotation, but Kyxsan's got this B site under lock, and A-long also held. There it is. A couple of headshots here from Kyxsan. That bodes well for the Falcons, putting down Team Spirit's hopes with just those pistols.
It was a nice entrance from donk, and it amounted to having a termite in the floorboards there. It was a little bit annoying. They eventually could deal with it, but no issue, no bomb plant. With the opening kill from m0NESY, him getting into the flow of things too, that's nice. But this isn't a full investment round for Team Spirit.
I think the odds from our partner were something like 6-1 at the start of this. Just off of the confident map 1 win, Spirit still hanging on to it, but it feels like the room can feel the shift. It's early days and there's plenty of times for Falcons to fumble. Don't get that wrong. But after Nuke, it felt like they may not even give us a pulse in this quarters. Fight towards door again. This has been something that's been going the Falcons' way each and every time. We've seen m0NESY start rounds, but for the time being, he'll sit on it and just hold.
Oh, just all the way out, man. No, they're not even going to test them. But right now, I mean, they got the map cracked. If this ends up being a mid-B, this is going to be a little blood on the hands of this Falcons setup. I mean, this is a huge lead. I mean,
there's activity from TeSeS though. He's starting to push out doors.
This is a full mid-B split coming in. Kyxsan's probably the one saying, "Hey, leave me alone. I got it. It's fine."
What's that?
I don't know.
Team Spirit drop a smoke out middle, and that's not going to block off m0NESY's angle from ramp, and then cues up TeSeS on the flank.
Okay, but
it's a much-needed trade out of Shiro at least. But you know the plan has been found out.
This is interesting though, because I still don't know there was 3 here. But it's NiKo who's actually changing it up. He's going to be walking over towards B, but.
I mean, all while you stare at this smoke, if you're the Falcons, you're thinking, what the hell is this?
Right, here's donk's kryptonite versus donk out mid.
It's a 1v1 locked in as everybody else from Spirit just look to test Kyxsan's
There's only
metal.
15 seconds, actually,
You've
Spirit.
got to get this going. That bomb sits amidst this 3-player pack, down to 10 seconds. NiKo's got his helping hands into the B site. Kyxsan from the corner has got the element of surprise, and this is Spirit absolutely owned.
What was that?
Falling to the clock, and a singular kill here for Team Spirit.
I mean, you don't have to split atoms to figure out how to do a B split on time. That was really strange out of Spirit. Suddenly looking like Falcons felt back on Nuke.
Bro,
here early into the half.
Add in that missed smoke in middle as well.
Yeah, this was a layup actually. I mean, they had Kyxsan alone. They were about to mid-B. They missed a mid-B smoke, presumably. They don't get their kills in time. They could have just continued with the split anyways, and actually still had a pretty good shot of getting that. donk had lots of time to take out NiKo. Instead, donk is not really useful. He's there waiting in mid. His teammates are entering too slowly because usually donk makes a mile of space for them within a moment.
It's not as easy without donk at the tip of the spear.
You kind of don't want to tell Falcons that you're feeling it too, especially not after you're the team to have the first word back on Nuke. But this is what it is. It is the major. We'll see it in moments like that.
Mid-B smoke goes down. Still a trio of smoke grenades here for Team Spirit as well, so we'll see what Spirit want to play with in the end. Perhaps a misdirection. 45 seconds, and m0NESY's op gets pulled back to the corner.
If you're going to take a long to do your defaults on Dust, you've got to justify it.
They're going to have to come out of these smokes flying with Tech9's. Smoke goes down towards middle. Zweigh's trying to play ahead of that. Kyxsan's on the edge of the window to take a look at mid, but you can start to see the A defenders also worried. And that's where donk comes through on the edge of the smoke with the frag onto m0NESY. It's just pistols. Irretrievable gun as well, so why would Falcons lose this, you'd think? Good rifle work between these A defenders, but just enough pistol prowess for Team Spirit to put that bomb down. Now we're talking about guns. donk extends out, picks it up, denies TeSeS the attempt, at a distance, in with another headshot. That's a triple headshot. That is donk. And that is what happens if the Falcons give them just enough space.
It's like driving a Prius in front of a monster truck. donk absolutely dumpstered them. And now Halley just gets involved. He's here to build momentum off the back of an X-Factor play. We're seeing Zonic talk too. This is an aberration from Spirit. It felt like they were totally absent-minded last round. Suddenly they get this out of donk, and he's the one guy who's never sleepy. He's the one guy who will just, no matter what, give you those moments over and over again. He's the guy who has impossible stats and impossible rounds in the biggest games.
His headshot.
One small mistake, and that's NiKo using all his ammo. That's m0NESY taking one shot at nothing, and then it allowed donk to cross and get a 4K.
Also, donk just getting enough damage on TeSeS as he tries to snap that M4 down on the ramp retake as well. I mean, Falcons did a good job of trying to time that fight to the top of ramp, but yeah, that's the donk effect, folks.
Don't let that be the way in. Kyxsan on and up. Love to see it.
At least this time, it is that instant timeout from Zonic, but you also open the door for Halley, like you said, to pile on.
If you're going to save timeouts for moments like that, I think that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah.
And maybe if you're playing versus donk, you know they're going to come.
So if you don't get 3.5 anyways, you were never going to win. So
that's a reminder to the Falcons as to what is up against them tonight.
the mental game, that's everything.
They felt Spirit's wrath on Nuke. There's no denying that this Dust 2 game is probably already starting to feel better, but if you're not careful, Team Spirit will break through this CT side, put you back down into the saves, and even maybe run away with a lead. So we are at a critical turning point for Spirit.
That's
maybe.
That's such a big smoke break from, or block from NiKo. He can watch it from so far back. They just have guaranteed info, so Cat is guarded for the moment.
I think NiKo being a part of this A defense makes sense, right? I mean, that's the last round that m0NESY misses his shot.
The last round was so expensive, though. He doesn't have the utility. He doesn't have the HEs to actually punish the Cat play. It's going to have to be firepower.
Kept so much cash, though, still. Flash by TeSeS, point-blank spray down. I mean, that is
that's so good.
Flash is fantastic. Now this m0NESY NiKo ult goes down with nothing. Shiro's killed Kyxsan on the crossback from B. NiKo wants to be the hero, but there's players all around him.
Tactics do not get better than that, Shiro. Exactly calling out TeSeS' position inside of the smoke. Both flashes hitting.
To perfection.
By the way, Tanir not peeking off the first one because TeSeS has no other targets. If he holds mouse one down, he still dies. He still gets that kill versus Tanir.
And you saw how close TeSeS is on that smoke as well. Feels like if you try to break through on the flash, there's no way you don't get mowed down.
It was a call out, a counter play.
And that's the
threat. That's the Halley pause.
There you have
That's the Halley pause.
Both coaches talk at the same time. Kyxsan not going to be able to save that AWP, so Team Spirit cut that lead down to 1. Now, Falcons did have a lot of money still left over. The buys are inbound, but it feels like so is donk. 14 kills, 6 deaths, critical entries off of that catwalk. You know, we go back to Nuke, we talk about Zweigh's most impactful map of his career, and he deserves his flowers there. But now we're back to what works for Spirit versus so many other teams. Just donk at the top of the board, damn near doing it on his own.
That was so sexy, man, out of Team Spirit right there. Shiro's timing, Tanir's patience and composure, and well, they turn water into wine right here.
It's $2,900 left by NiKo.
The other half of that, though, is because they won with that tempo. Falcons didn't have the money to stop the kid. They didn't give NiKo the utility to allow him to stop that cat push on the other side of it. They could lose one player and still survive, but instead it's a board wipe.
Because he had like $7,000 still.
Maybe he dropped, and that's why. Oh, he had that money left over?
So much money still for Falcons. Maybe. They had full cash, full economy.
That's actually strange. Didn't get back to his utility and spawn. m0NESY, nice push.
That's what we're talking about. Falcons making an active move into the tunnels, and that's a total reposition of m0NESY as well. So you never expect it if you're Spirit. Those flashbangs find Spirit lingering out through those smoke grenades, but they do jump back into their cover.
Oh,
great coverage. That is Shiro finding the head-to-head duel over m0NESY. It's one op kill per team so far in the 10th. 50 seconds to this clock.
Taking out m0NESY, you really want to go cat now. Doesn't matter how many CTs are here, they know there's no op on the corner.
It's 4 strong for Spirit.
Must be NiKo.
Waiting for the flash, waiting for the util to come over top, waiting for some chance of a moment. And instead, donk is ready for that challenge. Kyosuke's got the headshot onto Shiro, opper down, and this M4 still challenges, but donk has got his number.
Yeah, there are threats everywhere. donk with 21 HP picks up another kill. It's a walk back for Kyxsan. No chance to defend this. They cover from Shiro. And I honestly think, you know, we've seen great moments from m0NESY in all the head-to-heads versus Team Spirit. The fact that he can peek into Shiro, take him out constantly is actually one of the things no other oppers can do right now. And this is just a key find.
We've seen that replay, right? The shadow advantage. Like m0NESY just kind of letting Shiro know it's inbound. Down goes Kyxsan. So no save allowed. Triple kill here for donk. And Team Spirit do seize that moment to tie this game at 5.
They kept trying to earn back their peak, to be fair, with the flashes when they're coming into mid. Because you can peek left side mid, as long as you throw something to try to make sure that you can get on the line first, right? Put the rook on the file, but Shiro also set up to dodge a flash, peek back into the door right before m0NESY did. It's a 5-5.
It's a 4 versus 5 man disadvantage, not holding Spirit back, right? We had that m0NESY quick peek up into the tunnels. It was just nice to see something fresh from the Falcons trying to move that op around.
Both these teams have shown signs of nervousness and have both given up a force buy to the other.
Yes, sir.
This leaves us tied and the most interesting result possible. Let's see who wins the half.
Keep eyes on NiKo. Use that bit of extra money to come into this one with an M4 and a set of Kevlar. And m0NESY, the player that's boosting him up right now, also has armor. So in the world where NiKo loses his head to this, that M4 drops into m0NESY's hands. Maybe between the two they'll find it, but instead you've got donk dead. A well-timed peek and a great find for NiKo, considering he is that hero M4.
It's incredible amount of value to find off of just one $300 piece of utility in the M4. Zweih decides to answer back over in B, and this spray from NiKo, he's still building.
Trying to reposition that M4 ahead of what could have been that Team Spirit commitment to the tunnels push.
No one's reliable now versus lesser guns.
But I mean, you know, off of the cat boost and then into the mid doors, I think that really indicates that M4 is trying to get over to the B bomb site. Backs turned, TeSeS and m0NESY. Tech9 was open.
Okay.
And so NiKo sets them up, and that lead will be taken right back.
Man, I mean, both teams, they've had moments here where they're like, okay, this could have been way cleaner. We could have had a lead, but Falcons picking up a second round with nothing to work with. A great tactic. Back to Falcons this time after losing the last round. NiKo, amazing value with that M4, and again, one smoke to make it a 5v4, and then to have Spirit look lost and wandering.
Not the first time either TeSeS gets away with that long push.
Good to see Zonic getting involved. A lot more active here in map 2.
This is Hallie letting him in, right? So we'll see if Zonic can do what Hallie did and rob it off of the opponent coach call. The moment Team Spirit touched that lead, ripped back away from them.
Donk's just a tidal wave coming up cat, though. It's really, it's actually a battle of titans right now in terms of NiKo. Yeah, kills, Donk is going insane, but at the same time, NiKo's got responses. He put himself on A lot of the good, you know, at those opportune moments, even on that eco, playing the rest of the map very well. There's a chance to take out Shiro, actually, right there.
It's a head-to-head that used to be so skewed. NiKo over donk.
Yeah, and now that's not as much of a focus, but it's like the team doesn't lose still, so it's still, he likes playing versus. He doesn't get the hype.
NiKo brought his little brothers to the fist fight. Nobody has stopped donk individually this map. 17-7 coming into the last round. And Shiro still on the hunt for this mid-fight. They're going to try to flash a player out.
Oh, he's kind of stuck.
Shiro ready to hold that. You've got to rifle her down to the favor of Spirit, but you've got to keep your head low. That coverage over top of the Xbox gets Kyxsan his straight frag back, and these flashes, that is pressure. But in pressure is alternative routes, and within that, Team Spirit take this test towards long.
Yes, there's big pressure on the CT side. If they want to walk back to Cat, they can, but they have TeSeS already dropped into CT. He's going to take a risky swing.
Ooh, and at least he has his smoke ahead of him as well, so he can challenge through Team Spirit's, which he was sitting inside. Locks into the car position. You've got NiKo over towards Cat. You've got a third piece as well here for the Falcons to try to come and support it.
Flash is coming in.
It's not ideal. TeSeS retains vision, executes Tanir.
Zweih's playing this really slowly, but there is a push coming off of Cat. He could have a couple targets coming his way.
And if he gets these kills, then TeSeS is going to have his hands full back at that bomb site.
Now they can kind of...
Peeks out with the Molotov in hand. Didn't expect that second player. And so it's going to start to feel like yet another round for Team Spirit's attack is fizzling out to the clock. 15 seconds to try to cross, to try to plant bomb. 10 seconds. And you need to desperately climb up and over, and you're not going to get a single foot across this gap. This is not the first time that Team Spirit lose a round of the clock. Add to that the single M4 round for the Falcons. And Budapest, I think we may have a quarterfinals. Stepping up to the challenge, donk at the top of the scoreboard, and yet Falcons find their answers. A couple of X-Factor rounds there. The solo M4 out of NiKo to be won. And that gives you a reason to believe in the Falcons when it comes to Dust 2, does it not?
Absolutely, especially with the CT side, or excuse me, with Falcons T side coming up, there's extra pressure on Team Spirit. Now we saw that Zweih had made a massive progress on Nuke. He was showing signs of doing better on that position specifically, but here on Dust 2 CT side, he gets bullied in B. Falcons are one of the perpetrators of that bullying, and there are going to have to be some answers here for Team Spirit.
Here we go. opening kills down middle. I mean, the tenacity there of Team Spirit to try to take that charge towards middle. You know what you're signing up for. It's just the fact you go down with nothing. You could be making this path to a recovery on Dust 2 all the longer, or just feeding momentum to Falcons.
Zwei's given the keys to peek, it looks like. Palm Tree Flash will come out. Let's see if he can get anything.
So he finds that one kill. Tries to get another towards the ramp. Monacy's got the answer. And so Shiro's dual Berettas never needed, never called upon. Didn't have a target to shoot at this entire pistol. And so Falcons extend this lead with momentum on the T side. And, you know, star of the show back on Nuke. We thought ourselves that once we got to Dust 2, Zwei's CT side could be a pain point for Team Spirit. It's the attack out of the gate, looking like a shell of himself from Nuke. But the really, you know, big question is, what does his anchoring look like? And so we're going to get to find out here tonight.
He's the kind of player, you know, he had all the space in the world when he's on Amiga. Now with not a lot of space, he shows that he can't really do the supporting as well as he could do the star
Stay
stuff.
in the game, guys. It's fucking need to bring energy now, okay? Every round is fucking important. Come on.
We got some good words out of NiKo.
Yes, sir.
When they beat G2, it was on this map. It was a 5-round comeback on Dust 2 as well. They stared death in the face. And so I think they've got a special relationship with this map at the moment. But yes, but we're continuing to visit. The days go by. Can Zweih play with little space? You think support's an easier role. It's not. It's harder. You get less shine. You have to help people more. You have to be more aware of your radar and utility, and you get less chances to kill. But that means you always got to stay hot. And that's what he struggles with. When he can move around a lot like a star player, he can take a lot of peeks, then he gets kills. But as an anchor, you can't just push every round. You can't just swing everything. You can't play for yourself all the time. So we'll see if he can operate within those confines. Right now, Spirit on a 3-map win streak on Dust 2. But their last loss, obviously, was to Falcons in overtime.
Quiet walk up behind this. Donk here tries to put a smoke in front of them. Mac 10's getting around the corner. Donk dives down into the cover of the smoke. And that's going to give space over to the Falcons, you'd think. He climbs right back up. You thought Donk was going to run away from a gunfight. No, just immediately comes back at it from an alternate angle. And Tanir still leaning back, has done a good job of slowing this down.
NiKo gets
slowing it down long enough for at least these other pistols to try to press themselves up from CT spawn. And that bomb, though, where did it drop?
Oh, is it?
I think it's on the boxes, and if it's on the boxes, it's going to call on Monacy to slip down and grab it. And as he does so, Kyxsan gives that much-needed cover. Not only does Donk find one of those frags, but he damn near throws the bomb into the bear cave.
That was a testy moment. Always scary when you're peering over the ledge. The bomb will fly forward, but totally saved position here for Falcons. This is actually one of the most lopsided sides for Team Spirit. They get 60% of the rounds on CT side, despite this issue with Zweih. Why that happens, I think, is they really will lean heavily on that side of the map. 2-3 guys sometimes to try to make sure the mid-Bs are reinforced. That side being less retakeable makes perfect sense. But Falcons still put themselves in the perfect position to punish with this lead.
Having to give over double digits off that one. We hear the murmur of Falcons' belief reverberate through the arena. For a while there, didn't feel like there was much of a pulse in the playoffs whatsoever. But again, there's going to be a certain timidness, I think, to Falcons throughout the remainder of this map as well. Nuke is still in the back of their minds. Getting a chance to flex over top of this one, Team Spirit. Banking on a Deagle heroic. Not even in the right position. Falcons going to take this fight towards long. It's nice to see NiKo stepping up. Right there alongside Monacy, top of the board. You know, we've always kind of prefaced that when it comes to the Falcons and when it comes to NiKo, when NiKo speaks, you listen. And sometimes NiKo speaks ill of himself, his frustrations in those tough rounds, those nail-biter moments. And I feel like that's something that he's really shed so far in Budapest. I think it goes in to seeing his reaction over top of G2 to qualify for the playoffs.
That's a good block, actually.
Is it enough? Gonna draw that Desert Eagle of Donk right back in. Remember, 5-7 on Tanir is also within this bomb site, but there's so many bodies here for Falcons. Their utility should have unrooted this defense. Instead, it is 2 headshots that come out from the defenders. TeSeS got the recovery.
Nice, TeSeS.
And that's what you're banking on, right? Reliable pieces for the Falcons.
It's a big 4K for him. Took a long time to get on the server back on Nuke.
If he ever did.
$5-10. Couple mistakes away from making up entirely for the disaster that was Nuke and stealing back a map pick, you know, in a series where technically that doesn't matter as much for Spirit because they always lose 2-0. But in a game where specifically Spirit somehow steal Nuke, that was very unlikely. This will zero out. This will zero out everything. Our expectations, I feel like it'll sort of cleanse the emotions, everything, all the bitterness that has come through. Maybe even puts it back on Spirit a little bit. Because they got a half from Donk that, with a little bit of extra supports, they could have definitely turned that into a 7-5 half themselves. He was outstanding, still is.
Before we finish writing this obituary, let's see if guns make a difference for Team Spirit CT side.
Well, it looks like they plan to trust Zweih like they did on Nuke, where he delivered. Alone in B, no one in mid. Really expecting Falcons to have a spawn play out towards long. Got the infinite wave going around in the stadium.
This Budapest crowd starting to come alive. Not a bad turnout for a Thursday. Most stacked playoff brackets I've ever seen.
No bums, no frauds, no luck involved.
We were on fraud watch after that first map. This game's come back alive. Here comes the execute into a B site. Zweigh's gonna be under pressure. We talked about pressure on this anchor. Is one gonna be enough?
No,
Doesn't feel like it. Not with this much demanded retake of a B site.
You know what, though? You know what? This is one where you can say, like, you know, Zweih, we need 2 from you, but also, like, you gotta help him a little bit.
Sure.
It's still just 2. You can't just hold this site alone. If they're not going for a retake now, what are you gonna do, Spirit?
Feels like they're trying to take a look at this. You've got NiKo pressed up against the window.
I don't know. That was a very weird play.
Just an underhanded piece of utility, a singular kill off of Zweigh's plat hold, and Team Spirit know that what they're holding's all too valuable. Falcons find an 11th with ease.
You want to put that one under the microscope, fine, and you compile it, you know, compound it with his first half. It wasn't a good first half from Zweih, but I really don't put that fully on him. He started in B alone at the beginning of this round. This exact came hours later. And no one came to assist. If you got a spot like that, you might as well be playing retake so he could get a kill. If he was in window and got a frag and got out of the window since it's not a bid B split, they can actually retake. But you can't just expect an unsupported anchor in a small site to get 2 kills for you versus 5. It's just not reasonable. So don't like that Spirit setup at all. Falcons picked the right point of attack. But coming into this matchup, we knew it was going to be a lot of B hits from Falcons.
The first real full-blown execute goes swimmingly.
They like going into Zweih, and even when Spirit have overstacked the site, they've had success.
It's again a situation where his closest support is Shiro, who's a little too preoccupied. Falcons are going to come at this again. Zweih, right ahead of the execute, mows down just the 1. It's a lot of damage, though. This time, molodoy and NiKo both low.
Oh, good nade.
Frag grenade's going to end it.
Great
Tough time. And at least this time, Shiro does come over with urgency, and Zweih again sets that up because of the damage beyond his 1 frag.
Yeah, as long as you're a shout away and not a telephone call, you can help, right? Shiro's nade and off shot through the door, like that actually keeps hope alive. It's a bit better than last round. 2-on-4 now. Let's see if Falcons can make it ugly.
May not be as easy as Falcons were gonna hope to find this B bomb site in consecutive hits. Double man advantage. Kyxsan sitting on 40 health, and that goes the last piece of utility that the attackers have to keep Team Spirit at bay. Splitting up, but still for the time being met by smokes. That bomb is already down to 25 seconds. And so as they press these AKs up against the wall, What's the timing look like here? Who comes at this fight first? Well, Shiro's gonna get the first servings, and TeSeS with his 100 health is now gonna have to keep his head on a swivel. Not gonna happen. Donk emerges from the doorway, and the efforts of Zweih, coupled with Shiro, are enough for that retake to come through.
Real simple here for Spirit to play containment. They know they have a huge advantage, and they limit the damages heavily. I mean, 2v4, retake's probably going to take place, yeah, but also those two players, they could easily get 2 kills and then slowly win the round. So really important. I mean, Zweih, again, tons of responsibility on his shoulders, but he actually handles it quite well. Gets a kill despite, I think, getting tagged first, then some extra spray damage, then Shiro's there in time to help him. Falcons wanted that to end in B. It doesn't end that early.
That's Shiro with the op shot and then with the frag grenade, right?
Yeah.
2 perfect pieces to what was still a scrambled rotation, but one that's close enough. That's a setup that they can bank on. But it also, again, tethers off of the success from Zweih, so we'll give him credit where it's due.
Yeah, big time. And again, so far, the only criticism is, can you just help him more? There's got to be something about, I don't know, they read some kind of book about this. They're really confident it's going to be A. Let's see if Falcons end up giving them the round they're looking for. What have the demo shown you?
Donk staring in the corner just next to Pitts, banking off Shiro holding the doorway. So there's a lot of pressure coming towards Long, and honestly, it's the right pieces in position here for Spirit. But Kyosuke's got that opening kill towards Chopper. That puts a bit the site itself. Fine. Donk collects the frag onto NiKo. You get this off walking out towards Long, and Shiro's not going to let you escape with that. So Kyxsan removed. But now you've got not only Donk hitting instant headshots, but Shiro as a confident set of helping hands on both sides of this map.
Nice round, Shiro. Those are delectable op shots in, single scoped, easy control of the situation. And it looks like the read does pay off. What did they know? They probably got a little scared when they see Donk at Long, Chopper at Goose, or wherever he was on the A side. Even though they kill him, they go, wait, how many people are here? 7-11 now, and a chance for Team Spirit to get back into this game and stabilize with an anti-eco. That was quizzical. It makes me wonder what's going to happen on this next rifle round. What's the CT setup? Are they going to go off the read?
Well, just talking things through. Not expecting Tenier to be ahead of that smoke grenade, but again, with Glocks, you saw NiKo just sitting in spawn, hands off the mouse and keyboard. We got a bit of a powwow here. Falcons know that just 2 more rounds, and you can go ahead and look at Ancient. But Team Spirit are still within the realm of possibility of 4-round difference when you've got Donk playing as well as he has since the get-go, when you've got Zweih showing improvement over towards platform, and on top of that, Shiro's op shot's not missing. Point to a reason why Team Spirit couldn't still win this.
It looks like they waited for that round. Now they go back to this one, and this is what I want to see on the mini-map. Donk with ants in his pants, running back and forth between the window and the tunnel, just actively supporting Zweih in the spot.
A bit of electricity here for Team Spirit, and the USP's not enough. NiKo gets it over, but that one frag is fine by Spirit standards. 3 rounds the gap, as Falcons have still yet to hit that all-elusive, all-important 12th round.
You're not there until you're there. And with this timeout coming down, full buy in place. Are they doing some math here if they need an op or not?
I mean, these are the moments where I think Sonic is trying to hold these pauses for, right? This is his pause, while Halley has none remaining, and Falcons still have 1 more to use if this gets even closer.
I'll say this again, there's only 1 player on Spirit that has gotten an op ace, and he's got an op this round.
Okay, double sniper coming up from Team Spirit late in this CT side.
That's the perfect thing to do.
Sure.
There's still a gap in a comeback. You don't have to spoil all your, you don't have to give up all your ideas as you make your way back into the game. It actually, it's the perfect way to catch a team off guard who's just looking for 1 more round, who might try to do a walkout somewhere. And then when you eventually do lose, you can go back to rifles and it's a change up instantly. So see if the expensive investment pays off for Team Spirit. And be careful, be wary about going too slowly. You walk into 1 op or 2.
Ooh,
Shiro's coming, Shiro's right here.
Fish chance. They're going to try to dive that. You've got that ramp support chucking out utility already. 2 Falcons players ahead of this pack. And so as Teniers recalled, oh, that headshot's as clean as it needed to be.
NiKo coming in late.
Now all of a sudden you've got one locked into the Gandalf. NiKo's got his kill over towards long. That starts to put pressure on the bottom of this ramp. Chopper tries to press his lock. He'll find his frag. Shiro's been cut down in the meantime. Zwei's arrival out with a kill. And we go down to the 2 versus 2. Donk dueling with that op out mid.
That could have been it.
It's TeSeS sitting still over towards the elbow, waiting for the next fight, but he's kind of lost track of these pieces.
How many bullets does Chopper have? Did he even reload? He's
Donk is
walking
coming
into this.
And as he steps forward over top of those stairs, TeSeS blindsided by Chopper.
They had him in from both sides.
That's going to lock in NiKo. Eyes set to the bomb site. He knows where these pieces are. He's going to take a step into the op. That's a missed shot by Donk. And as he goes for the headshot, NiKo, clears it. An ambitious jumping shot to not connect. Chopper, 4 health. NiKo on the clutch. And it's Chopper to stand tall, cutting that lead down to 2.
He just had to shoot a bullet. It didn't have to be a headshot. NiKo doesn't know how close he was to picking that moment up. Chance to take out Donk inside of middle. They re-meet over here in this 1v2. And he nearly gets a second chance to be the hero. So close, but he's also aware of his own health. Ooh, that's a frustrating moment, but to be honest for TeSeS, the way that Spirit came in from both sides, like he didn't have a good advantage. He'd have to get very lucky to have found a way out of that. Whoa, close rounds, close game now.
Now you've got Falcons in a difficult spot. They jump into this one, Kevlar, pistols, just enough utility to try to come at the game with a plan. And remember, there is still one timeout for Zonic within regulation. One last chance to try to fine-tune things in the face of a very real Team Spirit recovery. This is 4 consecutive rounds out of Spirit's CT side.
The last time they played, it was 6-6 down the middle, both halves into overtime where Falcons won. Comeback is new territory. And again, it's a more standard lay of the map here where Donk is helping out Zweih. It feels like we're going back a few rounds now to where Falcons really enjoyed trying to go for the B hits.
Sure. Well, he may need help in this next one because we've got 2 players for Falcons set up for the mid push. Again, it's low utility, but it is enough. If Chopper can't find this spam through, there's going to be pressure on both ends of this B site.
They need Donk to make a mistake. They need him blind.
Got Molotov smokes burning on both sides of the tunnels.
Oh my god.
Chopper trying to press his luck, but instead it's Kyxsan with the opening. Donk is locked into the car. Zweih does his job over towards tunnels, at least to kick this off. And Donk and Zweih do enough. That's 3 kills between them, and the pace of Team Falcons out from middle gets nothing in the end.
Okay.
Total stoppage as Team Spirit cut this game down to a single round the difference.
Zweih does not let go of his grip on that site. Looked good. It's 3K. Yes, it's Tech 9s, but honestly, with the amount that they know that this side of the map is going to get tested, it's going to get and potentially abused, these are moments that need to be celebrated for Zweih. Didn't have to be Donk as the hero. 5-round comeback, and this was a done deal for Falcons. This is what Falcons wanted to try to show us back on Nuke versus Spirit, but couldn't do that. So no matter what happens now, Spirit leave this map with some dignity, but I'm honestly wondering, are we going to get 3? We haven't got a response from Falcons in quite some time.
Post that victory versus G2, NiKo said that a game like that versus G2 that pushed Falcons to the limits was exactly what they needed heading into playoffs, that it was going to make them better once they hit the big stage. And it feels like this exact kind of moment was what he was alluding to. When the pressure was on, when the comeback is real, when heartbreak feels like it has haunted you again, this has to be that moment that Falcons bank off of the push that G2 gave them. But Team Spirit clearly going to be a team that also looked to push them. Namely, right now, Shiro down into the lower tunnels. m0NESY is sitting on the top side of it with Kyxsan. And they are just leaning back, letting Spirit make these moves.
Kills everything. Info here for NiKo.
Right on the edge.
Oh, flash is perfect.
Donk's going to round that corner, and it's not the only piece of a push that Team Spirit has.
What?
In fact, they're trying to pressure this, and Zweih goes down. That's a liability inside of the B site. Missed shot from Shiro. Bomb crossed, and m0NESY comes back.
Uh-oh, that's a big mistake.
We've got Molotovs onto the windowsill. Sonic's last timeout from a 4 versus 5. TeSeS flanks out of long, gets aggressive, collects his kill, but you've still got donk in the middle of it all. 3 players in the site, never really a problem. This kid is on for the ace. And as the car spam comes through, it's not the damage he had hoped for. Falcons lean back with fear. And as donk takes that quick press out towards the window, he doesn't see what he needs. Smoke's gonna fade, and now both avenues are open, and nobody's gonna challenge him. He's tiptoeing his way through the door, and Mongolz, the timing perfection, comes up with his double kill. Falcons find 12.
That's 12. That's done. Shiro had the chance right there. 2 shots from those lower stairs to punish that beat push. It looked like such an audacious play to make after donk got his kill at top mid, but then you look at the kill feed and Falcons had a response back. He felt he needed to do something, but he couldn't punish that bomb crossing. That's where that round died. Needed an ace from donk.
And unfortunately, of all the B-holds, this time Zweih crossing out from Humvee gets caught with nothing. That allowed for that acceleration of the bomb that forced Shiro's op to miss. Team Spirit's catch-up has been admirable, but a much-needed 12th round by Falcons secured. Whoa. 2 ops again coming out from Spirit.
Oh, double nades.
It's not as bad as it could have been.
No, it's actually totally fine here for Falcons. Just looking for them to get it. I mean, you know, Kyxsan, right? He's just looking for a good spot to get in, to go with a solid execute, to make sure they do it while they have money. While Spirit are at their strongest, they want to take him out clean. Nobody's trying to get into overtime here. And it was the eco test versus these two over in B in this previous round. Here's a level up. Zweih delivered versus those Tech 9s.
But died last round empty-handed. Pressure comes out from middle.
Nice
That
shot.
secondary op's already found one. donk hungry to go for the repeat, but oh, it's up close. The TeSeS gets stuffed. Third shot missed. Zweih this time with 1. And Shiro already pressing his luck out through that CT spawn. It's in NiKo's hands now. And with already close proximity to the doorway, NiKo, 78 health, pushes over and looks to take that deep challenge, but they've already got their positions locked in. And so an 11th round comes with it.
It's a fantastic round from both of them on the whole, to be honest, with the op shots and Zweih's kills, delaying to stay alive. As simple as here for the two guys that had to deliver to keep this game up.
Round 24, no timeouts left. Oh, his bomb on the other side of the window.
Yeah, yeah. He just kind of has it. He's like, maybe I can get these kills, that's all.
Really had to swing. We go long, heavy for Spirit in the 24th of play. Ancient still no guarantee for Falcons. Do they think that they can get the better of a timing on Zweih again?
Falcons
The only
are
time
hungry.
he's died with nothing was when he was in that forward corner.
They're going to come in quick. Shiro's in the same spot that helped him out last time. Can Zweih deliver again?
And there's no pressure on Shiro. Zweih's trying to find timing. He'll collect the kill on NiKo first. And then as he tucks back in, it's an easy one to Kyosuke. Third kill
there he
hits.
goes.
And the improvement for Zweih tonight, much needed. Quad kill at the
No
end.
way!
Every time they think they've got him, he fights back with conviction.
They came here to level him up.
Career high performance on Nuke and an ace to push OT.
He did not just get 2 aces in a quarterfinal, in a major playoffs, as an anchor on 2 different maps versus their biggest competition.
I love the
Rub your eyes.
The parallel that Maui Snake drew between him and Matches back in Shanghai when you least expect it.
And Nuke is one thing. That's a map where we saw moments. Dust 2 is where he just could not figure it out. This is raw. Rifle versus rifles.
Just clinical. With the peaks right, left, and center around those boxes.
What a CT side overall.
Zweih has given Spirit a reason to believe and a reason for the Falcons to shake.
I think he put up 3 kills in that first half. And just like that, we're in overtime.
Falcons' major life, which felt secured for at least Ancient, is right back on the table. And the momentum is real.
You know, Zweih came into this major and he figured out the things that everybody needed him to figure out. That's getting kills from within sights, not pushing through smokes, not swinging extra, not overheating.
Team Spirit with 7 of the last 8 rounds in regulation force us to OT. Man, it feels like the brakes have been forced on for Falcons. They'll be allowed to tiptoe their way into the cat play. But you know, Chopper, despite only having 4 kills on this map, has made them work for taking this A bomb site. His utility always slows it down. We've seen a solid challenge. We saw that critical 1 versus 1 versus NiKo. And now when he feels that they are on the approach, they'll throw in that long push as well. TeSeS, he's yet to get it, so donk will help him finish it off. Shiro has to be worried that that lower peak's about to come through. And as Falcons get footing onto this bomb site.
So risky.
Yeah, he's pushed against the wall. They'll go deep. Great headshot out of Kyxsan. TeSeS at this distance, working with half health as Falcons are going to go for that plant.
Yeah, he dipped in, back for mid, took away from that fight. Has to be the retake. Flash is excellent.
Oh, they're on it.
Oh,
luckily Kyxsan's got another frag. Zweigh's got the better of him. Yet again, a critical piece of this. And it's time for TeSeS to try to shine.
Oh, Flash won't do anything.
Both go for the final cat, and Zweigh's got a retake in him too.
Come on, Zweih. Go off, son. What's happening? Him here on retakes. That's a whole nother threat. First round of OT to Team Spirit. They're somehow in the lead.
And Kyxsan digs deep in that round. That peek down along the wall to make sure Shiro gets busted up. Felt like it had to be an instant headshot or else TeSeS in the background's got the support.
They played with him perfectly. He had no easy shots. They got right up to the back of the of default to plant the bomb, and there was no way. There's no way for Shiro to actually escape that. He had to hit a crazy headshot over the box, but if you can see what we saw, he would have peeled back a long time ago.
An extra credit, right? That flashbang for Zweih. Gets the train going up a catwalk.
Zweih doesn't get both those kills. This round's over. They can squeeze back the cap, play for time. It's way easier to win. TeSeS knows. TeSeS, in their last match, he came into it. He was on a 9-1v1 win streak. He was so clutch. That's another stat that Falcons had working in their favor playing against Team Spirit.
Oh, fast pounce though. Timing's a little bit different, but the defense is in, locked in.
Some things are different.
Guess what? Zweigh's still here and still thriving. And now it's not just a strong start because of a retake. This is an instant shutdown of the Falcons' attempt in the second of OT. Already into the 3 versus 5 launchers. This game is getting away from the Falcons.
I thought Jacob was the only guy who needed some time. Look at Zweih go here inside the B site.
Who wants to be the hero, Falcons? Kyosuke and NiKo dead. mOnacy still out here with that off. But it was so early, and obviously Team Spirit have so much momentum and still so much utility. They block that off with a very quick answer to just make sure nobody else floods out through tunnels. And so they can lean back comfortably into this 5 versus 3 advantage.
I mean, look at the leadoff already. TeSeS already pushed past the doors. I mean, the rest of this round might as well just be a formality if the CTs don't totally bungle this. 3 here to defend.
Donk still again, right? You said that electricity kind of in him. Never static so far throughout this CT side, always ready to go. And there's Zweih in with a third. Leaning back as the fire burns, no avenue of attack for the Falcons. Kyxsan's desperate hope at somehow winning this 1 versus 4. But like you said, TeSeS was already hot on his heels from that mid flank. And so if he just tries to go for the op save, there are real ramifications of this. 2 in a row in overtime, 7 of the 8 to close out regulations. We have not seen a lifeline for the Falcons in quite some time.
It's crazy because mentally it's hard to really rationalize the fact that right now Team Spirit are coming back in their head-to-head. They're winning. They might actually just eliminate Falcons now from the major. This map was almost done after that second pistol. This should have been a wash.
And a missed opportunity for mOnacy as well.
And now the feet are to the fire of the Falcons right now. This game is getting away from them. Their lifeline in this major, and one of their biggest follies, man, is getting into playoffs, but where it's single elimination. They would never lose games in groups, in in seeding matches and everything like that, Falcons were crushing everybody.
Sure. Great record in third, fourth deciders.
Yeah, but when there was no fallback, the few games they have lost, it's been there.
You mean when the pressure's at its highest?
When the pressure's at its maximum.
Here's Tenier, back turn to him. It's a one and done.
Oh, a team dink.
Yeah,
he goes down
ideal.
to 17 health. You can't go 0-3 in this overtime, I'm sorry.
They could be on the brink of doing exactly that. Falcons trying to test the waters of long, and that's just going to queue up Shiro's op. Kyosuke popped. Oh, no. Fast one onto m0NESY. The kid never even had a chance. And it was a quiet map for Shiro at times, never really called on. But now, 21 frags to his name, a 2K here to try to solidify this flawless overtime run. Kyxsan has had his moments to try to save them, but it is yet again too much to ask.
And NiKo, a focal point of these conversations. Look at him, 22 and 19, did his part back on the CT side. It's not the same story in a loss to the Falcons where NiKo is the guy that we look to saying, where are you? He's here, he is trying, and he's trying to do as much as he possibly can. This one just, it has a little bit of a different story to it. Unfortunately, the outcome's gonna ring the same. Another major. The reason why we come down so hard on Falcons sometimes, the ENCE core, the heroic core, the G2 core. These are three teams that had to basically get dismantled to bring this team together. The bar is that they win. Anything below that is heavily scrutiny. That's it. Massive amounts of scrutiny to this lineup for that reason. It's a team with players we all cheer for, that have massive stories behind them, a million reasons to want to see them succeed. NiKo being one of them, m0NESY right beside him. And we do see them play their hearts out. But the fact is, in moments like these, it always feels like they beat the odds in the wrong direction. The tragedy strikes, almost comically so sometimes, where you think this can't be the time it happens again. We saw the stats earlier on the desk. If they could pick one quarterfinalist to go up against, maybe it would have been Spirit.
Deep breaths and we go, and we fight.
Water, deep breaths, and fight. A dreading feeling that has become all too common for NiKo in his career. And it felt like with the way that they battled back versus G2, that things could have been different, that things could have been them stepping forward, because we saw them in the grand finals in Hong Kong. We've seen them beat the world's best recently. All while Team Spirit have never gotten their win over top of this Falcons. And so tonight was supposed to be more of that, more of the same.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's in front of the smoke. Connor, it's just Kyxsan. This B-split is coming. The bomb's already out, man.
Oh, God.
They're starting to ramp into it.
God.
This is getting real for Falcons.
Oh, sitting on top of the bricks, Kyxsan cuts down donk, and the rest of the Falcons are going to be called on, but Shiro's already cut off the mid play back to the top mid peak. After the progress in 2025, after feeling like they had brought more and more fights, with Hunter in his heart, NiKo sits to the sidelines and has to hope that his proteges are enough for this retake. You've got Zweih down to a quarter HP. You've got Chopper and Tenier to lean back on. Falcons' major life on the line.
The time's getting too low. They've got to go.
Jumping through the windows. Zweih leaning back. Holding it off is Tenier. Zweih dead with nothing. Kyosuke could be the difference. Bomb is beyond 5 seconds. Falcons have failed. Team Spirit lift the curse, defeating them when pressure's at its highest.
The one red thread, the one through line that Falcons were most scared about coming into this quarterfinal. Their nightmare has come true. Spirit have taken this game, keep their hopes alive in this major, and walk by their biggest competition of the season.
And doing it fueled off of a world-class, there's no sugarcoating that, world-class first map from Zweih. If you had anticipated a Spirit win tonight, you would have never called for that Nuke domination. And if there was domination to be had, it is always at the hands of donk. But tonight, Zweih showed that he can feel the shoes of Magisk. Stepping up in Shanghai in that grand finals was one of the reasons that Spirit won. And if Zweih is a part of their winning formula here in Budapest, the sky is the limit for Spirit.
An important victory over Falcons, who they've struggled against all year long. And this man, Zweih, sits in his first ever major playoffs, pulls off 2 aces, comes back from a slower start on Dust 2, dominates and helps your team take it over the line. Feels like a pretty good day, right?
Yes.
Just talk to me. How did you feel being able to have so much impact this time, especially in this arena with all this going on around you, something that you're not used to, it's something new to you?
I don't know, I just got some impact words from Halley and Chopper before the game, so I just stopped feeling pressure like I felt last half of year, I guess, and I think I showed how I can play, really.
About those words with Halley, I have to speak about Dust 2 start. It was very slow, but he took some timeouts and he looked really angry in those timeouts because you lost some eco rounds, right? Can you remember what was being told? Because you bounced back perfectly on the Dust 2 later on.
I think it was a slow start for us because, as you said, we lost eco round so stupidly. But after we just started doing rounds which we are in our play plan, so we just we did pretty good half. 7-5 isn't the bad, so we just start playing good on sit side.
Also about your performance, obviously you had a lot of kills, but it's not like you're making plays to get those kills. You're just sitting on your side, you're holding, and kills are coming to you. Does this feel like good motivation to become this anchor that you want to be on some maps that you play with Spirit?
I can say just that M4A4 is absolutely imbalanced gun. I guess you need to first nerf it, Valve.
All right, Valve, please fix.
Now, Zweih, I also want to ask, there was a moment when you pulled off your first ace. Chopper is hyping you up, the team is cheering you on. How much is that giving you such a confidence boost, and how good do they make you feel to have these plays and play what I would say is like the Namiga version of you, but on Spirit finally?
Yes, I mean, when some guys from my team is like supporting me, cheering for me inside the game, it's it gives so much impact for me. I started feeling a lot of more confidence after it, so yeah, it's helping me a lot.
Well, hopefully it continues for you throughout this major playoffs. Now, there's a lot of fans of Spirit here. There was not just boos this time around. The cheers are happening at the same time. There's Spirit fans back home. What do you want to say to them, man?
Thank you guys, everyone, for supporting us. I hope we're gonna make it to grand final and win it. So keep cheering for us.
There we go. Thank you very much, Zweih. Budapest, please put your hands together. Our first team through to the semi-finals. It's Spirit and Zweih!
Nobody beats Donk 10 times in a row, and no one will stop his major crusade. From an explosive Zweih on map number 1 to even starting their map pick 5-11 down, but nothing halting Spirits in the server tonight. A well-deserved spot in the semi-finals, Maui.
This is just everything that you could have drawn up going the way of Spirit. I feel like they played right into Falcons' hands in terms of this veto, but it worked out fantastically. This is why even in the middle of the season, through the struggles that Spirit were having, I still kept faith for Holly, still kept faith for Chopper, and my goodness, like, what possessed Zweih today to pull that off? I've never seen anything like it, from being really just dragging this team down into the mud with him to suddenly lifting the team up to a height that Donk has simply never experienced. He's never beaten m0NESY and NiKo when they're in the server against him together. So I guess Zweih was the difference.
I mean, wow. I was actually picking Spirit for my prediction, but I never could have imagined them beating them on Nuke like that, and then finishing it off with this kind of comeback into Dust 2. I mean, it seemed unreal. I felt like in the green room, Falcons have this is done and dusted, we're going into a third map, and then we start seeing Zweih just pick up round after round on that CT side, pulling them back into overtime.
It was incredible. I feel like in terms of those map picks, it was kind of lulling Falcons into this false sense of security, and then finally when Zweigh's coming alive, it's simply over for them. Obviously, we've been praising Zweih a lot for good reason, but Donk did have some moments in this one. Of course, he always does Devil Walk. Round 8, this was Donk really coming alive into this map number 2.
Yeah, I feel like they needed this round. Like, as we play it out, it's just like one of these force buys. You're in an awkward position money-wise, and they just walk up short, and it always looks like this Falcon side is going to be able to pull this round back, but he just hit some ridiculous shots to actually make it happen for them. And that was the start for the comeback for them. That was the start. They needed to pick up a few of those T rounds to actually be able to make some mistakes on the CT side, make sure they had the buffer of rounds to make it to overtime, because they were at a disadvantaged position throughout.
And it went both ways. I mean, Falcons were able to win some of their own eco rounds, but yeah, now finally we get to see it. I mean, this is just one where, I mean, look at the weapons on the side of Spirit. I mean, Falcons were able to win, I think, the 2nd round and even the 11th round with just scrappy buys, but for Spirit to fight back in this sense was a huge boon to them in terms of their confidence, because this half was really slipping away from them. If they had just lost this one, if they had never shown any kind of fight, then you could have just probably, I mean, we'd be on map 3 right now, because obviously it went to overtime, so clearly it all comes to life when Donk is able to hit that shot in particular. Pixel perfect onto Kyxsan there.
Yeah, and it kind of started from that m0NESY tried to hit that through the smoke in the mid to B smoke. And they just strafed and took the timing, and that's what kind of overwhelmed them in that site, because they had the perfect setup.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, the m0NESY, I mean, he loves a shot when he's blind, when he's smoked off, and he loves to just try to see if he can just rail one off and get a lucky frag. But then that was almost just like a starter mark at a race, just everybody ready, go, and then it's just like they're swinging him, and they know he has to reload that op. So, I mean, all in all, m0NESY, there are moments like that where it still feels like sometimes he's just learning, or just like creating losing conditions that otherwise it's hard to knock him, because he does hit those shots at an alarming rate.
Yeah.
Right there clearly gave Spirit an in.
No, when it's in the, this higher stakes of a match, I think it's okay to be picking up on those tiny, weeny mistakes that ultimately do cost you the series. I think the kind of pressure really came down to the later rounds in the second half, though, because we're getting into, round 20, and you tell me there's a head-to-head between NiKo and Chopper. Who are you going to say is winning that Devil Walk?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, in this clutch with Chopper, I was worried for every single second in this clutch, because, NiKo hits the crazy. Well, first of all, let's paint the picture of the round. They are in a disadvantaged position, a lot of low health people. Chopper, awkward spray, jumps into the smoke and kind of finds his space to make it awkward for these Falcons members. Donk with an open retake. TeSeS, ooh, missed timing on that peak.
Dude, he tags him as he's jumping there. Yeah. It felt like at that point, NiKo was just destined to win this one. He even hits the jiggle peak, spots the side of him, could have gone for the wall bang, but instead just goes for the full swing. Chopper takes him out right there. I mean, that was a mind-blowing round, because Chopper had 2 kills before that round started.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not going to ever doubt the blood of a champion.
No, 100%.
Ideal impact.
Let's talk about the moment, though. The second ace for Zweih in this series. This is insane. To push it to OT as well, talk about withstanding the pressure.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. He actually dodges the flashbangs, gets the perfect peak, and then, it feels like he's just picking them off. It's a ridiculous ace. Probably one of the best aces so far in this tournament. Yeah, I mean, what a way to pull your team into overtime and win this series.
I mean, and he's on an island too. There were support flashes to help him out on that defense, but I'm almost surprised that Falcons go for that without a backside molly at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty early in the round. You do have the utility, and yes, you can use it for a post plan and just secure the round 100%, but I feel like it's just so standard protocol to toss one back there so that guy is under so much duress, or at least has to drop his smoke at his feet. All in all, I mean, the effort that Zweih put in today was just so unforeseen. I feel like he was the least likely suspect to resuscitate his own individual performance to bring Spirit over the line. But, I mean, Spirit find win conditions in unlikely ways, as we've seen with them before. I mean, like, map 1 felt like shades of Magic's in Shanghai. I mean, map 2, I don't even know. He's, like, doubling up on it.
Yeah, well, an incredible comeback from Spirit nonetheless. Unfortunately, that does mean the crumble for Falcons. So let's get a few closing words courtesy of them.
With every triumph, there is also heartbreak as well, and that comes in the form of Falcons at this stage. Kyxsan, I just want to give you the opportunity to try and explain what went wrong in this series against Spirit, the thoughts and emotions you're feeling right now in this incredibly tough moment.
Obviously, I'm disappointed because we had higher expectations than this. If we talk about the Spirit game, I think on the first map, from what I remember, they just played really good. They were individually sharp, and we just lost a lot of duels, a lot of entry kills, and it was hard to play. I think on the second map we had our chances and we could have won it easily, but it came down to some small details that in the end costed us.
Now I know the major for you guys and every player for Falcons as well, it's the golf right now. Is that pressure something you feel that factored in today at all?
I mean, there is always pressure when you play for a team like Falcons. There will always be pressure because of the expectations we have for our team. I don't think today it was any different, but maybe I would even say that the pressure was a bit less today compared to the G2 game, because the first step was to qualify for the playoffs, and we did it against G2 in the last game. So obviously today there was also pressure, but I would say less than the G2 game.
Looking at your year as a whole and this being the way 2025 ends, how would you like to reflect on all of it?
2025, the whole year? I mean, we won 1 trophy and we made a lot of finals, which maybe it sounds not that bad, but I think we had higher expectations, and if you look at the finals that we played, we could have won at least a few of them, let's say. So I would say that it was not the best year for us. I think we had higher expectations than this, and hopefully we can achieve it next year.
Now there are a lot of Falcons fans around, you got family and friends at home. Any last words for them?
Can you repeat again?
Family, friends, the crowd as well. Any last words for them?
I want to thank everyone who came to the arena to support us. We appreciate your support, and I'm sorry for this loss. We didn't perform as we usually do, and hope you keep supporting us, and see you next year.
There's a lot that I want to poke and prod at from that Falcons departing interview, because, yeah, in one sense, you know, I agree with Kyxsan, a lot of pressure on that G2 game, but we said it after they did finally basically limp over the line in that qualification series, right? Anything really less than a semi-finals, huge disappointment for Falcons here in the major, and the fashion that they kind of crumble under, ultimately. I think that's going to, unfortunately, go down in the history books for Falcons and NiKo yet again as a negative.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Obviously, legend in his own right in this game, but struggling in the majors, and it's obviously heartbreaking to see it kind of happen over and over for them, never really getting it right. Yeah.
With the way that Falcons played here, I mean, every narrative was working in their favor for them to get this over the line. The win streak that m0NESY and NiKo had over Donk and Spirit, the fact that it was 9 times in a row, that's why, I mean, they were the favorites in terms of HLTV ranking, bookmaker favorite as well. The veto went exactly as they could have wanted it to go. There were so many aspects that were working in their favor, and yet, yes, they were defeated at the hands of Zweih, who had really the best game I've ever seen him have, bar none, period. Yeah. But at the same time, they're going to look back at Nuke and wonder, where was NiKo in that one? They're going to look back at TeSeS and think, maybe we didn't need to keep pressuring a Zweih who I wouldn't say it was the hot hand, but it felt like a fairly one-note game plan.
Yeah.
They did just keep testing him repeatedly, and he kept finding success. So I think that Zonic and Kyxsan in the night before clearly had an idea of how they wanted to run this one, and it unfortunately just didn't work because this is just the best way we've ever seen.
That was a strange thing, right? Like, sure, okay, maybe coming off of map number 1, you go, that's happening in isolation for Zweih. That's just a miracle that he can pull that off. Maybe you go towards B a couple of times on that T side, it does work, but to continuously keep on doing that when Zweih has seemingly come alive on this Dust 2, it felt very flat from a Falcons game plan.
Sometimes you go in, you have a game plan, things should work out if every piece kind of moves the way you want them. And I feel like Falcons got in the situation where they tunnel vision, they had the game plan, they just continuously said, but it should work, and it didn't. And not having the adaptation, making the timeouts, make sure that you kind of talk the game plan that you want. It's a bit disappointing, but I understand them. I've been in the same situation myself before. We just keep hammering the same thing because you really believe that this is the solution and this is the thing that's going to give you the victory.
I was going to ask, like, when you're 11-5, right, you think you have such runway to work with, think just 2 more rounds is all we need. Can we kind of, I guess we can't forgive them because of ultimately what the result is, but is it more understandable from your perspective as a player who was once in the server to kind of get kind of tricked by your own game plan? You're playing yourself ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt like Falcons didn't pressure them enough. They kind of just waited until the end rounds and went for it as a group. If they were in a position where we kind of reset it 0-0, they would pressure more. We would see m0NESY, we would see NiKo more active, kind of flash picks and stuff like that. So it is easy to get into that comfort zone because you only really need one to close the game out, and they never really happened. Great defense from Spirit, and props to them as well. But if they look back to this, they would definitely handle it differently.
Okay, maybe multi-million-dollar question, I guess. What do Falcons do now? This is clearly a disappointment. What is the next step?
I feel like they're just going to point the finger at the lowest fragging player once again, unfortunately. I feel like this is kind of a bad day for TeSeS in particular, just because, well, one, he fragged well beneath his normal standards, but I feel like in what has been the modus operandi of Falcons in the past, they just want to kick the next support player for a better support player. So they're probably going to start fielding offers, or really sending offers to other great support players. They're going to look at Bit, they're going to look at poaching Yimpat, they're going to look at just seeing where they can splash their cash next, because even though today, yes, TeSeS to perform poorly, but I think I would chalk it more up to sometimes the game plan there. Map 1 especially did not go well for them across all of the looks that they were trying to give. So, but unfortunately, that's just what I think is practical from their side of things.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask, you think that is the, correct decision, or you think that is just what is going to happen, right? Obviously, the two don't have to coexist.
I mean, they have yet to win, what, a prestige, or... It's tough to say, okay? It's tough to say because honestly, like, there's continuing threads between the failures of Falcons and what has actually been always there. And I'm looking at Zonic. I'm looking at Zonic in particular. I know that a lot of people think that's a dirty word to say, that you can't say it because of everything he showed us in CSGO, but in CS2, it's been practically a travesty for this guy. I mean, he hasn't really, in terms of what the Snappy-led lineup had, there was nothing to show. They didn't even qualify for the major. Earlier on, they lost to MIBR. Like, if I'm looking for one guy that's going to give my team a boost, like, Falcons have decent enough tactics. I don't think they're really short on those, but I feel like if he's unable to actually break this team out of whatever mental chokehold they have upon themselves, then I need to look elsewhere for an emotional leader that's going to help me out next time the going gets tough and it's a close matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I can only agree that they were kind of sloppy in their game plan. They were, because, I mean, you look at some matches, when they played Nuke in previous series, it almost looked exactly the same. It almost looked like they hadn't even thought of a game or a fallback plan, and that is something that is just not good enough if you want to win the major.
I do just want to end on a slightly more positive note, because obviously farewell to Falcons. It's gut-wrenching the fashion it happened in, but you sold me on a narrative, Maui. The fact that the further the donk progresses, the more discussion there is for the #1 player in the world. That's very exciting when we look towards the semifinals, right?
There is just endless amounts of cope regarding people just saying that it's a done deal and that Zywoo is the player of the year. Look at what donk just did in this quarterfinal right here. And not always throughout the year did donk have the team around him to necessarily win all the trophies. But if you look at the pure numbers as in terms of individual output, and if you look with your goddamn eyes at what Donk is doing in the server, I am hard pressed to say that anybody this year or last year was better than this guy. Like, it is just, he is upending everything we think about what entry fragging should be possible, how many consistent frags he's able to get to just give Chopper and Holly the luxury of having the man advantage. Like, Donk to me is the best player of this year. He's the best player of last year, and I feel like the only thing holding him back from getting just really unanimous support in that is that he doesn't have all the trophies this year necessarily. So I feel like if I'm looking at this and I'm HLTV and I'm thinking, okay, how do we possibly get him there? I feel like that he needs and Spirit need to make a run at this major.
Yes.
If they win and he's the major MVP, his numbers eclipse Zywoo, and it is not close.
Well,
so he needs the cabinet too.
Well, 100%. They take a step further forwards towards those semi-finals that will be going down on Saturday, but we need to find them an opponent. And this time is going to be a rematch of the Austin Grand Final, Vitality versus the Mongolz, going down after this break.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Shot and I'm already grinning, you know that I'm one up on one that you're sending, you know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Show your support for your favorite team. Post on socials with #MajorFans, tag Corsair, get featured, and win a Corsair gear bundle. And welcome back. It is time for another episode of the All About StarLadder Major podcast. It's a very special one because we've got a few more days ahead of us before we get inside the MVM Dome for the playoffs with a stacked bracket of the best teams in the world. We got a lot to review, we got a lot to preview, and we got some awesome guests coming on the show today. But the first one and the best one is always the only major winning coach and player still to this day, Devilwalk. And how many years has it been?
Well, I took the record pretty early on, right? So it's been been about 10 years I've held that record.
That's a good record to have. How you doing, man? It's been a stacked week of Counter-Strike action, intense this time. Obviously, the big dogs came on in.
Yeah, I mean, I think now it's when we finally got to see, you know, the best teams in the world kind of duke it out and see where some of these teams actually are. Because there was question marks for a lot of these teams, what kind of form they're going to go in with. And I think we've gotten a lot of those questions answered before the playoffs. So it was really exciting.
So when it comes to looking at stage 3, we're going to start with our eliminated teams, right?
Yep.
And we got to start with another major disappointment, another major heartbreak in Liquid. It's a team I can't put my finger on as to why it's this bad when you see the players they have. And I was talking to Shuhei off camera, out of interview. I was talking to Flashy a bit as well. And I think I've got more of an understanding of what is pretty bad for these guys right now. But like losing to Spirit, nothing wrong with that. Losing to Mongolz, Flashy himself said we didn't play the way we wanted to play. And then against Passion,
it was a collapse.
This was like, the scoreline doesn't do it justice because it wasn't close. Like they got dominated out the gates very early on with no chance of coming back. Right now, they're in this like cluster of this not understanding. And I will say this, Liquid have spent so much money on Counter-Strike. This used to be an elite organization that would qualify for the big events, would have chances of lifting trophies. This downfall has to stop. Either Liquid runs and goes away from CS, or they have to spend crazy amounts more money to try and do a rebuild. Like this isn't it. With that, we need to move on to the next team in the mix of this going 0-3. It was Paravision. Now, we got a lot of love for Paravision and Dastan. He gave us some great interviews, some great quotes in here. But I will say that, like, this was where they bit off more than they can chew. Now, Mouse, that first game, I'll just say this. Both Mouse and Na'Vi gave Paravision maps that they are super comfortable on.
I mean, I understand it from a perspective, like, generally, you need to be a really good team to be able to play Overpass great. But Paravision does not play like any other team. They don't play like a normal youngster team who just runs around and shoots people.
They love B.
I mean, what can you say? I think they should be proud. This is 4 rookies going into a major. They, you know, made it through stage 1, made it through stage 2, and came here to stage 3. It's a complete success for them. It's something that they can build on. You know, Dastan mentioned it. It's a great memory. Great first memory to kind of bring into your career as a CS player for these young guys. So, I mean, for me, it's hats off.
Next team, Pain. And there is a lot of pain here. I remember the beginning of this year, before they even did well at Austin, we were very positive about this team, more hyped up about this team. We were thinking they can have some success and they can do a little bit better than what was expected of them. This was the Brazilian team that was on the rise before Furia. And then against Bait, they had the chances, but they didn't have the strength and the teamwork or the chemistry to finish it over the line against Bait. And this right now, for a team that's been together as long as they have, this isn't good enough. Imperial...
They did good.
Well, this is, John, we're going for these quite... It's like, Liquid did bad, this did good. Now, they still got 1 win, but the levels, for the viewers at home to understand, is very different. Because... we expected so little of Imperial.
Yes.
They were my 0-3 in every stage. And guess what? They still made it to stage 3 and didn't go 0-3 here. They showed up with some heart. Zach said to us, remember, worst boot camp they ever had. Their results were terrible as well.
Great success for Major. Do you remember when you coached me in CSGO?
When was
it was
that?
Just, I think it was some American tournament.
P13, right?
Huh?
You're playing on P13 or no?
Yeah. Exactly, and you joined in
right?
for one game to just coach us in an official match.
Was it Dust 2?
Yes.
I think so.
I
You
played
played
B.
with Peter, right?
Yeah.
Peter, and what was the name of the other guy? The American guy? Canadian guy?
Anger.
Anger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
What is it? What is this? What happened?
It's true.
It's true.
It's true. I think it was in Los Angeles, close to Los Angeles, California. Yeah.
I think it
We've
was
been that
when
game.
you joined Luminosity, must
Yeah,
have
a
been.
little bit before I joined in, I guess.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I give some good insight? I don't remember.
I remember one thing you said to me. I was a little bit nervous on B side and buying too much time. And you said, Devilwalk, you know this. At some point, you have to take the duel. You know, not give them too much space.
Okay.
Now that I remember on B doors.
Did it work?
It worked.
You won the duel?
Yes.
There we go.
Imagine he goes to plat, takes the duel.
And he's like, no, this didn't work.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
I remember that.
I'm never taking the duel now, though.
Time to change.
Sometimes you have to.
change.
Yeah, sometimes you have to.
I saw Senzu, like one of your best players, and he goes, and I'm like, oh no, this is terrible. You know, I messaged you on Instagram about it. You said you understood his reason. It's just what had to happen. But did you guys not panic as a team? Did you not get like, oh no, this is bad? Like, was it scary?
Last moment decision, I think. Like
Yeah.
before the major, like the night that I don't know what it's like. The night that like the roster. The roster.
The roster lock. Yeah.
We're just talking and like. I think Shinzo tell us that he don't want to like play at the moment in like before the roster lock. Before I think it was 3 to 4 days.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Or no, I mean 7 days.
Okay, 7.
From Malta we came to Mongolia, and we just talking about that one standing player.
Mm-hmm.
We even ask about Magix and JL.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
and yeah, JL didn't respond, but no. I mean, we tried to contact JL, but we didn't contact to him. But we tried to contact him, and Magix said that he says that we need to talk to their organization, and but after that day he just said like, okay, I'm fine with playing with you guys the rest of the year, but before that day we like locked in for controllers like 9-10 says that maybe controllers is good for us, and we just recognize him, and he was playing Austin Major, doing good, 20 years old, having experience and know how to shoot, so yeah.
This is crazy, Mzinho.
Yeah.
You just said JL and Magix.
Yeah.
And you would have had to speak English.
Yes.
And you guys were ready to do that.
Because like it's like I don't know how to say it. It's like last moment decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just okay.
Oh, I don't know that.
Like
okay,
a
go
little
be
bit
Magic.
stressed.
Yeah.
Go be Magic.
Yeah, go kill him. Something like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, so what I want to do is go through the playoff bracket together of how we think it will go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm loading up on my little screen what we think could be potential. So, for me personally, when I'm looking at Falcons versus Spirit, even if Falcons struggled more than Spirit, I feel like it was a good thing for Falcons to go through this. m0NESY had time. m0NESY, by the way, I spoke to him after that G2 game, and he said he was playing too much for the team in the opening games. In that G2 game, he took over more. He changed things. He was going for these crazy shots. He was picking up the AWP more. And guess what? Funny enough, that guy's pretty damn good with an AWP.
He is.
It's, you know, one of the best AWPers in the world. And then he changed the game. If he comes in with that for playoffs, and obviously Falcons are the kryptonite of Spirit, I got to side with Falcons for this opening quarterfinal. But so many people are like, look at Donk's rating, look at how well Spirit's playing. But they've been 3-0 before, and they've been in that dumpster moment before. And this is Falcons. This is not an easy first matchup for them.
Even so, I think it's going to be way closer than you think.
Vitality Mongolz. Last 2 times Mongolz faced off against Vitality, it has been the Mongolz that got the win. But the head-to-head before that was massively in favor. This is for controllers. You know,
it's a tricky one.
No. You know what? This system the Mongols have beat my expectations. I didn't have them going through the playoffs because I'm an idiot. I
severely underrated.
I underrated and underestimated their game. I'm kind of believing, man.
I love the Mongols, but I have to side with Vitality. There's a reason they pretty much have always been top 4 or better at tournaments, and I'm not sure that's going to stop now. I don't think so.
I'm definitely ready. I got a couple of new suits to rock and wear. I'm looking forward to a 360-degree stage. I'm going to be running from one side to the other. I'm going to make the cameraman super mad because they're going to have to try and follow me. I'm going to be cheering to this side, that side. We'll be bringing the hype and saying, are you ready? Left, right, and center. It is going to be amazing. The Budapest Major has reached the playoff stage. We will see you live in the arena from Thursday. Make sure you're following. Make sure you're subscribing and liking. More great content coming your way. More players joining us for these episodes. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
A rerun of the Austin Major Grand Final now set to go down in the quarters here in Budapest. It's Vitality versus the Mongolz, where we've subbed out Maui Snake and brought up Pimp for his first quarterfinal in this arena. First of all, talk about a beautiful arena to be getting some Counter-Strike going in.
It's a beautiful arena. It's a beautiful stage. It's a beautiful surrounding. I even saw some Astralis fans in the building as well, so there's some tears around it. They still exist somehow, some way, but yeah, let's not talk too much about Astralis, because they're not really relevant in this matchup, are they? Devil Walk, 2 of the best teams in the world, duking it out in a quarterfinal. One team who's won an awful lot throughout the season, and then the Mongolz, who I think a lot of people had question marks to coming into the tournament.
I have severely underrated the Mongolz going into this tournament. I actually didn't even think that they would make it to this stage. So you got to give up to them, you know, huge props. Mara, the system that they created to just be able to kind of slot someone in and still make the magic happen. I have massive respect for Mongolz, and I love watching their aggressive style.
I really appreciate that, right? Because Vitality expected to be making it here. The Mongolz, particularly with that crazy roster move that happened kind of mid-season, didn't really expect it to be going in their favor to make it to top 8. So who did they take down? How did they do it in terms of actually earning a place here in the playoffs?
I mean, I think the win against G2 is the one that stands out to me, and the way they've been playing so far in this tournament is also, you know, kind of a quality statement to how good they've actually been throughout this season. We saw them at EWC win a tournament with Sensu back in the day, and we thought to ourselves, all right, maybe the Mongolz, they could follow up of what they did in Austin, which was getting into a grand final of a major, which was also a bit surprising for that lineup. So I agree with you. I feel like they confirmed that regardless of them playing with Sensu or not, who on paper were the big star, they've still been able to do a good job. Winning against Team Liquid, not really a big feat, let's be honest. Winning against FaZe, I think the more we've seen of FaZe is a big feat. And then, to me, you know, the win against G2 in a best of 3, the fashion they did it in, 13-4, 13-6, that was domination.
Yeah, absolute domination, and it's so good to see someone like Mzinho get back into it, because he's had a strugglesome year, especially when Sensu was back in the lineup. So he's taken a brunt of that kind of killing power back onto his shoulders and really, really delivered. And you got to give it up for controllers as well. You know, they have the kind of trio that they need. They have controllers, they have Mzinho and 9-10, so they can be a very, very dangerous squad.
On the flip side, top level for Vitality. As we said, this was a necessary result. Anything short of making playoffs would have been a disaster for them. So in terms of how much faith they gave you in that run through stage 3, how hot on Vitality are you right now, Jake?
I mean, they're kind of following the script of Austin as well, losing the opening best of 1 game and then making clean house from that moment and onwards. But I do feel the way they've been playing on the server hasn't really given me more confidence in Vitality.
Okay.
Results are speaking for themselves, it's all right, but that Na'Vi game was a very competitive one, 13-11, 13-11. There's a case to be made that it definitely could have gone to a third. I still think Vitality obviously were the better team, but they also came into this tournament, you know, not necessarily with the best results. So in terms of, do I think Vitality looks stronger in the group stage than they did in Hong Kong as an example? Not really, but there's been time to change that coming into the playoff.
Yeah, but they have this natural ability from Apex to be able to pull out the craziest rounds, to make these like high stakes calls in every single moment. You can never count them out, no matter how, you know, bad we see them right now. They're still an exceptional team. They're still a playoff contender, still a trophy contender the way they are right now. And that's just, you know, significant to how good they actually were in the first half of the year. They were absolutely destroying everyone.
And just to quantify, right, I know we're the major, and there's a lot of people out there probably watching Counter-Strike for one of the first times as well. When we speak about Vitality maybe struggling as of late, the worst result they have, that's top 4, that's semi-final after semi-final after semi-final, even into grand final. So yeah, they may not be winning it all right now, but they're still a hyper-competitive team, and as you said, still a title contender without a doubt.
When you give us, you know, such high expectations, when you don't match them, that's when people get greedy. They start to say, are you washed? No, by no means are Vitality falling out of that upper echelon of teams in CS. Just to get a little bit more nuance into this Devil War, because, you know, you were at the top of the top. Can you just quantify, even back in the day, how hard it is to stay consistently winning and consistently taking trophies home as well?
It's almost impossible. It's like literally almost impossible. It's so hard. Everyone's catching up to you. They're looking at your style, trying to figure out moments how to break you. They take inspiration from you. And essentially, at the end of the day, when you get to the top 10 teams, they all know everything you do. Every new stuff, they look at you. So it's really hard to keep being the best if you don't really refresh everything all the time. And that kind of then goes into burnout situations. You get tired. You're putting so much work into refreshing your lineup that it's almost inconceivable to keep doing that.
And I think man on the screen right here is a big talking point in that regard. Yes, you can look at his stats and you can look at his individual outcome on the server. Hasn't necessarily been up to par with what we saw in the first 6 months of the season.
No.
He's had a bit of a dip off. Not necessarily a disaster in that regard, but more so what you're speaking about right here. Whenever we talk to him, Freya, he always said that we gotta keep winning. He keeps telling the teammates, you gotta be hungry because you never know when you're gonna stop winning. You never know when it's gonna be your last time in a grand final. And I feel like that the notion of what he's saying right there is obviously good sense, and it makes an awful lot of sense, but it does feel like the players haven't really bought into it. It does feel like, in a sense, the Vitality, I wouldn't say they got tired of winning, but it's impossible, as you described right here, to stay on top for 12 months without at some point hitting a bit of a dip in a form, and then we got to give it to the likes of Furia. Had they not been playing the way they've been playing as of recently, then odds are Vitality probably would have won a couple of trophies more, but at this point, the competition is just so steep that even if you drop 2 or 3%, then someone else is there to take up the reins.
Is there anything that gives you the inclination that any particular players, you don't have to call anybody out, on Vitality maybe aren't so entrenched in the system right now?
No, I think it's more so a team thing. Again, you could look towards Apex and say, yes, his individual performance have dropped off a little bit. flamez have perhaps been a little bit more inconsistent in the second part of the season compared to the first one. Zywoo perhaps not hitting the all-time highs right now, but as you look at this tournament, Zywoo is at a great group stage, so could be said for ropz as well. So I can't really single out a single player, but more so just listening to what the team themselves have said, which is communication issue and energy levels. That's what they always say when they play, that they're lacking 5% in terms of comms, lacking 5% in terms of energy. So maybe they were just a bit tired.
Yeah, and I also think that it's kind of, when you look at the first like half of the year, you could see that they always had a fallback plan, even to the fallback plan, and more so. Right now, it seems like they're a little bit off sync in the transitions when they actually make a round. They get punished a lot more. Seems like they don't have everything under control like they used to, and I think that is where the skewedness kind of comes in, the scrappiness kind of comes into the rounds, and they start losing the grip of it. So for me, it's just that the openings usually are great, the calls are usually great, but it's just the transition periods are not as quick, they're not as fluid as they were in the first half of the season.
That's the point, right? They mentally had to accept that, yes, in the first 6 months, no one could beat them. It wasn't like there wasn't any close games or moments where Vitality could have lost. There was a lot of bullshit moments coming up from Vitality, to be completely honest. But, you know, as of recently, they've had to accept mentally that they can't be beaten. And we just saw what happened to Falcons as well. It felt more like they lost the mental battle in that game as well. And that applies to every single team in a major playoff, that if you're not mentally at 100%, there will be other teams out there ready to pounce at you, and that's what Vitality have experienced in the last 6 months.
Okay, you brought up a couple of names that you were content with coming out of Stage 3. Let's start off with the ropz side of the equation. As you know, Apex once said in a famed interview, cheaper than butter, like literally the steal of the first half of the season for Vitality. What did he display to you that kind of gives you hope that maybe this Vitality are powering up?
He's had a great group stage, you know, and he's found a lot of impact in the first opening games right here. He's currently sitting as the 5th highest rated player in the tournament, a 1.32 rating, and he's had the ropz moments that you'd like to see him have. Not always as impactful as you'd like him to be, but in this tournament so far, he's been able to come in at the right moments, he's been able to clutch out a couple of rounds, and he's stable, and that's what you want from ropz. You want stability, you want to know what he's delivering, and you can't really put a finger on that. When you're the 5th highest rated player out of the group stage, you're doing your job.
Yeah, and it's also like, if you look back at the Furia final, where on Inferno, for example, molodoy kept getting picks of him when he was flanking up for that B, when they actually taken B. They were waiting for that flank, they were waiting to punishing him. And I think that that's a good lesson for him to also kind of get into his system, that he cannot just always be late round going for those lurk, that he has to, you know, get a little bit more into his game, and I feel like that's what he's been doing. He's find more avenues to actually punish other teams and find success for this Vitality.
Then I gotta give it to him, right? We just had a conversation, and I guess you guys had that conversation with NiKo as well, maybe not showing up for the majors. The counterpart to that is ropz. Remember what happened a year ago in Shanghai as well. He had a slump coming into that tournament. He was not feeling well, not playing well within FaZe Clan in that specific tournament in Shanghai when pressure's at its highest. He came out and he was the old ropz once again. He played obviously well in Austin, costume when he won the major, and he's doing it one more time right here. If there's a guy who's not crumpling under the pressure and not playing one of the majors, it's ropz. He's always delivering when it matters the most.
Do you remember the first time ropz came onto your radar? Obviously, it was a little bit after your stint and your kind of veterancy, but do you remember the first time seeing him play Counter-Strike?
Play FACEIT,
I mean, it was FACEIT. He went to the FACEIT offices and kind of grinded it out. And
proved he wasn't cheating?
Everyone called him a cheater. Did you think that?
I was probably a little bit more on the band because of the flash actually.
I was just wondering, you play with flash.
I had a little bit more leniency. I had to figure out the truth first.
Either way, ropz delivering in buckets and spades so far here in Budapest. How has Zywoo also lived up to those pretty tall expectations?
I mean, equally good. We expect that from Zywoo, obviously, 4th highest rated player at the tournament, slightly better, you know, statistically speaking than ropz. But I also think watching the games from Vitality, especially against Na'Vi, you saw moments where Zywoo was stepping up and doing what he does the best. The fact that you have a player that when you're in a 3v3 or in a 3v4 and you have a guy that needs to make a play in order to change the outcome of the round, you're looking towards Zywoo. And at tournaments the last 6 months, we've been, you know, looking towards him, and we've been missing a bit of that star power, a little bit of that flair, but I feel so far in this tournament, again, just based on the group stage, we're not getting into the nitty-gritty yet. We have to see that the playoff, but good signs coming out of Zywoo.
Yeah, I mean, in the first half, this half of the year, he looked a little bit off. It felt like, you know, I've never seen Zywoo as a player that would be like surprised by anything. It feels like he always have everything in control. He knows where people could be, where the danger is coming from constantly. And he actually got surprised a couple of times, but he's kind of grown back into it now, and now it feels like we're getting a little bit, like you say, the old Zywoo back, where he knows where everything is, what's going to happen, essentially. He has such a good, you know, CS brain and minimap in his own mind, where he kind of just sees what's going on in the game. And that's, I think, for me, what's most impressive about Zywoo. It's not his flicks, it's not his shots, it's that he's so under control and how aware he is of what's going to happen.
I mean, there's a reason why he's called the chosen one, calls the game, right? He's just, he's so entrenched in it, it feels like. How much of a luxury as an in-game leader is it to have somebody like Zywoo, who you know is just like weighing up all the risk, all the reward, and just kind of at one with what's going on around him?
I mean, I don't even know how to quantify it. It's a huge luxury. It's something that not all teams, some players and some, you know, some of the best in-game leaders in the world will never ever experience in their lifetime. So it's unquantifiable.
Apex doesn't get enough credit for seeing that early on. You know, I remember an interview with Apex 2 or 3 years ago where he said he'll do anything for Zywoo. He'll throw his body in front of him. He'll throw flashes for him. He'll do whatever he can do in order to feel Zywoo feel comfortable, right? As an in-game leader, yeah, maybe that's on a bit of a cheap notice, but if you realize that your biggest asset on the team is you jumping in front of Zywoo or you setting him up every single round, then so be it. And let's be honest, Apex could have been, you know, a little bit more, I guess, individually focused. He could think to himself that he still needs to be the star player that he was like 3, 4, 5 years ago, but he was pretty early on to adapt the fact that here we have a generational player and he's going to do everything he can in order to make Zywoo happy, because if Zywoo is happy, then Apex is happy, then Vitality is happy, and everyone is happy.
People always seem to forget about that when they flame Apex for saying, yeah, you got the best player in the world on the server, of course you should be winning trophies. Like, no, this guy bought into the stocks from literally day number one. This is a cruel comparison to do, but we kind of have to do it. Zywoo versus 910. Of course, it's unfair, but in terms of what 910's delivered so far for the Mongolz, how would you grade it?
See, that's the issue, right? I think 910 have shown us throughout tournaments this year that he has the ability to play Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. Sometimes he's popping off, but if you go in and you look up 910's event ratings throughout the year, it's a little bit too inconsistent. So far here, he hasn't necessarily been bad. I think he's sitting at a 1.09 rating, 1.08 or something like that, but it's not to a level where he's going to be the guy who's coming in against Zywoo and making the difference. And that's my issue, right? I've seen tournaments where he's doing, to be honest, Vitality, they are the heavy favorites. There's no disputing the fact that they come in as the upper dog in this matchup. So you need some of your secondary stars, so to speak, to step it up. And 910 haven't done it yet. It's a great opportunity tonight to turn that around, Devilwalk, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I feel like 910 has the potential. He has a really, really high ceiling. He's really snappy with his aim, really fast. They need him. Mongolz need 910 to wake up. They need him to be on that stage and deliver incredible moments for them, because it's not going to be enough to be the Mongolz and have 1 or 2 players on a high level. You're going to need controllers, you're going to need Mzinho, you're going to need 910 to deliver you rounds that you essentially already lost.
Well, before we do further this discussion anymore, let's check in with the Mongolz camp as Mzinho did catch up with Stiko.
here with Mzinho from Mongolz before the game against Vitality. I want to ask you about this matchup because you lost to them 9 times in a row, and then only last 2 times you actually played them, you beat them. So can you tell me why is this? Is this you finally found the recipe for this team?
I think that first 5 or 6 best of 3s was like we were kind of scary, like because they are Vitality. But after that, like the 7th and 8th loss, we played very close. Like we almost win them. We just it slips out of our hands, and like that gives us a more confidence. Like we can compete. Like as we always think that, but like Vitality was kind of scary for us at the beginning. So yeah, I think we just find our confidence and we communicate more.
Those 2 wins which you did was with Zywoo, and now you bring controllers in. So tell me, he is missing this big arena experience still. Is he kind of guy that it will impact him in some kind of way, let's say a pressure?
I think he don't get pressure because I'm Chengdu was on a like arena, so I think he experienced it, and that he was talking. Yeah, if I kill 3 on pistol, that match will be easy for me. No pressure, like no one can touch me, like something like that. He usually talks, so I think he don't feel pressure.
When you spoke on the podcast, you spoke about potential replacements for Zywoo, and you mentioned that you reached out to Magix or JL. So tell me, in hindsight, you probably don't regret getting controllers because you don't need to switch from Mongolian to English language communication, right?
Yeah, no regrets, and I think he was like kind of perfect fit for us. Like he has experience and has aim, so like yeah, like I think he was the missing piece for not missing piece, but like at that time I think we found our missing pieces like standing. So yeah.
It was basically a good fit enough. Yeah. Okay. This is rematch of last major final in Austin. I wanted to ask, in that game you started really well, you won the first map, but eventually you ran out of steam, let's say. So is this even making you more hungry and more, you know, motivated to get this revenge against Vitality?
Yeah, like it's like not revenge. Like okay, if it was like we lost them against the major finals, so it's kind of revenge, but it's in now quarterfinals, and yeah, I think kind of revenge. Yeah.
Let's see how it goes. Good luck in your matchup.
Thank you.
There's a lot that I want to pull out from that Mzinho interview there. First of all, just the amount of head-to-heads Mongolz and Vitality, albeit one-sided, have had this year, right?
Yeah, they played an awful lot, you know, and a rematch of the last major final we had in Austin, which also went all 3 maps. And there's been a couple of close games within that. I remember covering a few of them as well. Vitality are 6-2 in the matchups between the 2 teams, which kind of tells the level between them. But as of late, the Mongolz have beat them 2 times in a row. Now the issue, I did this quiz with Maui earlier as well, but guess who was the top fragger in one of those series by quite some margin?
9-10?
No, Zywoo, right? Zywoo is not here.
He's not here.
Guess who was the second highest fragger in the one they won at EWC, where the Mongolz actually beat Vitality quite convincingly? Zywoo. So it's a lot to ask for a guy like Controllers to come in and replicate that kind of, I guess, impact that we saw Zywoo have consistently over and over. And that's my issue with looking at these, I guess, results in between the 2 teams. Missing Zywoo is too big of an issue. It would be like comparing Vitality to the Mongolz if Zywoo wasn't there, and that's not really fair.
No, I mean, you can make that point as well, but I also want to kind of highlight the system. You know, Controllers has had a great major so far. He's kept up with the Zywoo numbers in majors, and even to some degree, I think even overthrown him in the numbers. So there is that comparison, but I also want to see, you know, the system that they have developed, where they are aggressive, they have the double lurks, they are taking map control. It works. It's something that Mara has developed for them, and it's something that they've, you know, once he's gotten into this team, gotten into this system, gotten to know everything, spoken with Mzinho, and it feels like they've cleared the air on every question mark they've had in the past with Controllers joining the lineup. So I would be, you know, not worried for Vitality, but it would be stupid to underestimate the Mongols.
100%. I want to be abundantly clear that what Controllers have done so far in the Mongols have been way above what we expected. He's so far the 11th highest rated player at the tournament. He was great in Hong Kong, he was great in Chengdu, he's been doing a good job, but he's also a debutant. He's never been in a major before, never been in a major playoff before, and he's 28 years of age and has never played Tier 1 Counter-Strike before until this very moment. So I agree with you, what we've seen from Controllers so far has been great, but we're also asking him to be a difference maker in a game, a major quarterfinal versus Vitality. It's a lot to ask for.
Well, before we do kick off our next quarterfinal, it's time to have a bit of a deeper dive into both these teams with Vitality and the Mongols.
The potential of this roster, that was a bit special because when we started the boot camp in Belgrade, I got flu, so I couldn't see what they did. When you brought a player like ropz, you want to win some trophies. I was 100% sure we're gonna win some trophies, but not like we did the whole season.
TeSeS is I think he's a very well-balanced individual. Like, he's very calm a lot of the time, but he definitely has those moments where if he needs to put his foot down, I think he's definitely there. He's got that authority in the team where, yeah, it's when TeSeS is speaking, we're all listening as well.
Mara is a person, such a nice guy. Sometimes he's so childish and sometimes so mature, so balanced. For me, super coach.
As a person, Mara is a great man in our team. Yes, he has many years experience in this game, at least 20 years. It's the best coach.
The major is so special. To win the major, first, the confidence, of course. If you don't have it, with the pressure of the major, with everything around, you have no chance. You need to create a dynamic at the major. Before a major, we forget what we did last 2-3 months, and now it's the major. If you play as a unit, as a team, you have more chance.
His understanding of the game, I think when he takes that pause, you just know whatever he's going to say, whatever call he makes, everyone's listening and you know it's just going to work. Yeah, I think he has a really good understanding of the game.
In 2022, I was with bLitz in the team checkmate in Mongolia. After that, we merged it with Coach Mara. From that time, we became more strong players and more strong team.
I like to surprise the opponent. Of course, you need structure. You need to adapt it every 2-3 months. As soon as you have the best team in the world, you win 2-3 tournaments. Every opponent is like, okay, they're really good. We need to understand how to play against Vitality, for example. Or it was the case for Navi last year and FaZe in the past.
To be honest, we were not actually what he's expecting us. Like, he's expecting us the very good players in a playstyle, I mean. And it wasn't like that. He's kind of surprised and he taught us, and I taught us a lot.
When he's taking the time out, it's always for a reason. I think that's the hard thing for a coach, is trying to understand what is needed during his timeout.
The timeout, I think, is the same for everyone, just to make sure we are connected right now. For timeout, maybe we are not playing together. It means the plan is not good and we need to change and make sure we all agree.
Sometimes a timeout could be used just to break some momentum, or maybe sometimes just for us to take a relax. Maybe we win a huge round and we're in freeze time and nothing's being called, we're all just screaming, and then the TeSeS is like, we need to take a pause just to refocus.
In timeouts, maybe most of the time Mara speaks that, do that thing, don't do like that, you will be like dead without trade or something like that. He usually called successful things. Yeah.
The main focus for the coach is to make sure we are connected, to make sure we are alive and we have a good communication.
I think TeSeS does a great job of making sure we go into the next round with a plan, not going into it blind and not knowing what's happening.
Mongolz, I think is a very tough opponent. Not because we lost the last 2 games, but I think they have less pressure. I think they're already happy to be in playoff. We know against Mongolz, if you are not at 100%, they can smash you.
I think Control Easy is taking over Mzinho, who was one of their top players. Everyone was kind of unsure of how it was all going to work out for them, but I think they've proved a lot of people wrong. The individuals are so strong that the round is never over and they can always bounce back with multi-kills.
About Vitality, since 2024, we lost to them 9 in a row.
1, 2, 3, Vitality!
Every time we play, we almost got them, but we finally managed to win them 2 in a row last time. They have individual super team, no missing pieces.
I guess it's gonna be a difficult match.
I think our team is the best. The only reason we won 8 trophies, 7 finals in a row.
Personally, I don't think many teams stand a chance. Even Fury or whoever are the favourites of winning this. if we play to our standard, I don't think teams can beat us.
We wanted this revenge, and it's going to be an interesting game for sure.
This is an arena that feels like they are ready for the next quarterfinal. And Vitality, the best team of the year by far. They have looked strong throughout, but they have had their struggles towards the end. But back-to-back major trophies, well, that is what's on their minds. But to get to that, to get closer, they need to face off against the Mongolz. Okay. Well, the Mongolz fought hard and deserved to be here. This team lost their star, have a system where controllers fitted back in and made it all work out for them. And they still are confused why people doubt them. This game is a guaranteed banger, but I need to check that you guys are all with me. Budapest, every single one of you, make some noise!
Welcome on stage, Vitality. Welcome on stage, the Mongolz.
Apex, a bit more of a warm welcome for you here, but still the boos. You're used to this, right? Doesn't bother you?
Keep going, guys. It's just home to be here for me. Keep booing, keep saying fuck you, Apex. I love you guys.
Now, I do need to ask you, though, about this Mongolz. You're facing them with controllers here. Do you see that much has changed, or is it still the same style, the same Mongolz that you're used to?
Well, we could see that it's still the DNA. They're still playing with their conviction. I think they surprised a lot of teams here. No one expected them probably in playoff because they lost their best player not long ago. But yeah, they always surprise everyone, and they're playing some good CS. So it's going to be a good game for sure, and good luck to them.
Good luck to them. Last thing, how do you stop them from surprising you?
Well, playing the way the game we know, playing by our way, by our own DNA as well. We know how to play them. We know how to beat them as well, even though they won the last 2 times. So for us, it's, as I said, focusing on ourselves and yeah, getting that semi-final spot.
All right, mate. Thank you very much. Good luck.
bLitz, whenever I see you, whenever I talk to you, whether it is group stage or the major final, you seem so calm, no pressure at all. Is this true, or are you just good at hiding it?
Yeah, sometimes hiding it because we are super young team, and I need to become. Yeah, that's it.
I see throughout the stage 3, whatever game you were playing, you were becoming better team game by game. But this is new stage, new arena. Are you confident that you can bring that hype from the stage 3 into playoff here?
Yeah, we are so confident for ourselves because we are one NiKo player. We are getting good game by game, and also this playoff is like in Mongolia. There is a lot of Mongolian fans in Budapest. It feels like home crowd.
Already one upset happened just before your game. Are you ready to make another one?
Yes.
Let's see.
A load of Mongolian flags out there. Make some noise for the Mongols! And over on this side, I think I see the Golden Hornets over there. Make some noise for Vitality! Budapest, every kill, every clutch, every round, I want you to keep that energy. Let me hear you!
A 6-month streak that most teams could only dream of. But the second half of the year for Vitality is where things have got somewhat complicated. This is why it is a golden opportunity for them to take this chance, restart that conversation of an era, and get back in the driver's seat, Jacob.
It's a massive game for Vitality, no doubt about it. In this so-called strugglesome period for Vitality, they've been in the semi-final every single time. So if they were to lose to the Mongolz in the quarterfinal, that would technically be a new low. However, they're coming in as the favorites, and they're coming in as a team who perhaps haven't played their best brand of Counter-Strike in the group stage, but still have played well enough to give us expectations and give us hope they will walk, that it's a Vitality that is here with one goal and just one goal, and that is to win the trophy. For them, it doesn't matter if they go out in the quarterfinal, it doesn't matter if they go out in the semi-final, they want to win that trophy.
Yeah, and we see here on the veto, probably pretty expected bans and picks here with Mongolz picking that Mirage side. Dust 2 there on Vitality, ending it on the decider of Nuke. Mirage, I feel like this is a map that Mongolz need to pick up.
Yeah.
If they're gonna have a chance in this series. It's their best map. We've seen how good they are on it. The high pressure, the way they are explosive, taking map control into that ladder position. They want to settle themselves there and group up. I just see this is the map they need to show it.
I just want to set the scene with Mirage, because to me that's one of the issues heading into this matchup.
Yep.
The Mongolz can go nowhere else, because I agree the right pick for them would be Mirage, and there's a bit of a stat to back that up. Vitality's win percentage on Mirage is one of the highest maps in their pool. They played at an incredible high level. The last 6 months they won 7 out of 8 games playing only tier 1 opposition. That is Vitality. However, the last 2 times the Mongolz have played Vitality on the map of Mirage, the Mongolz won. So of course they have to pick it. But the perma-pick for Mongolz, the best thing they can do against Vitality is actually picking into what arguably is the best map for Vitality as well. And that's a bit of an issue. There's no punish pick. There's no way you can go. There's no second option for the Mongolz. So they have to do it the hard way.
Well, if you're joining us in the arena, we do have a few more minutes until the game is going to be kicking off. So why not go and grab yourself a can of Monster Energy from the Monster booth. But going back into that Mirage discussion, for your money, Devil Walk, would you buy into what Jacob is saying? Was there maybe a potential of a bit more of a risky pick coming out from the Mongolz, or do you like that they've gone with this?
I like that they go for Mirage. I think it's like Jacob is saying, it's their only option really. They are super solid on this map. They play a different brand of Counter-Strike than other teams on it. Very high pressure, very, they take map control in a very good sense. They have, the double lurk sometimes, which can be explosive. They can walk out B apps. They're not scared from taking that one-on-one duel with the B site anchor. And that's what makes them so dangerous to play against. That's what makes you hesitate in rotations, because at any point in time, you can have Mzinho come out of A apps, you can have Techno come out of B apps, and make your life difficult. And they need to be awake at all times when you're playing the Mongolz.
Is there any chance for the Mongolz to make an upset in this one, Jacob?
There's most definitely a chance. I think there's a chance for a competitive game, but I would be lying if I said I didn't think Vitality is going to win this one, and probably also 2-0.
I will have to agree. I think Vitality is the favorites. They're going to win it. If Mongolz have a chance, it has to start here on Mirage.
The Kings of 2025 looking to claim another crown. It all starts here versus the Mongolz.
Yes, indeed. We've got a quarter-final full of firepower. On the one side, Mongolian muscle, and on the other...
Okay? Every round is ours. Whenever we have advantage, just fucking lock them around. I want to wear you guys today for towards that, okay? It's really important for us.
Apex, captain of the defending major champs. CT start for them.
Coming into an A-split here. Through middle of the
He's just been caught.
Mzinho with the opener.
That's brilliant. Zywoo, however, a power position for him is usually good for something, but already catching bullets, catching flak. It's ropz under scrutiny on the side of that smoke. Pressure onto Mezi. Good shot back. It's Techno, catches him mantling, and ropz is kept empty-handed. Just one headshot from him. Awkward now. You have the palace, you have the plant. But here come the Kings. From the stairs position, Mezi partners up with Flamesy. Trying to delay the inevitable. Controls remains tucked. It's a nice shot from Mezi, puts it all onto Mzinho. Too much to handle. Quad kill out of Merriman.
And more than enough time for that defuse to come through. So Vitality kick it off with the pistol. That freebie coming through connector, you felt like that would be enough to get into things for the Mongolz, but well handled on the way back in, and bang on there. The Brit grabs 4. You can hear the chance of his name already. So
you see that cheeky wink?
Yeah, well, enough Mezi's having a good game. You're in for a world of hurt, aren't you, Mongolz? Yeah, good trade work into the site. They get the bomb down. We know that's going to facilitate a force spike. And all eyes on controllers right now.
Yeah, he was a huge reason they're even here.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? The Mongolz, they may have lost their star, but they haven't lost their way. Controllers, highest rated player for them throughout stage 3, and now on the stage of this magnitude.
Yeah, that's a missed scout shot. Nate doesn't do too much either. It's ropz that strafes on out, and Controllers is put down. That rifle gets nothing.
Yeah, throughout the stage 3, he was so steady. Right? He was getting openers, closers, clutching, doing it all, but empty-handed. Might take him a while to find his footing. They say this guy's experienced, that's why they picked him out. Well, maybe in terms of not being a teenager, sure, but international competition, very, very limited before being the stand-in. Mzinho on the low. This is telling of likely an ace split, but how much space can they get? So they want to opt for a window boost. ropz and Flames, he's starting to search through short now.
Oh yeah, ropz once again, just this well-timed re-aggress. He may have multiple backs turned, and oh, they're ready for him. Techno and 910 swivel into the double kill. It's uncomfortable for Zywoo's scout. Hard to find output, and another missed shot. Mezi from the short position, safe fate for him. It's Blitz's Deagle. Gets the job done. Still not done for Mongolz. 40 seconds. Looks like they've been given the space. Apex concedes, and the bomb could and should be going down.
Okay, well, is Apex considering the save, or is he looking for something on the way out the door here to try and get back into this? Zywoo patrols from short.
Looks like they're giving it up.
Yeah, okay, and this is the firepower that we're talking about. They lose the man controllers early with the AK. They stay grouped up, and this is what the Mongolz are just known for at this point, as bLitz gives us another. Deagle bullet in the side of the head. Zywoo, you're not getting away with anything.
Nasty.
This is a horrible position to be in right now if you're Vitality. 1,400 loss bonus going into the next Apex. Going to hold on to his goods just to be the famous on the in-game leader. We just saw his words as everyone's going to walk away with the rifle right now. So great response from Mongolz. You lose the pistol, but you win the force, and some could say that's better than the alternative.
They just read them like a book. That short regress put down some sharp shots from Blitz's Deeg. Techno as well with one. Mara, coach behind the Mongolz. Blitz referencing how young of a team this is. Mara, a big reason why they keep such a cool head on their shoulders, and they are just looking brilliant to start us off. No pistol, no problem. We'll win it in the second.
That'll be the force buy back from Vitality. So do we have the back and forth of the force buy wars, or do Mongolz take control of the economy early? The undeniable underdogs. Fan favorites again. To top mid start, 9-10 and controllers. To work through underpass. Techno on the extremity towards B, and Mzinho over towards A. Right now we're settling into this standard opening from both sides. Note, Apex saved the Famous, has given it to Zywoo. Trying to set up his star early. Flash is being juggled. Apex will be able to flash over connector if they suspect a clamp down on middle or want to try and catch a timing. But Mongolz are on the reroute.
This is going to be a well-timed block smoke. If Flamesy gets this right, it will thwart the Mongolz' plan.
So much utility still.
Oh,
It's a lot of time on the clock. Yeah, it was the mid-util there from Blitz that makes it feel like it's a mid-play. Now they're working at contact.
Just the timing. So cheeky. Apex gets caught. Wide open on the site. Zywoo's push on mid, removing Blitz. They can partner up on con side. It's a swing. It's a fight. It's Mzinho survives. It's 9-10. Finds the elevation, brings the fight forward.
That should be round. There's so much more utility. Controller still has the smokes and flashes. They're heading for the hills right now. Vitality will call this off. Counter a couple of guns again, but yeah, just contact out Palace there. Beautiful work from Mongolz. It's Blitz top mid, he sells it, and they bite down hard. Vitality activate towards middle. That gets them out of position. And I want to say taking control of the finances, it's likely to see Vitality just take an eco behind these save guns going into the next, which is currently looking to be a Famous, an M4, and the Deagle in hands of Merriman, who had the 4 on the pistol. So still some threats to get past. Mzinho putting a new hairstyle on display for this one. Coming into the playoffs in Budapest with a bit of swagger.
I liked his interview as well. It did have, airs of swag. And this frag as well. I mean, when you catch an Apex with a nade looking the other way, that's a sign of a good call, a well-structured round.
Yeah, it doesn't get easier than that.
Just Blitz selling it with a couple of nades in mid.
That's the problem, right? If you're not fully boarded, you don't have all the utility to play standard, to be able to block, you have to play together, hope that you can capitalize. It's something Vitality have been doing all year long, right? Those regroups, fighting over towards middle. Flamesy might be the A anchor, but you see him playing over towards connector an awful lot. They use that loose piece of ropz, sometimes playing as the bogey play, the Joker over towards A. And the odds favoring Vitality, you can understand why.
Yeah, started out as about 4-1.
Yeah, there's been a real turn of the tide though between this head-to-head. The Mongolz in 2025, the first team. Oh, looks like we still have the tech, ladies and gentlemen, so just bear with us. Tech back up on as, yeah, the Mongolz were the first team in 2025 to beat Vitality in consecutive series, right? So the first to beat them twice. Obviously, there's a handful of teams that have been able to achieve that now. It's not just the Mongolz, but they were the first to achieve such a feat. Obviously,
and it's a huge feat.
Yeah, a rematch of the Major Grand Final. But this time around, the difference being Senzu opting to bench himself. They have to scramble last minute to get controllers. They played 2 events before the major. They have a total of 23 maps with them with a losing record. And he decides, it's just a major, my second of all time. I'm just going to play like the best player in the team. He has been a monster for the Mongolz. They've been very clutch as well. You'll take a look at some of their games against G2, against FaZe, winning 1v3s, 1v2s. A bunch of 1v1s in the mix as well, so the clutch factor has played in.
And every time we cast a Mongolz game, I swear there's more Mongolz fans. It feels like it's just been exponentially growing.
They're growing.
Yeah.
No matter where we go.
The Mongolian Empire spreads with every Counter-Strike victory.
Well, we take a look directly across from us. Group with a bunch of flags. Whole lot of noise.
A lot of Mongolz jerseys as well. They definitely have continued to grow. And up against Vitality, who, you know, everybody loves to hate. That is something that Apex is happy to play into.
Yeah, he doesn't mind being the villain. I think everyone plays along with it now.
So
I don't think anybody actually dislikes Apex.
No.
I think it's just a bit of fun that everyone's allowed to have. But Vitality, they were the undisputed world #1 coming into Austin. Off the back of 6 consecutive titles, the Grand Slam, they're exuding an aura of greatness and they're assembling an era. That's in question now. Mongolz, as mentioned, those undeniable underdogs. The youngest team to ever make a major grand final. The first representing Asia.
And they took a map.
Yeah, that shocked everybody. But at that moment in time, they'd only really started to garner the respects that they deserve for the capabilities that these individuals throw into Counter-Strike. Second half, it's been the big conversation. Vitality unable to continue such ferocious form. Only 1 title since the major trophy lift. Now, that's 8 within the year. That's pretty damn good. But when you set the bar so high, the expectation is you just keep on winning.
But if you pick up your socks and you lift another major trophy for the back-to-back in a year, I mean, that would probably be quite a redeeming piece.
Oh, for sure, right? Because you look at everything else they've done throughout the year. It's not like they've just completely dropped off. There's 15 events, 10 grand finals, 8 trophies, 4 semi-finals, 14 consecutive top 4 finishes.
Bloody hell.
So even though they have dropped off, the gap has closed. They are still one of the biggest threats and still in the conversation to lift the title here for the Battle of Budapest. Other side, we've got Furia. They're in hot form at the moment, a streak of trophies. A game against Na'Vi that I think if you take a look at the last 4 maps, they've all been single-digit drubbings. Nouns versus FaZe. torzsi will be in the building tomorrow.
I think Budapest is excited for that one.
Yeah, we saw the turnout when we were in the MTK Sports Park.
Oh, we're finding new family members in the crowd today. Looks like Controllers is having issues with the hardware. I'll get that resolved. Such immense support for all the quarterfinal teams. I'm sure, as you said, yeah, MOUZ may have a little extra on the decibel levels. Comes up tomorrow.
See if the FaZe bullshit can continue as well.
Is there a world, mate? I mean,
the classic, isn't it?
Likely to be entertaining, as this one has already been. For those of you that have tuned in and just caught the tech pause, we're just 3 rounds deep to the first map of our second quarterfinal today, kicking off the StarLadder Budapest Major for 2025. This is the culmination of a Counter-Strike year. It's where it ends. Holidays after this one for the players.
Roster changes for some.
Roster changes for some. Don't you start that conversation.
Hey, it's already started. Advance to 100 Thieves, Pain benching players. What's to come next?
That's the question.
Well, important to get this sorted before we get back underway. I want everybody making sure there's no technical issues.
No, thank you.
Got to sit in silence, no conversation with your teammates, no typing, none of that. Just have to sit and bask in the moment. And it's still so early for Vitality. You're probably thinking, how do we lose that force, right? This is our chance to start CT side extremely strong. 3-0 up. Well, now we're the ones who are in a bit of a spot of bother. We'll wait till we get these technical issues sorted as the admin almost went over there. Tripping over a couple of wires. Watch your step.
ropz has slotted into this roster and it's only been up from there.
Yeah, the Midas touch, right?
Oh, I mean, truly. What a piece. I'm sure if you were asking any players about, you know, filling that role, ropz would be at the tip of the tongue. Vitality, the right roster for him.
Now let's talk about the alternative on the other side. Controllers a little bit more. The trumpet man's back.
Good to see ya.
We got drummers, we got trumpets. I'm sure we'll have drums.
I'm sure.
Well, more drums, sorry. We already have it. Yes.
Yes.
Extra drums. But controllers is the man at the moment for the Mongolz. Ooh, hold up a second. Maybe some good news. I don't want to speak too soon. Seeing things getting restarted in the server. All right, looks like we're good to go, everybody. Freeze time ticking on down. Thanks for bearing with us.
4th round of play underway. Let's go Budapest!
Lay of the land, financial situation. Vitality will be taking the save behind the saved guns. Remember, M4, Deagle, and Afamis in the mix. Should be the easiest of the lot for the Mongolz. A must convert.
Nice idea, though.
It's a mid-runway being given. flamesy will take A ramp space with the support of ropz on that M4. It's just Mzinho on B. Zywoo floating windows. This is an A stack right now. He's going through the motions, the Mongolz. We ought to get this mid control. Now, you'd love to see a piece of utility, right, to make this a little bit awkward for the Mongolz, but that's not in play. So they're going to have to hope, if you're on Vitality, that they just waltz on in and you can get favorable multi-kills. Flash into vent room, and this is what you'll see controllers opting to do an awful lot on this T side. He's tasked with mid space alongside a 9-10 and bLitz. As A-ramp has been fully infested now, even in towards T spawn, so they know where this is likely going to finish.
If Mezi gets one, this snowball could turn into an avalanche. Progressing forward, bomb on the back of Mzinho. Position noted from Mezi. It's 9-10 onto the Woo. There's the second. And the sight there's a fast flank. It may be a little subversive, the speed by which flamesy's behind them.
I think you're just looking for a bit of damage right now.
Yeah, they weren't ready for that. But it doesn't matter. Quick to the draw. Mzinho puts him down.
Yeah, looking sharp.
Job done. Mission accomplished.
I think for a lot of this, there's only a couple of maps where controllers has changed the positions, either on the T side or the CT side.
So for the most part, they've kind of plugged him into Senzu.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact he's got output as a player who's their highest rated from stage 3 coming into the playoffs, that's a great sign. Now, if he can keep that up, that would be crazy work. He's yet to find a frag, but the rest of them much more experienced in this level of environment. This is their 3rd consecutive major playoffs for the Mongolz.
Yeah, I think Counter-Strike is still reeling from that donk delusion, expecting players to not succumb to the environment and pressures that come with a major playoff.
Yeah, well, a player like Controllers is a journeyman of the region, right? You've seen him play in a whole lot of Mongolian teams dating back since 2017.
Certainly some experience, not this experience.
Yeah, this is a whole different ball game. As we will get underway with the guns now. So Mongolz coming out on top of the finances after the 4-spy win. No AWP for Zywoo just yet. The same to be said for 9-10, but a whole lot of extra cash in the coffers. Lost bonus building for Vitality, sure. Bit of a slower default this time round. 9-10 and controllers will get top mid control bLitz in through underpass. Techno putting pressure on B. Very important to try and bait out the utility on the extremities as early as possible. So you're getting blocked later in the round as a nade lands for about 30 damage. I think one of the things you want to avoid right now, Mongolz, is Vitality springing a trap with that clamp down on middle.
You can see they are cautious. Not overexerting, not playing forward. That's what bLitz was waiting for. These protocol nades have been cycled through, siphoned out by the Mongolz default. Now they throw that window smoke and replenish there. Top con, Apex in front. Hoping for a biff, hoping for a brawl. Nade and flash thrown in by Vitality, but he's going to be overlooked. An opportunity through the smoke. Controllers kept with that goose egg for a 3rd. Slinking out again, this little contact out. It's flamesy ready for Mzinho this time. Fool me once. Backs away CT. bLitz kicking up a fuss, trying to draw attention. Funky smoke, Zywoo can play around that, but a good find from Techno nonetheless. He's managed to break forward. Double from Techno! A up and about, making it work on top of triple. Still uncomfortable. They need to remove Flamesy, but he's got company. Mezzy's there, and Flamesy puts the cherry on top.
Okay. Techno makes that interesting. Nice double short. Able to get a couple of kills to force those rebuys, but Vitality will grab a rifle round. I'm sure we can say the first fully fledged one of those in this map so far. So Controller still yet to get going. Trying to entry through the smoke, found easily by Apex. And they just farm up the final two. So there you go. First rifle round falls in their favor, but still plenty of money for the Mongolz buy. Will there be a change in pace this time round? Looks like Mzinho going to go fight over towards middle with bLitz. All boosted ramp to catch the cross.
Yeah, they're not going to get it. Flamesy, this is very committed with ropz as well. Position noted, Flames at his feet. There's a lot of pressure on the server already. Look at Apex. Such an audacious forward position he's playing for. He knows what you're up to. Empty though from Apex. Flamesy makes up for it. Good output from him.
They're out on A. Bomb will go down. It's going to be about the post plan.
Smoked off. That will limit Flames' contributions for a moment longer. It's Mezzy and Zywoo pathing towards CT.
Controllers has so many nades.
Oh, and he's throwing them out, but his back is turned. He looks vulnerable. Zywoo should have him. Caught with his nades in his hands. Another bound towards the ramp. And 9-10, a losing battle, overcome in numbers. They don't have his position, his coordinates just yet. Now they do. Reveals himself. Needed that second. It's Flamesy with impact. Back-to-back rounds defending his sights, this time from the mid.
Yeah, well handled there, especially after that bit of a mare from Apex over towards ramp at the start.
That looked like a gimme, didn't it?
Yeah, so they get into the side there, and Controller's not expecting that rotation to be so fast. He's throwing his util deep, and they're already past it, so that's the difference maker there.
Crouch.
But he had a full belt, right? If he was able to get that out, if he was able to block CT spawn, this could have been a different conversation. You could just see how caught off guard he is, and this is one of the factors. I think you're seeing the pressure early for this guy. As soon as he can get a frag underway, he can start building a little bit of confidence. But at the moment, still with nothing to his name, and he's given away a couple of openings. Not still favoring Vitality as we get back underway. Another 9-10 AWP. Zywoo left his AWP at spawn? Yeah, he did. Yeah, Zywoo had to go back to spawn to get his AWP. Okay, well.
That'll slow him down.
Not going to cost them just yet. It is another slow roll. Interesting out of the CT setups from Vitality. Apex is the man playing over towards A an awful lot. Flames is the guy helping with the mid fight, so firepower in mid.
Yeah, bLitz has been told by controllers that there's activity down there. He spouts away, finds ropz. Flamesy reveals and escapes. It's 9-10 Dorp he wants to trifle with. He's taking pot shots at Pixels and doesn't find him. Reset. Slow their roll. Still plenty of time in this round. He's looking for Mzinho. It finds him, but he actually uses it to great success! How has he got two there? The A-side defense collapses. Zywoo's running on out, knife out.
Fight has to be through CT spawn right now. Zywoo's here, Mezzy's gonna join him.
How much can the Woo do? A two-man advantage. Mongolz looking for that taste of victory once more.
Need to get that bomb and get it down.
Yeah, they're taking their time, and 9-10 didn't want to give up the angle, still gives up his head. Zywoo removes one. Swings on through, narrow miss, through the box, covered by the flames, back is turned, Mezzy strikes for two! He can deny it all with a clutch, he knows where Mzinho is, low HP, hard work done! Mzinho, what a round!
Playing ahead of the time in there, catching Mezzy off guard, he knew exactly where he was, and the young man delivers an impactful round for the Mongolz.
It's the new haircut, I can tell you. Incredible, impeccable. Low HP, Jack.
There's a lot of high-level details that are going on right now. So in these rounds, but we'll catch it again with Mzinho. So the nade comes in, he gets the first. The second on the Apex is absolutely brilliant. Then the bomb was left over towards Ticket. bLitz has to go back to get it. 9-10 taken off the line. Mezzy ahead of the molly again. And that is around when Mzinho plays before the defuse tap and fake can come in. So he knows he has to take the fight on the low HP, right? He has to be the one setting the tone, because if Mezzy's on the line, he's not getting past on 7 points of health. Timeout taken, X-Taz on the mic. But those details I'm talking about is they're having Flamesy start middle because they want to bait the lurks into walking out A with Apex just hidden in the site.
Right.
Apex traditionally the connector player. So hoping that Mzinho overplays his hand, thinks that the site is clear, waltzes in and Apex gets it for free.
That's really naughty. The fact he gets two from the Palace fight as well, they were destined to find him.
The money's on the line again for Vitality early within this first half of play. They're being able to force in, but it's not looking great, is it? MP9, 5-7. They lose this one. They are going to have to take an eco.
puffing up his chest, but it's bLitz with an opening kill. He's done that back-to-back rounds now, found ropz in the previous.
It's been a lot of play over towards A. I wonder if they shift now and do something a bit more B-centric, see if they can knock on the door of Mezzy's site. Zywoo actually cheating over there, so this could be one of the plays from Vitality where they gamble, right? They say, okay, let's stack a site. If they finish here, great. If not, we save and we can play again into the next. Flamesy even starting to cheat away from A. So that's more telling. Window smoke, top con. Now it's about sending out a feeler, right? You've got the man advantage.
A little bit of an angle there. It's actually Flamesy finding something through the smoke onto controllers. Maybe that leads ropz to an angle as well. He's catching a whiff. Oh, but 910 removes him. Got brought low, but 13 points have held enough. He adjusts, flames into chaos, thriving for one. Techno brings him down, finds himself an upgrade of wide open sight. The red carpet rolled out for the A plant. Missed shot from the Orb. Aware CT is a vulnerability. Lurk smoke should enable that MP9 to get up close, but here comes Zywoo from the jungle position. Pulls it back into level pegging. 910 is low, still lingers in mid. Pressure onto Techno is high, and especially now they know where he is. Brought down by Zywoo.
Hey man, to win this.
There's surely no way. Sure, the smoke is cleared. You've got 2 to find, staying active. The bomb planted for you, but you've missed your chance. Now they know it's Zywoo.
3 in the round there from the Woo. Good entrance into the game. Impactful round. Diffuse comes through. No dramas there. And the money will not be broken for Vitality.
Oh, he made the strafe in time to retrieve 910's Orb. The only way to make that was with the movement.
Okay, so they hold on. Controller still having a tough go of things. Hate to keep pointing it out here, but 0 and 6 at the moment. This one caught in the chaos, not ready for that swing out jungle. Zywoo takes down Mzinho for free. There's so much pressure. The smoke top con, 910 waiting for it to fade. And Apex lets out a roar. So in the game so far, Mongolz have been very clutch. I think it's 10 over the 4 or 5 maps that they'd played previously. See if it will have to be a factor again against Vitality. Now their money's a little bit ropey. Tech 9s aplenty. Couple of Galils. This might be more pack heavy, less default spread. Techno trying to make it look the same as a default. Just being a nuisance. Annoying this side of the map, keeping Mezzy's comms flowing, keeping him cycling through those nades for the block. Get out top middle again. Not just smokes available. Is it just going to be for mid control? Zywoo's starting to search. He's on his own right now. He doesn't have any support.
Yeah, and he's just playing on this tiny sliver gap, a reaction speed test. bLitz gets across unscathed. Orb's whereabouts now noted.
It's going to be a P-split.
Looks like it will be a test for Mezzy's side. ropz has arrived.
And Zywoo as well.
They've got the right pieces in the right place, but ooh, a bullet goes both ways. Bench under scrutiny. There's the Zywoo Orb. There's the Mezzy double. Completely repelling the Mongolian invaders. Bomb is lost and a Vitality 5th round seems certain. bLitz just trying to get a couple of extras, but back is turned and brought down by Apex.
Okay, well handled there from Vitality. It's a class round. Does now put them in control of the finances here. Everybody just hovering around that 2K mark for the Mongolz. So with 2,400 coming into the next, they'll take the eco now and then buy going forward. But Mara, he's the man getting all the credit at the moment. The community baffled by the fact that the Mongolz can lose Senzu, find controllers, 28 years of age, journeyman in the Mongolian scene, plug him in, and it's good enough to make the playoffs at the most stacked major playoff of all time. So this eco will just be bolstered by a couple of flashes. In a situation like this, you got to hope you can catch these B defenders off guard, but then you got a fat chance of that. Should be the easiest of the round so far for Vitality.
Yeah, and for Mongolz, when they saw that draw, I'm sure they weren't the most excited to see the team they played in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think this side of the bracket is a bit more stacked than the other. Falcons already sent home. Spirit march onto the semi. Winner of this plays them on Saturday. But Fury, the #1 team in the world right now, on the other side, they've still got to get through some tasks of their own. So set up now, they might even want to play in this smoke, pop through and try and get a plan. That'd be great.
Yeah, ropz is here though, shouldn't have too many issues. Even with the flashbang in his face, he manages to connect. Mezzy's whereabouts noted, but no problem. Unarmored opponents, they shred through them. Extends their advantage. Guns will be coming back out.
Maybe there's a pace change now because you think the role of the Mongolz within a lot of these defaults rather than just doing the classic spread, get that top mid control, have bLitz through underpass, and they've been doing a decent job in finding opening picks through bLitz. So maybe they want to stick with the same game plan, but Mara's opportunity to get on the microphone. And as mentioned, he's the man of the moment. Everybody looking at him for the system. When you hear Mzinho talking about him, yeah, he says, oh, he's been playing Counter-Strike for 25 years. We do what he says. You got any questions, you ask the boss. He's been with the Mongolz project forever, throughout organizational shifts. And finding his most success in the last year and a bit.
And the little snippets we get from the players, you know, often levying a lot of the praise and attributing a lot of their success to Mara, the man behind that magic, but often describing Mara's system as one that's focused on firepower. And with controllers yet to post a frag, that starts to look alarming. Can he have at least a kill at the end of this half?
You don't want to harp on it, right? But when he was the highest rated player in stage 3, you need something.
Okay, we're going to see a little bit of a potential collision course set for middle. It's Apex, Zywoo, both kind of poking their nose out, seeing what they can find out, and Flamesy gets info for free.
He's playing smoke jiggle there, so Techno draws that out. Mzinho doesn't activate through apps, but B apps control taken, so...
God, they're proactive today.
That's a lot of moves within the early stage, so this will settle in now at the minute and 20. And it is a slower roll again, but when some of those CT aggressors come your way, you kind of have to sit back and wait, see if there's more. The setup on the radar right now, I feel that this might be another B finish, right? bLitz and controllers over towards B. Normally those two working together for mid space. Techno top mid with the bomb. 9-10 out towards the island box, and Mzinho starting to float back over now, so... they want to try B again.
Time soon to become a factor. As he last of his grenade thrown out, and it's bang on the money, right between the two of them. 100 damage is ringing, now charging into the site. Zywoo from way downtown chips in. Mezzi goes down though, it's a Mzinho double, we've seen that before. He breaks through with one fell swoop of his rifle. Little wounded from those nades in the exchange. It's Apex that profits, puts Mzinho down. Flamesy and Zywoo from the market side. An attempted boost, it's getting clunky, fumbled, but Controllers has found a frag. Flamesy's down, awkward now, Apex clawing it back, keeps it level, but that time, that bomb is ticking. Apex running in, Zywoo's gone down, and that boost pays off.
That was only a matter of time. Controllers get something, and impactful for the 5th round, can still tie this up at the halftime break. That was a hard-fought round. You can see Vitality knowing the finances, knowing how deep we are in that first half. They can definitely give that retake a go. It's a nice clear of the smoke there. Connector and Zywoo finding that pick up short, but it's not enough. It's Mzinho, as you mentioned, the double kill. Kid have an impact in the clutch, but this time in the openers towards that B bomb site. I've been talking about Controllers as the highest rated player, when Mzinho's been number 2, so we remember him on the big stages early on in his career looking shaky. Not anymore.
Creeping into the side from the short side, left and right.
Here he is, his first 2. Controllers, one of the things, you sit back, you watch the demos, you look at this guy play throughout stage 3, and he was steady with the aim. So finally, the account is open.
And honestly, that's kind of all you need for this half. You know, if your team have got yourself 5 rounds to each side, you're laughing. You can shake it off now. You're growing accustomed to this environment.
This might be quick on the A.
Could very well be. Look at the start. bLitz trying to sell it. Puffing up his chest in middle. Look at Controllers. He's the first man in. Flamesy got a lot to do. They're already set up for his poke of the nose from this spout position. Tucked in dark. Nades in support for the flash. That's lovely team play. Apex sets up Flames and they deny the first. A push, oh! Zywoo's quick to the scope, catches bLitz, trying to pincer in. Job done, round likely won. 5 members of Vitality still alive, and ropz, he's gone walkabout. Here's it, sounds the alarm, lets them know he's got a free frag if they go mid.
Yeah, completely cut them off it. Zywoo went through underpass, Mezzi's still over towards B. There's absolutely no way back in for this one for the Mongolz.
You just won't believe it. You won't believe the communication from Techno. Zywoo's underpass. And that does certainly seal the deal. The bomb now disconnected from 9-10, and he's walking to his demise. Beautiful start to this quarterfinal. A 7-5 half, competitive. Will it remain that way when we return and swap those sides? 7 for Vitality, 5 for the Mongols, and that's just the first half of play. Competitive, controllers on the board, a slower start. The talisman to secure themselves a spot in the playoffs from the group stage has had a quiet arrival to the extra amplified intensity that is a playoffs in front of a stacked stadium.
Will it be both pistols for Vitality? Will they be able to get the conversion? That's a conversation for the next round. Blitz starting ticket, Mzinho looking like he's going to be sandwiched, other three stacking B. So right now, all eyes on Mzinho and bLitz to batten down the hatches on this A side because Vitality are coming.
The angle Mzinho is playing, Tunks on sandwich, he will be playing for the multi here. Does he play ahead of the play? That U-tuck, does it flood in? Does it spread? Looks like he's safe, tucked in. Little bit of support by that smoke. Guys is in for a nice tapper to the head. It's traded by ropz, and a long-range block from Mezi. Flattens the second piece of the A defense. Scarpering through CT, Mezi prepares himself for more. Block smoke as if they've still got one. Awkward fight now around the very edge of it. It's Techno that hits a nice little drive-by. With that USP, tapping head. ropz has gone down too. This one is up for debate. Not a certainty, especially with Zywoo missing that P250. They progress further. Planted default, not for Zywoo. Apex has got a lot to do. Survival integral. Tucked on in. 910's trying to take a bit. Techno wins his jaw. They can just sit it. This is going to get weird. Zywoo has to run him down. He misses his shot, gets him off. The bomb time is on Zywoo's side. He will secure it. Both pistols for Vitality.
And now it's about the conversion. So that should be enough to get them across the line with the map. 7-5 CT side, both pistols. It is likely going to be the force fight out of the Mongols. They love to go all in. This is a great opener right here from Mzinho, but it's all he can get. You can see he was hoping to peer over the top of that smoke. Great trade there. Bomb gets planted default. That block smoke deeper CT was premeditated. As soon as the bomb went down, Apex lobs that out with a lineup. But now it's about holding on. Scout for 910. bLitz in with an M4 that's been dropped across.
Okay, backs himself. Oh, there's an exchange actually. Straight out of the gates. Captain on captain up mid. bLitz has that rifle advantage, and now the health advantage with a well-connected HE. Apex gives it up.
Two-man pressed in towards B-House behind this smoke. It's about to fade.
If they're searching, Mezi's ready. And he's got company soon. This is a little unorthodox. Could catch him off guard. Do you overlook the second man? Maybe you do. Maybe Controllers has his moment in the sky. Double kill. bLitz's M4's there, brought to his knees by Zywoo, and it just falls apart like that.
Mzinho out of position for this one, not able to get in, but fast to short. We'll give it a shot. Molly will hold him at bay for now. Oh, he runs through.
No, it won't. Jumps to his demise. Jumps into the jaws of Zywoo.
Yeah, that's back-to-back rounds in this second half where Zywoo has gotten a triple kill. It's up to 16-7 now. It's been him and Mezi. Been putting on a bit of a show. As they do this time, get the conversion. So Mongols humbled early on their map choices. Dust2 up next. Controllers with a double, not enough. bLitz from short, unable to get anything done. Zywoo looking in good form and a necessary kill there from ropz. 910 gets out, could have been some dramas. A hero M4 in the mix again.
Ooh.
You got to make this one count, Controllers. Invested in this one on his own dime. It hasn't been dropped across, so those MP9 kills allowing him to get something a little bit heavier into play.
Look at this pixel. Outrageous techers.
Well, try and get that gun back.
Yeah, forward position from Controllers. Little do they know, they probably didn't know he invested, maybe just by the time to kill. But that was quick, that was swift.
And if you're playing nameplate Counter-Strike right now, you know the B-bomb site will be softened up. Now, sure, this is a NiKo, so there tends to be a few more risks, a few more snacks taken. But still going through the motions, Vitality. Shouldn't have too many issues getting past this one now.
I can't believe Mezi's eyes work as well as those. Just beams him long range on a pixel. bLitz catches Apex lackadaisical.
Yeah, back completely turned to that. So Apex making a mid-round call, looking at one of his teammates, getting caught off guard. That gives a way back into this. 45 seconds on the clock now.
It's a small way, but it's a way.
2 on the side.
You're right.
Make
Only
it 1
now. Zywoo makes sure of him. Nice from bLitz. Needed that. Mzinho's missed his deagle opportunity. How many more will he get? None. How has bLitz got 3 kills so far?
Bomb's loose, 30 seconds.
He can actually play around this. Flames is going to come play for the retrieval. bLitz lets him in. And then, he's covered by ropz. Techno brings it into the one-on-one, a deceiving one, because ropz had that every day of the week.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a shake of the head, a tut of the tongue from Apex. They're getting caught top middle, but then bLitz, a real nuisance with that scavenge back M4 from controllers, his corpse.
Way too close for comfort.
Yeah, exactly. That should have been an easy round for Vitality, but still a 5-round lead. We'll catch this again. Apex looks away, thinks there's absolutely no way anyone's swinging window, goes down for free. Then bLitz jumps out. They're not ready for that. Zywoo completely loses track of him. And some good trade work from ropz again. Well, the rifle's invested upon. Techno with just an MP9 and ult for 910, but one for Zywoo. It's now or never, Mongolz. Your map could be going past this quick.
It's going to be one of those maps that just blink and you miss it.
Orb starting B.
An opportunity for 910. For now, the progress thwarted by the Flames.
In fact, Apex is here is telling us something a little bit different, right? Not taking the mid control right now with Zywoo and Flames, so Apex wanted to keep the variety. That was the first letter of Vitality in the last season. It was always something different, always so creative. Coming into the second half of 2025, haven't been able to rekindle that same fire. But the Major is going to get the reigning champs back right where they need to be.
Break of the smoke, Mezzy doesn't spot a thing. Smoke removes vision.
Controllers has company.
Sure, Controllers is actually going to dip back into the bricks. Playing for the smoke break, and Mezzy's there to punish.
bLitz has to go B now.
First blood is drawn. 910's been waiting a long time for that frag right there. By removing Apex, he can get his aim ready for the potential on that short ramp. Block smoke thrown.
Now it's a game of bluff, right? Do you think the orb stays on B? Does it rotate away? Do they channel themselves into A? Does 910 move?
That's what they were talking about right now, but they've got to make a move. 28 seconds still now. That looks like the call has been made. 3 Mongolians here. Mzinho confirms presence. They're committing in. Flash is good. Frag is better. Flamesy comes in. bLitz keeps it level for a moment. It's Mezzy's trade work that's getting them deep. Still with 12 seconds, that bomb needs to be picked up. MP9, not the weapon Techno would have liked. Trying to do it on the US. Denied it maybe. No, the plant does go down, but it's not consequential. Zywoo gets his eye to the scope and tracks him on his retreat.
That might be map right there. 910 racing through spawn. They have to plant default because of the thorn in the side over towards a ramp. He takes the defender and not the plant up.
So close.
And then left in the 1v1. Zywoo immediately makes good on that round for Vitality.
See it again in that replay.
Yeah, so look at this, 5 seconds. If he takes the planter out right there. But this is it, Techno died, so if he gets traded either way, round is lost. 910 unable to stick the landing on the 1v3. Odds now, blown out.
Okay, that's one hell of a start. Controllers, but it's a 2-for-1, 3-for-1. Zywoo feeling very comfortable on his sniper rifle. 21 frags to start off map 1 of his quarterfinal. Oh, and that's a nice pickup. Apex again caught off guard. Makes a 4v2 feel a little more manageable. Unenviable position Techno's in here, solo, isolated with only an SMG.
It feels like they've been iced out. Right? That's a desperate move that they've just made. Hey, let's just fight for the mid control. Let's try and activate our players. See if controllers can line anything up as he jumps out. Sure, get something.
But for Vitality, they can't believe their luck. It's like, oh, they're actually going to give us the fight.
And it's in the flow of the game, right? When you're in this level of control, you know that eventually it has to change. There has to be some type of an aggressive move. And right now, their players are hitting shots. They aren't missing a beat. As there have been a couple of close moments, but the first half only got competitive because they lost that second round force. So through middle.
Mzinho. He was a shining light in that first half of play. He's given it up there. Flamesy finds him.
And he's searching A. So he'll call sector clear. Likely to see Zywoo and ropz join him over towards this site. And nobody home, so Flamesy ushers in the rest of his team. Zywoo will play for rotations as Techno heads for the hills. Problem that Techno has is it's just an MP9. He's going to be looking to upgrade to something.
There's plenty of carcasses in middle. He may be able to pick at the bones.
We're pretty hollow for the Mongolz right now. A statement win over G2 during stage 3. Took down FaZe as well in one of the best of ones. Their opening campaign was a loss to Imperial, but short, still making 3-1 within the stage. Coming into this, there's always going to be questions about this team, right? The stand-in over-delivering I don't think anybody could quite believe it. Some saying he made a deal with the devil to get that level of form. Well, he got them here. Can they get anything else done as Techno really wants to get his hands on something to just get into the M4 upgrade, so something to carry into what will likely be the final round, round number 18. Can take a look at what buys are available. Mara will take the timeout, and this is going to be talking through the last-ditch attempts of what they could offer up in this scenario, but this has been pretty grim. Six straight rounds now for Vitality, 5 in this half alone, both pistols.
Yeah, I mean, for the Mongolian fans, probably most excitement was that second round conversion. Started to see this could have been a real runaway. Immediately taking the momentum away from Vitality, but not to be, not today. These guys are locked in. Zywoo was feeling very comfortable. Rifle and scope. Look how quick and nonchalant he is with it.
This is the Vitality you want to see in the playoffs of a major.
That's for sure. Your defending champs. Will they have a chance to defend their crown and make it all the way to those finals? It's a long road. Some big names in these playoffs.
Everyone has an M4 for this final round for the Mongolz. Want to take the fight over towards A-ramp, looking for space. Mzinho and 910 being set up for this. Nobody playing on mid, control their short. bLitz floating around connector and window. Techno with it all to do over towards B, but clamping down on mid control with 4.
Does bLitz push his info?
He's got so many nades, and I think this is the better of the options. Another HE left here for even more flak damage. Bang!
Nice counterplay. ropz by being over with the lip avoids the brunt of that damage, and now they'll erect for a little boost. Actually, giving away the sound cue. bLitz will have heard that. Okay, fumble. Minor. ropz keeps trying to draw bLitz's attention with that sound cue.
Might change plans. If you can't get the window boost, is the strategy change? So shifting behind the top mid smoke right now. 3 of them congregated. ropz can stay underpass to lurk. Techno's just blocked B, 45 seconds. But no, they're still going to head through middle. bLitz and 910 coming into con to fight. Controllers off a short. This will be a brawl.
Here comes that fight. Vitality have been waiting for it, and at 30 seconds, bLitz will be that first port of call. Oh, he gets ahead of the play! Zywoo! Quick to the flick, denies bLitz. Nice from controllers, just the one though. 910 down and out. It's Zywoo that's fragging out. Mzinho's noted. Tucked on Tetris in a 2-on-2, 14 seconds. Zywoo again! Having a comfortable time in the quarterfinals, securing it comfortably for Vitality.
Now Techno in the 1v2 to keep this alive.
See what he's got. See if he can get past the Woo, because he is scoped in and ready for you. 13-5.
Comfortable win for Vitality on their opponent's map choice. Both pistols, you lose the 4 short, but with Zywoo in that form, 25 kills, and just a spree, not a single CT round for the Mongolz. Now they head into enemy territory.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
ropz from Vitality, we're going to be looking at a couple of rounds and break them down. Let's start with the pistol round. What's up with you and Zeus?
Well, Zeus was really good in the first part of CS2 when it released. So now they nerfed and there's particularly not many angles. This is one of them. And it works really well, I think, when people come out. As long as you are aiming at the guy, you will guarantee the kill. You know, sometimes there's been practices when we do this pistol, they come 4 outdoor, and I'm like, okay, GG, because they're like running behind me.
Right. But tell me one thing, like in the freeze time, do you call this pistol because of your spawn?
No.
Was this planned before that you will do this pistol?
Yeah, it's planned from way before. So I think the spawn is not necessary here to go hot. I think you will be on time with the next spawn. It's kind of up to me to play the Zeus. No one else wants to do it.
I mean, it works out in the end. Not only that you get a nice skill to start the whole game, but also then you follow up with the body. Then you get overwhelmed, but people are there to kind of clean up. Round 12 is next up on the agenda. All right, so we start pretty standard on ramp once again with a molly, HE, the smoke. Some people hold on to their nades way too much. Is there some specific pattern which you prefer or you like to use?
There's always a balance. I mean, I like to use them early. That's what most ramp players do, because I think the worst is when you die early and they get fast map control. I think the more you delay, the more easier it is to play in general. Once you're getting past the first 30 seconds point of the round, that's when already the outside smokes are done. That's when like something has already happened on the map, so that you can take the context of the round, make some rotations and make some decisions, so you don't need to be worried that they're playing fast ramp or whatever.
Okay, in the end it was an A hit, and this is something where a lot of players would struggle to make a decision, because as a ramp player rotating back to A, sometimes you're afraid that you're being held and people are already side and holding heaven and it's unwinnable duel. Sometimes you just have to swing. Not a lot of people will notice, but someone sets you up for that swing, and that someone is Apex with the amount of pressure that he's trying to make. He's shooting here, he's making a kill. There's a lot of chaos now that probably is hard to communicate for Apex, but you're using this chaos to basically make a play.
If you are coming up heaven as a ramp rotation and there's chaos on A, you should swing every time, because more often than not you will catch people in the back, or you will just have an advantage, because there is so much chaos on A after they execute and they don't have everything cleared and there's just nades still up somewhere.
If they hit A and you're in heaven and you're not swinging immediately, you're going to be stuck behind molly, maybe a smoke. I mean, the chance of you making a play just goes down rapidly, right?
Yep.
Robin, this was great. A lot of cool insights. pun intended. Yeah, good luck in the playoffs. If you're going to be playing Nuke, we know who to look out for.
Thank you very much.
What has been your favorite moment in Budapest?
The G2 game, very intense game, very fun to play, and ending up going to playoffs in that game was special.
Probably surviving stage 1 would be the favorite moment when we go through. That was a superb feeling to continue the major run.
Qualifying for playoffs, getting the chance to play in front of in the arena, it's always the best.
Not going home. I think when we beat Navi, even though we lost so many rounds, like so many scrappy rounds, I felt like good. It felt like we're quite like we're playing like shit, but we're in good shape to some extent. Like somehow like that kicked out. But like just qualifying to the playoffs so far has been my favorite. Also the food has been great here, so I'm in love with Budapest.
In Budapest, I mean, a boring answer, but it's qualifying to playoffs. Of course, it was a good win against Falcons and a good game overall.
Versus G2 because we won them and qualified.
Favorite moment in Budapest? Probably qualifying and seeing torzsi jumping on Cyclone hands.
One, I think I have 2 double kills, and one against Navi and second against Spiro. It's 2 double shots. It's good.
0.4 second defuse.
Well, honestly, I didn't have many favorite moments. I was very sick, but I had some weight off my shoulders when we qualified, when we went to 0 as well, because I felt at my lowest during that time. It was like peak flu, and I was very glad that my team was here to kind of support me.
I think qualifying for playoffs, of course, it was a good revealed, and yeah, it was just a really good moment, and yeah, it was good atmosphere in the arena as well. So it was really nice.
Close CD. La jungle. Tu cache-toi, va cacher. Ça te court dessus. Je suis caché, but. C'est posé pourquoi? Défaut. Bench. Ah, non, je sais. Se défuse peut-être, Madou. Go. Nice! I'm holding window. Guys, he will be CT or jungle.
Okay, I will be there.
Dead time! Window! Bomb, he has the bomb. MG default. Right. Jump under.
Yeah, I'm there.
He's in jungle!
Jungle burning.
I should be underground. Maybe nice. That's window. Nice, boys!
Just spoke with TeSeS after that game that they just played on stage, and it was a pretty convincing one. So I asked what was the reason why it was so easy, and he said that the game plan and the shooting of individuals was really on point. Also, they made a lot of adjustments, so they felt really ready for them. And I also asked if there is one thing for the next map that they have to still work on. Any weakness that kind of he was spotting is that players are really slow. Sometimes in the decisions that they have to do in like close clutches or sometimes mid-round, he wants to make it more fluid basically, and this is what basically TeSeS told us that has to carry on over to Dust 2.
Yeah, 6 rounds on the T side for Vitality leaves no room for Mongolz to be biting back on their map pick. And in all fairness to the Mongolz, they put up a solid effort. A lot of close rounds that Vitality really did have to fight for. But seemingly in that classic Vitality fashion, Jacob, they always seem to make the odds bend in their favor.
That was some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen from Vitality at this tournament. As we said coming into it in the group stage, yes, they got 3 wins, but wasn't always convincing. Always left a bit of room for doubt, especially against Navi. This time around, Devil Walk, as Freya said, there were a couple of close rounds, and there were a moment in the first half where you thought, all right, the Mongolz came here to play, but for the vast majority of time, Vitality were not only the better team, but significantly the better performing team as well.
Yeah, it felt like they were in control. It felt like they had the reads. They had, you know, kind of a fallback plan. If the B split came, they had the nades break ready to go. They always found a way to find impact. Ship damage with utility was great from Vitality. You know, it needed to be clutches going in the way of Mongolz for them to kind of regain control of this. Super well played from Vitality, and it's looking a little bit dire for the Mongolz.
And that's the thing, if you're any of Vitality's potentially future opponents, we're getting wind of an eerily similar Vitality as the beginning of this year, right? And this is the perfect time to show that.
They're following the script that we saw in Austin. You start off by losing a best of one. Back then it was against Legacy. You think to yourself, uh-oh, is it going to be one of those majors? And then they went on to sweep everything. I'm not saying that's where we are with Vitality right now, but with the way they perform right here, Mirage, the opposition's map pick, the Mongolz that brought it to the table, as said, this was some of the best we've seen from Vitality all tournament long.
Yeah, and for the side of the Mongolz, you know, they obviously had problems getting into the game. We saw controllers struggling in the beginning of it. The pressure got to them a little bit. There's not that many good moments other than they made it close and then kind of lost the grip in terms of the mid game. I don't really see how they win Dust 2. I have a problem with that, but there's plenty of rounds to actually go through before that.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's start from the beginning where we thought, okay, maybe this could be a close affair because as Zywoo told you, he'd much rather win the Force than win the pistol, but unfortunately it kind of happened the other way around this time, right?
The other way around for the Mongolz. They win round 2, and essentially that was the perfect start to the game for the Mongolz. Obviously, you would like to win the pistol and convert, but the second best thing is winning the second round. You see it coming in right here. A rather, you know, strong buy coming in for the Mongolz. I do want to point out, though, Vitality got ahead of themselves. ropz is finding a peak, but then you see two players, flamez and ropz, pushing out Catwalk in the middle of the round. Both of them get punished, and at this point, they just lose control over the map. Messi is trying his absolute best to make up for it, but the Vitality can't really do anything about it. I think at this point, early on, second round in the quarterfinal, you see a Vitality that's been struggling as of late. That was a thing that was on my radar to be like, oh, are you going to force the issue? Are you going to throw away a 5v4? You're playing up against 2 pistols, 2 AK-47. That's a round that Apex wants you to win 9 out of 10 times. So if you're starting the game like that, then maybe we have a game. Unfortunately for the Mongolz, they weren't able to follow up on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. This has been the Vitality. Probably the biggest thing about Vitality that they have a weakness on is those anti-ecos, is those anti-forces. And Mongolz, as you say, they rightfully took an opportunity that was given to them from some great, you know, deagle work in the beginning of the round. But you got to close that out. You got to make it more of a competitive game once you get that start. It's too little for the Mongolz in this starting map. And look at this, Zywoo, Messi, flamez. ropz didn't even have to enter the server, essentially, to beat this Mongolz on Mirage.
Yeah, if you see Vitality turning up like this, sadly, you're in for a bit of a bad time. Should we talk about some of those situations where maybe Vitality had a little bit of a back foot, but was still able to battle back into it? I think round 8 is another example of that.
That's why I'm so positive when it comes to Vitality and this performance on Mirage, because this is what classified them when they were winning everything, even when it was a 3v3 or a 2v3, like in round 8 in this game, when they have backs against the wall, at a moment in the game that's also competitive. I felt like round 8 was kind of game-defining in the sense that Zywoo winning a 2v3 essentially by himself is what makes Vitality look like a great team again, is what speaks to Zywoo's rating. I know it was 2.3 or something like that, which obviously is crazy, but by the eye test as well, the impact he found in this game, we have the round right here for you. It's a 2v3. Messi on an MP9, can't do much about it. Zywoo has to find the kills. The bomb is down for the Mongolz as well. It's even planted for 910 with an AWP, but as you can see, Zywoo isolating one duel, isolating another duel.
This
then
is beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but probably should have hit that kill, but then Zywoo instantly coming in with the trade. So regardless of that, it would have been it. So yes, on the stat sheet, it looked great for Zywoo, but in terms of impact in this game as well, even better.
Yeah, and we also have another round, round 11, where probably Mongolz could pull it back, could actually gain some control. It was the first round where controllers actually got a kill in this map. Great. I want to, like, it's so beautiful what Vitality do to start this round. And it's actually super impressive how Mzinho actually get this kind of speed. He jumps out that BEFs, kind of gets ahead of the spacing. The Vitality player doesn't really realize how much space is gathered. And then eventually controllers gets into a position where he can actually start fragging, get some duels, get some favorable situations, and they close it out. And that's when I started to think, oh, maybe this is a game. Maybe we got Mongolz back on the server. But after that, Vitality just crushed them essentially.
That was the last round they won in the game.
That's heartbreaking. Second half really said psych, didn't it, Jacob? You talked about Zywoo, obviously, as we always seem to do in these situations. Let's run some Zywoo highlights and just give some props to the man, because always very much put under the microscope for good reason and delivering here.
Yeah, but I think it's very important to take notice of the highlights that hopefully is going to run over your screen now. The impact and how impactful some of those kills were. You can have a 2.0 rating where obviously you had a great game of Counter-Strike, but he was just raw impact from start to finish. You see it right here, the 2v3 that he's winning. The scoreline is 4-3 for the Mongolz. If they win this round, it's 5-3, it's an NiKo and Vitality. Maybe the Mongolz will be leading the game 6-3, and we're going to be standing here saying, oh, they were the favorites to win on Mirage. You see it in the pistol as well, coming in with impact. Second force buy right here, they're about to lose it. Zywoo coming in with a triple kill. So all over the map, in every single aspect of the game, whether it was in the beginning, whether it was in pistol, whether it was in a 2v3 clutch, or from the get-go with the AWP, he found impact in every single aspect of what it's like playing Counter-Strike as Zywoo, and that's great to see.
Yeah, he was incredible. I just, it's so hard to find these players who consistently have this amount of impact. He basically clawed their way back into multiple rounds, which could have gone Mongol's way if he didn't finish them off.
And he's a nightmare for Maui Snake right now, watching at home, you know, who wants to run on the whole don't being the best player.
17% round swing.
Yeah, that's crazy, you know, and the rating is crazy, the kills is crazy, the impact is crazy, but this is the Zywoo that we didn't get to see after the summer break too much. It's just one map, it's Mirage, it's a quarterfinal, but if he's playing anywhere near this level, then that semifinal potentially tomorrow, or the day after, sorry, versus Donk, that could be the duel between #1 and #2 in the world. And whoever's #1 and who's never #2, I don't know.
That would be so exciting. You know, Devil, give me a hard-hitting opinion here. Do you think there is an ability for Donk to surpass Zywoo as the best player this year, or do you think that's already happened? What's your take?
I mean, I think that Donk is, you know, the best player in Counter-Strike right now. I think that the thing that brings Zywoo above him is because of the accolades, the trophies that he has gotten, which Donk actually lacks. But if you look on the eye test, you look what he does on the server, Donk is #1 for me.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. I think Donk is the most influential player, the most impactful player. I think what he does for Team Spirit, you know, attempting 34% opening rates, opening attempts.
I think it's even more.
It's 34 for this tournament at the very least, you know, and maybe even more after today, winning the vast majority of them. It does feel like it's all about Donk winning Team Spirit, where I feel like Vitality can win without Zywoo, but then again, would you rather be the guy that's Zywoo, that won the majors, that won all the trophies, or do you want to be Donk, who's the best player on a team that hasn't won that much, you know?
Okay, so the conversation for #1 player is still open, but I'll tell you the more important argument. The best British player has to be young Mezzy. No?
Who's #2? Who's #2?
I don't know. We put in a...
Yeah, exactly.
Ibex counts, right? Maybe?
I mean, Messi is the #1 player of all time in British Counter-Strike.
You saying above Rattlesnake, Devil?
I think so, yes.
Think so?
100%.
I also think so. And tell me for why.
I mean, he is just great. He's such a, you know, smart player. He's a player you want in your team. He can back you up. He's not an egotistical player. I think it just makes this Vitality teams, when you got stars like Zywoo, you got stars like ropz, you need someone to take that middle ground that can be versatile and do multiple jobs in this team, and I think Messi does that, and I think he does it on a really high level.
I think the best way to describe Messi and why he's such a golden figure within Vitality, especially for Apex, is that he's low maintenance. You don't need to cater towards Messi. You don't need to tell him what to do. You don't need to tell him to shut up or stop overreacting or maybe pushing too much. Messi is all about playing the fundamentals 1, 2, 3, 4 correctly, and if anything, I've always, and I don't know about you, Devil, but whenever I had a teammate where I always knew what he was going to do, it makes the players around him perform better. It may not always show up on the scoreboard, it may not always look good for Messi in terms of the stats, even though that I think this year, obviously, it's been great for him. He's also been one of the more, I guess, consistent players in this quote-unquote strugglesome period for Vitality. But fact of the matter is, what we can see on the stat sheet is that when you have a player that is as reliable and as low maintenance as Messi, it makes the players around him better, more comfortable, and it's basically Elise's wet dream to have a teammate like that in order to cater for him. Unfortunately, he's in Vitality and he's doing a good job at it.
I don't feel he's there to stay for a long time. No, I totally agree with your sentiment, right? He doesn't seem like, and I'm not throwing any shade to any of the other Vitality players, doesn't seem like an ego player, does Mezzy?
No, not at all. I mean, he's done everything in Counter-Strike. I think he's played Entry, Prager, Lurk, I think he's IGL.
He was.
You know, he's done, he's like jack of all trades, and he can probably cover for every single role if they would lose the Flamesy in the round, he can cover the entering. If they need a lurker that can take the timing and find information, he can do that as well. So, like you say, it is one of those things. It's a player that gives you confidence because you don't have to worry about what he does.
But it's also an easy job in the sense. I just want to say that, right? Because if you're Messi, of course you went from Fnatic into this lineup, right? So you went from a team that was nowhere near winning anything. So whatever you're being told to do in Vitality, you jump as high as you possibly can, whatever Apex says jump. You're playing next to Zywoo, he's going to win some trophies for you, and we saw that the first 6 months. So I respect Messi an awful lot.
Messi's going to help Zywoo win trophies. Don't say he's
helping.
A free ride.
Okay.
On the other side of things, though, Mongolz, obviously this is not the way they wanted to start their quarterfinal, but just in terms of the expectations for Mongolz overall, I feel like a lot of people slept on them actually making it to the top 8. It is a little bit of a surprise with this particular roster. How much of a disappointment, quote unquote, is this first map if we're just looking at the wider context of this top 8?
I think if you just look at the score, 13-5, obviously that's disappointing. You picked Mirage for a reason. The last 2 times you played Mirage against Vitality, you actually beat them on it. So in that regard, it's disappointing. But as we said, on Mirage, 13, round 14, round 16 was all around where Vitality survived with 1 player. And the Mongolz were leading the game 4-3. So if you're Mara, you're saying to your boys, yes, this game didn't pan out the way we wanted to, but it was much, much closer than the scoreline actually reflects. So am I disappointed they didn't do better? Yes. Is it a disaster? No.
But is it close enough to be confident going into Dust 2?
Not at all.
I think that's the problem where I see it, because, you know, Vitality, they're gonna have an easy picking on the B side. They struggle in 2-man setups, Mongolz on this map. I also think that on the T side, they can't really apply their, you know, Mirage philosophy of high pressure Counter-Strike, fast pacey. It's not feasible on this Dust 2 comparably to a Mirage. So I think they have to play almost out of their comfort zone on a map like Dust 2 comparably, and that is why I just feel like, yeah, I mean, we can look at the odds. It's looking very, very, very likely that Vitality is going to make this a 2-0.
Anything that we can pull on from the CT side of the Mongolz, and that's where they're going to be starting on this Dust 2. Devil Walk paints a bleak picture. Can you give me any ray of hope, Jacob?
It's tough, to be honest. You'd love to see 9-10 come in with an awful lot of impact with the AWP, but he didn't really show up on Mirage either. Pointed them out coming into the game as well, having a bit of a shaky tournament. Controllers, we spoke about it, having a fantastic group stage. This is the first time he's on a big stage at a major playoff. He didn't show up on Mirage, so it's very hard for me to give you anything in that regard. To make the matters worse, Vitality, Dust 2, they played the map 32 times in 2025 and they won 28 of those.
Oh.
That speaks for itself. They played it twice against the Mongolz in 2025 and they won both times. So no, I can't do what you're asking me to do right now, Freya. I don't think the Mongolz will be able to win Dust 2, but I sure as hell hope they will.
If there's anything, it needs to be on bLitz, it needs to be on 9-10. They need to figure out and read the game plan from Vitality, be on the right side at the right time. That's the actual win condition for them, because Vitality is too good. They need to overpower them on the sides and defend it.
So it's smelling like a GG then, Jacob.
It's not an overpass, but this game is over.
It's not over until it's over. We do have Dust 2 and one more potential lifeline for the Mongolz to grab onto if they want to keep it here in Budapest.
All right, the desk has already put a fork in this one. They're saying this one's done. They're saying there's no chance for the Mongolz. T-start for Vitality. We'll see if it is going to be more of the same.
As soon as they don't have MVP, the utilities guys, they will not play as usual, okay? They will try to do something. Being a bit more aggressive, early or mid-jump.
And there's some aggressive moves right there. Mezzi was ready for it just to get the party started. Unloading the dual Berettas. It's Flamesy that surges forward. Techno will keep them level, and they are rushing up long. It's 9-10, that USP to try and track the cross.
Apex can smoke this.
Smoke comes out.
No good.
They'll have a gap, and if they hit that shot, it would have got awkward. Bomb makes it across safely. Techno's quite quick to this. He's hearing multiple bodies on the long side. Maybe you can isolate one towards rough pot shots. Not going to connect. How do you reformat here? Lots of info from that pass there from ropz. Apex going to try and make a play, knowing it's all coming CT central. Easy onto controllers, and it's just like that. Easy peasy, a third pistol for Vitality.
Yeah, bang on there, and the rounds just continue to get added to the tally. That's now 8 consecutive, so the close of Mirage now into Dust 2. The winning ways continue for the reigning champs. And let's be honest, group stage is meant to be a formality of a team of this caliber. This is how they're kicking off their true major campaign. They win this, Spirit up next. Donk in fierce form. The Zweih game that'll be remembered to get past Falcons and break the curse. Force back from the Mongolz. A couple of scouts, MP9s, and Deagles into this one. They're able to win a force over on Mirage. It's going to be hard to do the same now. And controllers, you can't be starting 0-8 down. You need to get the account opened early. Speaking of early, a lot of mid-control. Minute 20 seconds. Apex down in the gully alongside of Flamesy, ropz, Zywoo, and Mezi the tail. They can just take this short space as the tag comes through. So Apex kept on notice, but they have so many nades for an execute. You look at this, the smokes, the flashes, the mollies for the second string. Flames with the MAC-10 will take the space as the rest now congregate behind and start to set up.
bLitz does still have that HE. Might want to try and get some significant damage, softening him up for his scout. He stays active.
They're going to pop into this. Nades are lined up now.
Yeah, so smoke gets dribbled forward. It's a flashbang deep to try and slow him down. Will he get that HE right on the money? Up close and personal, 9-10 going to try and mantle forward off the flash, but down goes bLitz. It's Mzinho with a chip in, long-range Desert Eagle. Progress forward, still ramp occupied, 9-10's MP9. Nice burst from the Galil, removes Mzinho, but there's 9-10. Stubborn on his sight, little pixel burst. He finds the head of Mezi.
Apex is low.
This is uncomfortable now. Don't forget that scout put it onto Apex. Has him vulnerable, 9-10. Masterful control, threatening from ropz. Confirms another, but he's got no time for this. He's got to run it down. Bomb's not retrievable in time. 10 seconds, ropz. He lays down arms, accepts defeat. Again, Mongolz fight back after the pistol loss.
That's their first CT side round of this series. And that one is going to be a welcome relief from that losing feeling. So yeah, that scout tag, the nade coming through. The Deagle shot from Mzinho. And the 9-10 makes good with the MP9. So an AK saved, and we've been here before. Now it'll be back and forth. Look at this, ahead of the flames, just chips in for one, knows he needs to value his life, and then just such an annoying force for the second. Apex low, trying to run out of dodge, gets caught, and that's round. Triple kill for 9-10. That means he gets an AWP.
Crucial weapon on this map.
Yeah, controllers will just fill the void of Senzu, playing the mid-to-B player. So he'll be over towards that side of the map with Techno. This is fast, straight up the gut.
bLitz has managed to get that info. Spots Flamesy poking his nose outdoor.
So no gap. If you start like classic 3-2 for long plays and B defense, they can tend to be a mid-to-B gap, but not right now.
Apex is hoping to catch someone rotating back. Early short venture. 9-10 ready with that AWP, a power position now if they were to try and test A.
So they have smokes for it again. It's all about the pathing, right? Are they going dry? No, here it comes.
Okay, oh, in the open, Mzinho, he stands and delivers. At least the headshot onto Apex, now 9-10! Does deliver on the sniper rifle, just the one. ropz keeps him humble, sits him down, sight is theirs.
Tough on the retake, looking to channel all through short. Got the AWP now for Zywoo. He locks down long, there's no way back into this.
That's controller's taking the only kit all the way round long. If he can't get past Zywoo, they're not going to be able to defuse with that 5 seconds. Controller's dead, kit is lost, and so is the hope. How are you supposed to get back in here? Still 3 members of Vitality ready. ropz ready, but receives a headshot. Techno does well.
Safe plan.
Yeah, awkward. Look at Techno making moves. Mezi will punish. bLitz has got nothing he can do. Sure, a safe plant. Mezi confirms he's not on it. And Zywoo's going for wall bangs. Hits him once, hits him twice. Confirms he's off the bomb, and the 3rd time's the charm.
All right, well, if you're going to give the Woo his signature weapon, he's going to deliver.
That's tough.
Yeah, that one really hurts, especially with Mzinho in transition, getting the first. 9-10 even grabbing one on the way in. You were bang on about controllers heading around long as soon as he's gone. If he went short, they're in the side. They can defuse behind the single box, but he's so noisy. Zywoo knows this is coming from miles away, and controllers off to another rough start.
Damn, Mezi.
You're hoping that the 28-year-old journeyman had found his destination here in the playoffs, but it's just tough as we're going to pipe out long early.
Yeah, we're straight into the headshots, though. ropz straight out. How often do you see ropz leading the charge?
Yeah, and those odds are now blown completely open, aren't they? Up and tunnels push.
Yeah, this looks like it's a free Flamesy frag. bLitz caught crouching.
Just some details to note with Vitality, right? You can see that the comms are flowing. There's ideas. They're using their spawns. That's why you're seeing ropz go out long first in that situation. And Mongolz are just reeling We always knew it was going to be tough with the stand-in, but he stood up in the group stage, and right now, it's a whole different story.
Oh, Apex even confirms aggression is afoot. Techno about to receive that Mag 10 burst or not. He lets his teammates deal with it. Mezi prepared and handles it with grace.
Okay, well, this might be one of those games where we just have to bask in the glory of excellence right now. Could just be another domination station as Zywoo punts in the final. And that was the force. This will be the eco. Likely to be 4-1 as Mongolz out of their depths at the moment. It was shaping up to be a rivalry, right? You talk about Mongolz in back-to-back series being the first to beat Vitality in 2 consecutive matchups. Here's ropz out long again. Then they lose Senzu. Then the entire conversation around how good this team can be is brought into disrepute, and they surprise us once more by making it through to the playoffs here in Budapest. But
oh, another one.
Does the journey just come to a close here? Keep jumping across. He's just testing his reactions right now.
Just farming ADR. 9-10 onto Apex is a bit bizarre. Not going to cost them too much. flamez strong on the Molotov. Zywoo's happy to take a shot with that P250. He's done ridiculous things with that pistol. And this one is just pedestrian. Just like that, Vitality set themselves up. Strong cushion of rounds when the guns do come back out here, round 6.
And there'll be no 9-10 AWP this time round. It's going to be rifle heavy. And you heard what TeSeS said on the way in. When there's no AWP in the mix, expect aggression. Let's see if Mongolz offer that up and if Vitality heed the warning of their coach. No long spawns to really make this one too aggro at the start. They can always pop off of a second timing, and as they juggle flashes across, that's exactly what they're hoping to do.
There's a strong lean.
Yeah, they've started foraying. This is to negate pace. They haven't gotten that now, so they leave Mzinho up to his devices. There's a long corner smoke thrown out. Those flashes at the ready. Mezi flamez ready to break through as ropz is on the lurk.
Okay, but this smoke, and yeah, Mzinho's going to immediately just turn tail, just tucks deeper, anti-flash with 9-10 sticking around to lend a hand. Turning the flashes, 9-10 loses vision, Mzinho stays stable, solid as a rock. Delivers a double kill, sends Vitality packing, Apex the next victim. Gruesome twosome, they get 3, and bLitz as he dismounts, that could leave it vulnerable. Yeah, that's the audible. Yeah. ropz will punish.
This is ropz and Zywoo. And with the form Zywoo's in right now, I don't think you can count them out of this 2v4 situation.
No, these two, they are a potent pairing.
Okay, so how do they piece this together? Short control. Controllers on the side, 9-10 floating between CT. They would have heard that nade. Controllers need something in this situation.
He's been caught out. Oh, okay, missed shot from Zywoo. Playing forward, Controllers doesn't want to give up this advantage, but there's so much pressure being thrown his way. A missed shot, a missed nade. He finds Sanctuary, and it's going to be easy for Zywoo onto 9-10. ropz is gone, his partner in crime removed, and with only 30 seconds, is there really a way for Zywoo to make his way back in? Oh, absolutely not, says Mzinho.
4 for him in the round. That is a rock-solid defense along from the young buck. Beautiful work. You can see it being set up, the corner smoke. He repositions, so it feels like they read the scenario, they understand what's coming their way, burrows in, able to play off his teammate and just delivers. That's a confidence-building round. Sure, a little bit shaky there for the final throws of that against those two. But this is it again. So the flash has rallied over, 4 of which is getting piped in to deal with him on a corner position or up close and personal. And he is hitting hard. He was one of the key factors back on Mirage on their T-Hall as we are underway. Bit more of a standard round right now. Flames and ropz with tunnels control. Apex top middle, Zywoo and Suicide and Mezi. Just applying pressure at long doors. So they get the mid control for free right now. They're ahead of the timing. This long door smoke comes in. You might not be expecting this on A. They might just contact out.
Really cheeky. 9-10's in a position though to receive. flamez put down, bullet to his belly. 9-10 goes searching for more. Love to see this confidence on display, but he's going to fall away as the nades are thrown. You've got that man advantage. Can you hold on to it? That nade's going to do some damage, just a little tickle.
There's 3 here.
And that's, oh, a quick headshot. Zywoo couldn't react in time. ropz falls as well. Bomb now spotted, bodies in the right place on that B bomb site.
Yeah, upper tunnels might be the coffin right now. This one, Mzinho's pushing long.
Controller's happy to biff. You want to take a fight, Mezzy?
That's his first frag.
Apex will keep it at 1. Walking forward, Techno and bLitz are ready, and they ain't missing a beat. Just the one casualty, back-to-back rounds now for the Mongolz.
Need to take stock right now of the Vitality finances, and maybe Xtaz wanting to go in with a timeout. Next round, they're going to be having 2,400 loss bonus after these 2 consecutive, but there's room for a couple of AKs. They haven't gone all in here, so they've gone a hero AK, some pistol upgrades. Let's see how much they can get out of this. AK is going to be starting over towards tunnels. Long pressure again, but that's again just to keep the pressure on the A defense.
Look at him go. 9-10, getting cheeky, punished immediately.
That's going to sting.
Oh, that's awkward. ropz, the only
no.
Controllers went crazy walking through the doors, and Flamesy can't believe his luck. He finishes off the job.
Yeah, he was just trying to be the trash man, take the gun away.
Yeah, didn't anticipate such forward positions.
Those type of plays, you can see, that is the stress. Right, we talk about pressure. Just take a look at how Controllers has been functioning. You've done the hard work. There's a hero AK, Khalil, some upgraded pistols. They weren't all in.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to fight their way back into this round, and that's the first stepping stone. Yeah, Mzinho reclaimed long.
They're gambling A, right? Techno's playing and hedging for this A side. There's no smokes for the mid to be available with the T side. So the call for the stack may be worth its weight in gold right now. You need this one back, Mongolz. You can't let this slip up. You didn't play anti-eco.
Oh, 9-10's going to be biting through his fingernails watching this transpire. That's a nice one back. Techno taps Mezzy. And look at Mzinho. He knows they might pivot. He tracks them, times it beautifully. Oh, and a bust to the head of Zywoo. Mzinho's keeping the Mongols competitive. ropz retrieves the ball, picks up the AWP and removes Mzinho. A clutch taking shape before our very eyes.
He knows he has an open runway straight towards B. Mr. Cool will be able to get the bomb down. bLitz 20 HP, Techno 28. Between the two of them, no defuse kit right now.
Picked one up.
Okay, so that's going to change the dialogue.
He wants more. With 14 seconds left, he's going to bring the fight. Oh, and he isolates.
Has to plan now.
Has to hold it. Techno in the clutch to deny ropz the 1v3. Mzinho's heroics could mean absolutely nothing if ropz can close this one out. Has no info on Techno's approach. Coming in through the window side. ropz hoping to react. Caught off. Techno gives him a warning shot. Gets awkward now. Mongolz go down. It's ropz. Stepping up and delivering.
That's a partial buy, but this kid's the closer. Puts this Vitality jersey on. He's the Midas touch, and right now he's keeping him in the lead, 5-3. You just work back into the game, a couple of hard-fought rifle rounds. The gamble stack looked good, the push out long. You felt you had everything. ropz in a 1v3 situation, juggling guns just for fun.
Understandable timeout. Mara knows that one is going to feel like just a knife to the lung, take the air right out of you.
Yeah, but we're talking about how the round finished. Think about how it started, right? In that situation, maybe they're expecting the full buy, not the partial. Either way, 9-10 on his own. You're not playing anti-eco, anti-force. You're playing aggressive Counter-Strike. Controllers lost in the sauce. No other way to put it.
Bang. Swaps out. Khalil plays aggressive. 10 seconds on the clock. He plays it to perfection. Techno's going to be screaming that he shouldn't have missed that shot. ropz was counting on it.
Yeah, in that situation, he's playing with house money, and when Zywoo lets out that type of reaction, you know you've done good. As the reaction on the other side of the server leaves a lot to be desired, but timeout taken. Need to steady yourself now, Mongolz. Xtaz happy with that. Big submission to the buy right now. Controller's just down to a pistol. ropz back in the mix. No kit.
They're just getting short whenever they want to, aren't they?
Yeah, this control has been taken extremely easily. And again, it just opens the avenue to the mid to B plays, the short executes.
Just pulling you around like a pendulum.
But Mzinho's been strong, starting over towards the ramp right now. A4 in hand. Apex maybe throwing out some utility towards long again, and it's going to constrict the vision of 9-10. Does he play ahead of this? Gonna have to get, you're in a box on A right now.
Yeah, and you're already losing bodies. Mzinho on the ramp. What a shot! Quick tracking, minimal visible, still manages to deliver, but Zywoo's ready for your reapproach. ropz with a quick tap to the head of bLitz, and surely that's curtains for round 9. Techno a jump spot. Secured by Apex, comfortable and control as he's been spotted too. The hunt is on. Holding his nerve, holding his M4 as best he can, but another round for Vitality. A 6th for their T-side haul. Controllers just trying to hold on to that M4 as best he can, and he's doing God's work with 2.
He's going to be allowed now to keep this into the next round. Zywoo and Mezi both over towards long are just going to hold on to their guns, but this will be the 6th for Vitality. And coming into this veto, I thought, okay, turn the screws on Mongolz. You can pick Nuke, you can go into overpass, 2 weaknesses in their map pool. But no, deciding Dust 2 is the best turf to get this done in a 2-0 fashion. If we do go the distance, Nuke waits in the wings, but at the moment, sure, it's only a 3-round gap, but Vitality, they are back in action and delivering the type of counter-strike that we came to know and love in the first season of 2025.
He was just so ready for 9-10. He's in his head.
Just as soon as that long corner smoke goes down, the A site's in a box, right? You don't have short control, you don't have long, you don't have anything.
Oh, it's nightmare fuel.
You can't get away with anything in that situation. It's a one-saved M4. It is going to have to be the eco around this. So controllers, we've been saying your name an awful lot, but not for the right reasons, and you've been put in a tough position. It's only your 2nd major. You're in the Mongolz jersey now, not the Chingas Warriors. You had a great group stage, all eyes on you. The underdog's back, but lacking the bite. And it's not just him, right? It's that the whole team needs to be able to start pulling this off, but at the moment, he's the one with the saved M4.
This is what they've set up for. A little boost with that saved M4. Flamesy, the one that could fall victim to it. He's only got the Mag 10. Controllers remains hidden, hopes to catch him on his progressions, but Flamesy jump spot confirms it.
But now you know where the M4 is, so what's the call? Do you immediately react off the back of that?
I think Flamesy just wants to be a little wizard of chaos. Getting flashed in, getting the info. He's going to play with absolutely no fear on that Mag 10, facilitated by the util of Apex. What a luxury this Mag 10 affords you. You can just leap around those corners.
Just blitz on B.
And it is just a USP. But it's to be discovered here. Best bet is hide, and we'll do so. Zywoo removing Techno's aggressions on the short side. It's ropz ready for bLitz's reaction, just so comfortable. There's the controller's M4. He was boosted up, catches one from CT side. Flamesy hears this, knows multiple bodies encroaching. 9-10 has managed to hit a crazy one with his Desert Eagle, so there is definitely a conversation!
Oh, what?
That's a conversation starter! Pushing through, awkward though! The AK does nothing, it's up to controllers. Has he got it in him? Up against 2, held at the door, removes the wound, and then he's too much to handle!
They kept the pressure on there, didn't they?
9-10!
A couple of absolute scorches there on the dig, but not enough. 7-3, this half's gotten away from them, and that's saying something. The Vitality want to keep the heat, keep the pressure. They've got some good long spawns into the next here. Great trade from Mezi. Flamesy probably can't believe what just happened, and then just waltzes into the side, continues to remove as the clock ticks down. Great effort there from Mr. Merriman again. Coming out long.
Yeah, fast long. Jumping straight out. Not this time, says Mzinho. Wow, the flashes. They caught them both, but Apex, he's the one that survives and thrives. Job done, long taken. Territory afforded to you. Look at him go.
ropz has heard controllers, he knows.
Oh, and he's booked him.
He heard him. He just went noisy across the mid doors.
He's been an elephant throughout this quarterfinal.
Perfect lurk.
Oh, good catch from 9-10. Overswinging his Apex.
Scrambling into the mid to B right now.
Should be the play. Smoke is up, but the fight is won. Techno goes down. B site wide open. Mission accomplished. Replenishing that mid to B smoke. It's going to limit your options. Not in a rush on Vitality, so...
They have the rotations covered. Like, Zywoo could have just stayed there and worried about lower... He's worried about T-spawn push. That was the only gap, and bLitz finds one. Is that the way back in?
He certainly could. He heard the retreating Zywoo, knows this could be occupied. Smoke to block the doors. Flamesy responsible for that side. And now walking into the AWP, and Zywoo's not going to miss the beat. Not going to miss a shot. And 9-10 would rather preserve that AWP into the last. one last chance. They're trying to find that fourth round. It's eluding them.
This is stunning form from Zywoo. This is exactly what you want to see from one of the world's absolute best Counter-Strike players of the game. 25-8 on map number 1 right now. He sees himself sitting at the top of the tables, 14-6, and just delivering on the AWP. This is a guy who sometimes Apex, the in-game leader, talking about him as a hobby AWPer. If Matthew doesn't want AWP, he doesn't have to AWP. Well, today he's decided that weapon in his hands is the weapon of destruction against the Mongolz. They are just going to buy in whatever they can afford behind that saved AWP. A couple of MP9s, there's a FAMAS, there's an M4. But this feels pretty hopeless right now, if I'm going to be really honest.
Yeah, you get like little glimmers of hope. Mzinho aggressing long. Of course, a ropz clutch. It's like anything that you can do, Vitality can do better. The individuals are shining bright in that quarterfinal stage. That ropz and Zywoo pairing.
This is a head-to-head that Vitality once used to dominate. Mongolz have beaten them the last 2 on the trot, so this one's going to feel damn good for Vitality. And they've had some woes throughout this season. Sure, top 4s, 1 trophy, a couple of grand finals. The reigning major champs in pursuit of greatness. Apex looking for his 4th major. So using the potential accolades as the motivation now. Exchange of bottle of flames there. Won't hold them at bay for too long though. And they're pivoting straight off of that, so be worried about a response. Mid door's blocked. Be the same.
Oh, that's an invitation for them. bLitz is in trouble. Trapped up close, little support. Gonna play off it with the MP9. Nearly gets Flamesy there. Backing away, trying to hope and finish, but pushed through instead. He's done an awful lot. Apex trying to punish though. And 9-10 just deleted. Little uncrouched, one tap, caught off guard. Clothesline by the Mzinho. FAMAS is more progress up short side. bLitz spotted, trapped on the side. Support from Mzinho, solid as a rock once more. A triple kill from him puts us into the clutch. It's Zywoo to do it all with only 20 seconds. And not in Mzinho's watch. Gives them something to work with. It's looking like the major ends here for the Mongolz. Mzinho's trying to keep them in it. Vitality way too strong. Doesn't look like we'll be seeing a third map. At least Mzinho's trying his hardest. Top of the scoreboard for the Mongolz, but Zywoo and ropz, a potent pairing. Securing an 8-4 scoreline. Dust 2, this is their turf. Mongolz in enemy territory and feeling the pressure of playing against the reigning champ.
Let's go, boys. Let's NiKo. Let's play good city, okay? Guys, if they start to win rounds, let's stay composed, okay? It's fucking important.
Locked in right now.
Let's stay cynical. Interesting framing, I like it.
Double nades on this CT side. Is that for smoke breaks? Either way, mid door's puffed up. Zywoo close short with the Berettas.
A pistol would be brilliant just to get your Mongolz side started.
Yeah, 0 and 3 in that category.
Zywoo flashed up short and happy to catch anyone on the uncrouch. bLitz progressing in, gets spotted out. The dual Berettas are out, and he spots multiple bodies towards that Xbox position.
We're going to go mid to B right now.
Yeah, they're quick about this. As he's going to have lots of work to do. They do need the smoke, but Flames is catching flat from the flank. Zywoo just jumps on down, starts unloading his mag, finds 2 frags. A 3-on-3 gets weird now. Mzinho's forward position with the bomb on his back, but he hasn't got any support.
He's marooned on an absolute island right now.
Gets weird when that smoke fades. He's going to feel so vulnerable from CT. It's bLitz, loud.
He can volley this.
Forward. He certainly could, you're right. The Molotov makes life awkward. Traps his head, taps, and you're dead! It's another pistol! ropz takes it, secures it with composed taps on that USP.
Yeah, Zywoo gnarly with it, just jumping down. They're locked in the mid doors in the mid to B. The dual Beretta is coming from behind, forces you forward. You're smoked off at B doors. You're locked out of everything.
So calm.
And this is it from ropz, right? Removing that of Techno coming in through upper tunnels. That's impact, right?
One.
You remove one string of the mid to B split. Well, it's just a mid prong that you have to worry about. ropz has got a 1v3. He's got some pistol impact, 16 and 7. He's in good form alongside Zywoo right now. We're witnessing pixelated perfection.
That's why Zywoo and ropz on the same team is such a, just a joy for Counter-Strike fans worldwide to watch them both in action, both hitting that playoff form in unison.
It's one of the facts we talk about, right? We're the team that went on to have probably the best Counter-Strike season of all time in the first 6 months. What gets you out of bed in the morning, right? What wakes you up? What gets the adrenaline pumping? Sure, you want to keep winning trophies, but it's hard to bring the level of focus that you need. And now the major, well, that'll get you out of bed, that'll get you working, and that'll get you in this type of form. So the motivation to be the first team to go back-to-back with major titles since Astralis in 2019.
It forces your team's name, your individual names, to be in the same breath of that of Astralis.
Well, rifle round, Mongolz. This is the dying light of your major campaign. And
okay, look at it. Look at him go. He wants this one done. He's got a hot date tonight. Flamesy charges in for 2. Kicks up a buzz. Aggressive MP9 just bringing that aggression. I can't quite believe ropz is already heading for that flank. 9-10 and bLitz. Separated, searching mid for 1. Apex responsible. Just a jump spot, trying to keep it safe ahead of that util. Could have Apex here. It's a huge gap. He's managed to thread the needle of, but I'm not sure bLitz would have the same luck.
Even if they get into B and they get the bomb down, they're going to be playing a 4v2. They have a couple of key pieces of utility right now that we can help work this together with, but it seems awfully quiet, doesn't it? So worried about a player infesting upper tunnels is bLitz. He's going to understand the situation in a moment. 910's actually playing forward. He's not going to play with bLitz on the site. He has this smoke. They could use that for doors, but he wants a kill to make this a little bit of an easier site to defend.
Yeah, he's going to be given a chance here onto Apex. Not if ropz denies! Saves his captain from a red face in an awkward round.
Now you won't even get a plan.
You might not even get it. Weird volley, they can push him on that, he knows it. Fake plant, gives time for the rest to encroach. They're gonna run at him. They know the pressure's on him to plant, let ropz play first. Such impact on his site, so far away from it.
Well, the rest of the map was silent, right? ropz pushes through, finds nothing. It's like, well, they have to be tunnels, they have to be B. Saves Apex.
That could have been weird.
And that right there confirms what I think we all already knew. Vitality just a handful of rounds away now from locking themselves in for another top 4, another semi-final. Spirit away. Donk up next. think this was the expectation. Maybe not in this level of form. Maybe not this dominant across 2 maps.
God,
but Vitality are taking care of business.
Yes, they are.
Look at that. That moments before disaster. Crosses the line of sight. Apex can't quite believe it. And the bodyguard gets himself up to 18 frags as he's having a good old time out there, Apex.
And yeah, that you can see the faces disillusioned, accepting their fate. ropz caught on the tag. Mzinho's scout doing something. Zywoo's orb doing everything. Forward position of bLitz. This might catch Zywoo off guard here. Great pathing, never mind. Missed shot both ways. bLitz has the bomb as he takes that fight. Takes down Zywoo, and Mezi hears you pushing. You're not clearing. Techno completely booked. Weird round now, they're heading big. Oh, Mezi. Masterful little burst, gets brought down by controllers. Reveals they're both there. The flash assist tells them everything they need to know. 3 HP on bLitz.
Take a breath, take a moment. Settle into this 2v2, flash and go.
But where's the bomb going? He's got other plans. Controllers trying to set it. Okay, everyone from Vitality is just hitting some stunning bursts. bLitz for the clutch. He knows eventually they have to cross. Oh, Apex is barrel baiting. Do they double swing him? Do they dare? No! They're playing with their food, Chad.
They're making this look damn easy now. There's one more round, and this one's done. First day of the playoffs here at the StarLadder Budapest Major. Going to come to a quick conclusion. Mirage was 13-5. Looking to do one better now on their home turf of Dust 2 in this series.
Go on.
Oh, that's a pre-fire. He's pre-firing there as he dances, but here we go. Final round. Odds are blown out.
And they're just walking through smoke to this point. bLitz is playing with no fear.
The bomb again.
Yep.
He's walking out mid doors through a smoke. First contact with the bomb.
Yes, sir.
Well, he's found the opener.
He certainly has.
I think he's been given a freebie there just because of the domination that's been on display. A missed smoke, a sky ball. You've got the number advantage short. You're working with very limited utility, just a handful of flashes. And this is all against you right now. Red carpet rolled out for Vitality to get it done, even still.
You heard it from the listen-in. Play cynical. Nice shot on the flick up.
They're playing behind this short smoke.
Oh, both of them. Okay, flashes come in. Nearly a bit of a team kill. It's a double kill from flamez. 2 headshots, one through the smoke, and that flick definitely connects. Vitality, they are hitting that playoff stride. Quick taps to close. Domination on display. Mongolz sent home.
Vitality back in prime form, and it's bloody beautiful to watch. The reigning major champs dumps to the Mongols, the undeniable underdogs done.
They show tenacity in the face of adversity, but reigning champs packing their bags for them, keeping it quick, keeping it efficient.
Questions arose, were Vitality predator or prey? Well, here's your answer. Spirit up next in the semi-finals. Their next task is taken on Donk and the boys. That'll be coming your way on Saturday, but they have made this stage their home, delivering a quick
Vitality annihilate Mongolz here in the quarterfinals and find themselves moving straight on into the semis. Zywoo, you were masterful, you were dominant, you looked so confident within this game. Did you just feel like you hit your stride, you were hitting your flow of game, you could do what you needed to do?
I just need what I need to do, like you said. Just the game was flawless for me and for the team as well. So obviously it's, I think, hard for the opponent to face us when it's like this. So obviously we have a good game today.
And talking about that, how you came into this as a team, mentally, getting ready for this, what did you feel that was the difference maker here for you guys?
Obviously the difference between the start of the season and now is the mentally and actually the individually as well. I think we are pretty confident individually, the goals and everything like this is making us in a perfect mood as well. So now we feel pretty good for that.
Obviously, individually, everyone could see it in the arena or home during the streams, but you were hitting every shot. But tell me about the game plan a little bit. Was it so easy because the game plan worked as well? Was the preparation on par with the individualities that you pull off?
Obviously, the preparation is one of the parts that make the game more easier. But I think it wasn't only about the preparation, it's about what we want to face against Mongolz. We know they like chaos game, and we don't want that. Obviously, when they're like crossing out the smoke individually as well, they're pretty good normally. So obviously, we didn't want that, and I think we tried to counter that for this game.
Statistically speaking, I think this was one of the most dominant T sides that you have pulled off throughout the whole major. I'm not sure if you're even aware of the numbers. Probably you will after the game, but can you tell us a little bit through this? Is like a personal matchup was really comfortable for you, or was it something that you specifically prepared for Mongolz?
I won't say it's like we are confident or like comfortable against them because we lost the last matchup. We lost them the last matchup against them, so obviously it's always really hard to play them. But when we are ready to face the chaos Mongolz and to face this individually as well, I think we are pretty confident in our role, our individually, and also the team calls.
Now the next game you're going to have will be going up against Spirit. Just give me your thoughts on that, knowing that's who you're going up against in a couple of days' time.
I mean, like always, it's going to be a close game. I think, like, you know, last time we played them, it was really close. Like, both teams could have won this matchup, so obviously we are not overconfident or anything. We just need to show our A game against them. We need to, anyway. So obviously, it's going to be a big game for this major semi-final, so obviously it's going to be a good game to play, obviously.
It's going to be a good game to watch as well. Guys, one last time, put your hands together, make some noise for Vitality and Zywoo!
Vitality arrived with a sting in their tail and a full speed ahead to the semi-final, as Stiko and Banks pointed out, versus Spirit nonetheless. And that is going to be a very interesting one if Vitality can show up in the same fashion they did today versus the Mongolz.
That's the thing. For the first time in this tournament, I think we saw Vitality play incredible good Counter-Strike. I know in the group stage when they beat Na'Vi, there was a close, hard-fought game, but left a little bit to be desired, to be completely honest. In this quarterfinal, make no mistake, that was a Vitality at their peak. That was a Vitality we haven't seen in a very long time, and fingers crossed for you. Fingers crossed they can turn up like that in the semi-final.
Yeah, and what a matchup against Spirit and Donk, you know, kind of a matchup of who is going to be that #1 player versus #2 player in the world. So a lot of excitement for that matchup. But yeah, like you say, Vitality, Zywoo, ropz, all the individuals were on point. But if you have an AWPer putting up 30 kills on T sides and 8 deaths, what more would you want? I mean, that's how easy a game can be for you as a rifler. You just need to sit back, enjoy, make sure that, you know, you just hype him up.
I know some of the pizza shops here in Budapest close at 11, and I'm pretty sure Zywoo and the boys from Vitality were thinking...
How do you know that, Jake?
Well, I've been there a lot. We've been there for 19 days or something like that. It almost felt like they wanted to end this one quickly so they could enjoy their evening and get back and get some rest before settling.
We've got to give the MVP of this one to Zywoo, though, right? Just the consistency he showed up with. Sure, okay, I'm going to show I'm not biased right now. Mezi really showing up in the pistols, having a great performance. But Zywoo, you have to give it to him. Just some great form, especially what you want to be seeing showing up in a quarterfinal.
Just look at those stats, you know, a +2 rating, 130 ADR over the course of 2 months.
As an AWPer.
As an AWPer, you know, as well, he played the AWP, played the rifle, played the pistol, played the clutches. That was a fantastic performance. And we said it, you know, donk so far in this tournament has been firing on all cylinders. Zywoo looked good in the group stage. 4th highest rated player coming in to today. The way he's playing though right now, if he can step up like that versus donk, that's gonna be cool.
Okay, let's look at another highlight though. This was ropz in a 1 versus 3 clutch, round number 8. The way he played this to perfection, I love that he didn't go for the plant initially as well. He knew he had the footstep going up towards the correct position. Beautiful stuff from ropz.
Well aware, a 1v3 from ropz, knew that he had to, you know, pick the first fight if he wanted to, knew the 2 players were low on HP as well, and yes, when ropz is playing like this as well, you have Zywoo firing on his absolute best, you have ropz clutching it out as well. It's hard to do much if you're the Mongols.
Yeah, it's just this combo, you know, you have openers from Zywoo, you have openers from Messi, Flamesy, and then you have a closer like ropz that can pull off these moments and kind of kill the game straight out of the gate. It's just too much to handle on so many different avenues.
And again, it was a close game in that first half. You know, the first 5, 6, 7 rounds, you could make a case that, okay, the Mongols, they're competitive, they're in the game. Then ropz wins this clutch, and from that point, it was all Vitality once again.
Yeah, when Vitality firing on all cylinders, you're in for a bad time if you are Mongols. Unfortunately, eliminated here in Budapest. So let's get a few closing thoughts as they end out their season.
The Mongols have earned the respect of everyone in the Counter-Strike world for what they've been able to achieve across the last couple of years. Here they still managed to make playoffs even without having Senzu there and going through these team changes. I got Techno with me here to just talk through some of this. Obviously Vitality is a team you have faced off so many times. What did you feel was the difference in you guys not being able to fight the same way you did in the past against them here?
I think, to be honest, I think today was not our day, and everything doesn't work for us. The next half of the Mirage, and I think we broke out mentally, kinda, maybe, and that's it.
Looking at this, right, you still made playoffs with controllers coming in, you know, fitting a new player into the team. Are you still looking at the run you had here at the Major in some positive way?
Sorry?
Are you still looking at the run you had here positively?
I guess it's not positive, also not negative. It's just mid result, I guess. Last time we placed the 2nd place against Vitality 2. I think we have been faced against each other many times. The rivalry becomes friendly, and it's normal mid.
For you, just having the change with controllers coming in, what does this mean for the Mongols going to 2026? Will you continue with this team? Do you know yet?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that. First of all, we need kind of rest. We're kind of exhausted, tired. And this year has a lot of tournaments, a lot of travels. Also, we live very far from the Europe. And first of all, we need to rest for a bit.
Some well-deserved rest as well. Now, in this arena, I have seen so many Mongolian flags, Mongol shirts. You guys have been, yeah, there we go. You guys are a real fan favorite wherever you go in the world. Is there any final words you want to say to the fans in the arena right now and in Mongolian at home?
First of all, I want to proud of my teammates, all of us, the coach, teammates, and my team other staffs also is here. Thanks to everyone who is still cheering for us. And next is for the fans, whoever come here and cheering for us. And keep still cheering for us. We will do our best. I'm gonna say in Mongolian too. Энэ үрээд бидний Budapest Major аялалд ингээд өндөрлөө. Тэгээд дараа жилээс иргэн хүчтэйгээр эргээр нэгдэхтэй ер нь итгэлтэй байна. Энэ жилийн ер нь дугнээд хэлэхэд бол ер нь дэжгүй жил байлаа. Тэгээд мэднийгээ дэмцээл байгаарай. Тэгээд баярлаа.
Thank you very much, man.
I know it's a gut-wrenching moment right now for the Mongols, but just looking at 2025, one of the most uplifting stories for my money this year has been seeing how many fans the Mongols garner in literally every single corner of the globe. I just want you to cast your mind back to the Austin Major Grand Final where versus Vitality, the Mongols were the ones receiving the most applause from the audience. There's nothing that you can't love about this squad, and I just wish them all the best moving into 2026.
100%, and they earned it. They earned every single fandom that is out there by playing good Counter-Strike, by playing entertaining Counter-Strike, by playing fun Counter-Strike, as you said, in the final at the Austin Major, getting into the playoff here, despite losing Central. Won EWC as well, won a big trophy. It's a team that has gathered a lot of experience throughout the year, but also a team that 2 years ago were a bit of a, not a laughing stock, but we looked at them and thought, okay, maybe you're top 10, maybe occasionally get into the playoff, but not more than that. This year, 2025, has been a breakout year for the Mongols, and I'm super excited to see what they got in store for us in 26.
They are a team that has proven that hard work pays off, that you can be, you know, from a smaller region, work your way up and be absolutely competing against the world's best. They are a team that's so easy to love, so easy to cheer for. You know, they seem humble, they seem respectful, they're always, you know, yeah, they just look like genuine good human beings, and it's so easy to see their passion for this game and how they play Counter-Strike is in the server. You just love them. It's impossible not to love them.
It's also the fact they carry their nation with pride. We've seen, you know, Mongolia. We've seen the fans as well. I remember, was it in Austin during the grand final? I think local time in Mongolia, when that final was being played out, was 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and you saw the entire city show up for them and cheering for them.
What percent of Mongolia was watching that, by the way? It was something insane. Like Mongolian fans hit different.
It was double digits.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was more than it's a very small country, very small area, but as you said, like I want to say like 20% of the entire country or something showed up, you know, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the middle of the night, cheering in parks, cheering in arenas, cheering in cinemas. They all supported their team. So not only do they have a lot of fans, you know, worldwide, but in their country, and I guess the country they represent with pride, also a very proud nation and a proud team to cheer for.
Well, Jacob, I've got a very special present for you. And you know, when you wrap up a present for our Scope GG stats, I can't quite exactly remember what I put in this present, but it is the best flasher. We've even got a nice, nice little graphic. Apex, he's doing something, I guess.
He's doing something, yeah. I guess he's flashing 29 people throughout the match. That's not bad for Apex, and I guess a fun little notion in that regard. We're obviously going to see Furia play that quarterfinal later. I think right now it's quite universally understood that Fallen may be the best flasher in the world, but I guess if Apex is flashing like this, maybe we have a bit of a duel in the making right there.
Yeah, I think still, you know, Apex, he has been, you know, one of the best utility users out of the in-game leaders. He's always proficient. He's so intuitive and kind of goes with a gut feeling to flash his mates forward, to make sure they take space. And yeah, just a great in-game leader to have by your side to maybe push yourself in the right direction to find openings.
Maybe I sounded a little bit toxic there. Credit where credit is due for the utility usage for Vitality. Yeah, sorry, I'm just exposing myself right now. Either way, we should take a look at the bracket to see exactly how this tees up our next semi-final. That's going to be going down, obviously, on Saturday, but the prospect of Spirit versus Vitality, that is so exciting indeed. But we do have to take a look at the other side of the bracket. That's Mongolz versus FaZe, Furia versus Na'Vi, going to be going down tomorrow. Any hot takes? Any opinions on this? Does Na'Vi have any chance of taking down Furia?
Does Furia have any chance of beating Na'Vi is my big question. I feel like the pressure will be... No, let's be completely honest. There's a clear-cut favorite in that Furia versus Na'Vi game. And then for me, Mongolz FaZe is maybe the most open game out of all the quarterfinals for the reason that we've seen FaZe step it up and up and up and up. And Mongolz have... I wouldn't say they have problems, you know, performing when the pressure is at its highest, but we have our question marks.
You can't use logic when you put FaZe into the equation. You know, like it's just, it's not feasible.
You know what I'm the most excited to see? torzsi in this arena. torzsi inside this arena. I feel like if there's any player who deserved, you know, a home crowd for himself, it would be torzsi. I'm just curious to see if he can handle the pressure.
Literally in stage 3, it was already getting insanely loud. So I'm so excited to hear how it is tomorrow. We do have one more treat coming your way, though. All About Counter-Strike is going to be down on that very stage with obviously Banks and Devilwalk as well. Do you want to give us any insight onto maybe any guests?
Right now, everything in my head has been about this game. We'll see what we have, but we do have a special guest that will be joining us. So I think I can reveal it. TeSeS will be joining us.
He will indeed.
Talk about some Counter-Strike.
Well,
so that will be
Walk, we're going to end it here so that you can run on down to that stage and get situated. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining me. Thank you for everybody who has tuned in for the first installment of the StarLadder Budapest Major Playoffs, day number 1. Make sure you stick around for the All About Counter podcast coming very shortly.
Welcome everybody to the All About StarLadder Major podcast. Day one here in Budapest is done and it was so exciting. It was so exhilarating. The energy I felt in this arena was incredible. I've had a fantastic opening day. For some of our teams, it wasn't so fantastic, and that's what we're going to discuss with all of it. But I've got to introduce a very special guest we have joining us for this episode. It's none other than the legend from the Polish scene since CS 1.6 all the way into Go, never stopping, never giving up, doing everything he can. It's TeSeS!
Hey, thank you very much. Nice,
oh, man. Thank you
for being here, guys. Thank you for inviting.
Pleasure to have you.
Now, as always, Dev walks with us as well to break through this. We're going to look back a little bit at the games. Taz, you told me you saw the games, right? You were watching from good viewing seats.
I mean, it were very good seats because I was around the crowd. You know, I had some fans of all the teams, and also, you know, took some pictures. So, all in all, really good experience, and I actually loved the stage.
Yeah, this was crazy. You were messaging me, right? We were talking on Twitter DMs, and you were like, okay, stage is looking good, impressive view of it all as well. And for a Thursday, considering people are still at school, people are at work, we had a lot of energy, we had a lot of shouting and cheering, and this makes me really excited for the next couple of days. But, oh, I don't know, it just gives you that chills, the little bit better feeling each time.
I don't know, man. I'm a little bit sad, you know.
Because you're not here? But
no,
you are here,
no,
on the stage?
because Nicola Ilya didn't make
yeah,
it.
for you.
So,
for you?
I mean, you know, for me, it's like when you try to achieve it, like when you're in G2 and you try to achieve this major, try to get this one silverware that he's missing.
I know.
It pains, man.
Tell me this, coming into this before the game happened, did you have the same thought as the majority of people that like Falcons were favored in this because of the history, that you thought like it was going to be a Falcons win?
I will be honest, I messed up my pick'em because I picked Falcons because I went with my heart. But I saw how Spirit were playing in Hong Kong, and they were playing better. You could see that they are bringing the structure up. You could see that they are finally getting to know each other and understanding what they want to do in the game and what's the responsibility of all the players. And I was really scared for today because I saw how Spirit were playing in earlier games, and they were my favorite, but I was hoping for a different outcome.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, as you mentioned, like in Hong Kong, they look like they tested a lot more. I think previously we've seen them kind of run the same default, try to go for that short control, strafe out short pretty much every time on T side, Dust 2. And now they have a few different avenues they want to kind of try, and I think it forces people to react in a different way compared to that old style.
I mean,
this is why you guys are so smart.
For me, it was really good from Spirit today. Like, they were controlling the tempo of the game. They were on Dust 2, on T side, like they didn't give Monesi too much to do.
Yeah.
Like, he was there waiting. He was breaking smokes like 1 time, 2 times. Like, he was trying to get an impact, but in the end, didn't do much. And maybe I'm wrong, but I didn't see Ilya with up that much on the second map.
Yes, we had this against G2 as well, by the way. So I actually spoke to him just after they played G2, and if you look at the difference, the first map and a half of the 3-map series, he was not open as much. And when I came up and spoke to him when they'd won, he said, oh, I just stopped calling more for helping the team and focused a bit more on myself, picked up the AWP and did what he did best. But I agree with you. I remember maybe a handful of kills with the AWP. I need to go and check the stat to actually know what he was able to do with it, but it felt like he'd gone back a little bit as that pressure was on, and as maybe he was trying to help out too much, and sometimes that can be a problem, especially when you need your star to be delivering like that.
What would you have, if you look back at the game, we have Dust 2, they have an 11-5 lead. They looked a little bit timid, grouped up a little bit too much maybe, and just tried to hit a site without achieving much on the map. Would you have done something differently? I mean, obviously now knowing the outcome, but is there something that you, TeSeS, as a coach, finds really important on a map like Dust 2?
Hey, listen, first of all, I would take a time to ask him to get some rounds.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't ask for much because I only asked for 2 rounds.
I mean, and then just follow that
just
call.
Give me 2 rounds, you know? That there's a different kind of pressure. No, but being serious, I think that, like, maybe Dust 2, you asked me about Dust 2, but Nuke, they look a little bit flat. And I think that also happened a little bit on Dust 2. And maybe they had to do some more pressure around the map just to open different avenues. but now it's easy because we watch the game.
Yeah, we
right?
have
And even when we are talking now, like this is not the moment. Like you need to sit down, you need to go through the game, round by round. You need to analyze what was wrong, what was right, because from our perspective, we can be smart.
Yes.
But they had a game plan. That's one thing. They had the analyst made. That is the second thing. And then you also need to hit shots in Counter-Strike, right? So you need to see, okay, which of these stuff failed? Like, did we fail some timings? Did we overpeaked, or maybe we were afraid to play? And they need to sit down, they need to analyze and just come back much stronger, because they need to sit down and just get these things more organized.
And there's one thing you guys were saying, like you see changes in spirit. One of the things that changed in Hong Kong was actually, Chopper told me, Halley had given him more time to be involved in the game plan and prepare for some of the games, so that he had a better viewpoint of how he wanted to call, you know, not just taking Halley's plan and doing exactly what was said the whole time. And it also seems that right now, they're helping get some of these other players confident, you know. If they've continued with this going forward, Zweih pulled off, because he's had better individual performances on maps, but what he was doing this like you would expect Namiga's Zweih was doing in the past, but in these new positions for it.
But it's also like, we always talk about Falcons and everything is the pressure on Falcons, but to be actually honest, if you look at this game, it's not only Falcons, you know, maybe underperforming a little bit, it's also a lot of individuals on Spirit kind of overperforming and doing a great game, which kind of shut down the early ideas that Falcons had, especially Nuke, like Zweih on inside. You know, it's not a bad game plan to go for those inner pops. It's worked for them in the past, for Falcons to kind of gather enough T rounds. And when you have a player like that just shutting down, that's like you say, in Counter-Strike, sometimes you can have the perfect idea, perfect game plan, perfect execution, but an individual can completely destroy that.
Yeah, and I think that that's what also happened on Dust 2 on CT. Like, you could see that early, like, Spirit had a clear game plan. Okay, let's focus on A, Zweih, good luck. And basically he delivered. Even if there was a round when they came into B and he killed only one guy, he managed to stop them with the spray for long enough to Shiro to get another kill. But then this kill, this is not only because Zweih. This is also like, why do you go so fast? Why didn't we smoke door?
Right? Yeah, because NiKo went before the
we just got the kill, but they had no idea there's only one guy, right? They wanted to probably use this. I actually don't know. Like, I felt like a little bit too fast, you know. And then the kill happened, nade happened, get round over. I thought, okay, you didn't kill enough. They will be able to plant the bomb and be comfortable. Then he just owned, and this ace that he did.
To bring
I think this was one of the best defense 100%. I saw on B. Like B does too in a long time, maybe even ever. I didn't see someone who like could ace that good.
No. I think he did some things really good. Zweih, obviously beautiful ace, but you could be a little bit critical on how they enter the bomb site with one flash, no molo backside, and early
bad spacing between the first two guys, but. I mean, the shots were insane, you know? And in the end, I think that we need to also give it to Zweih, and I think this is why we love Counter-Strike, because Counter-Strike is all about the moments. High-pressure situations, biggest events, the moments happen, and we remember it.
Yeah, and from a criticized player as well, from the community, analysts, everyone has kind of, you know, maybe looked back and was this a good change? And he's proven here today that it was.
Yeah,
I mean, I was on the same train. Like, I thought that maybe Zweih is playing too passive, like he's not giving, like he's not going for entries to open for donk to trade. I thought that he's not good enough on anchoring spots, he's not delivering. But these are the events, man. We are waiting for these moments, and also we should be at this point smarter and give players time, because we expect that people will come and like after 1 month, if this guy is a talent, he will be insane. But then, like, Tiner had an interview for you guys, right? He said that, like, it's a new system. New players, new expectations. They cut your plays. They cut the way you play because they want to shape you into their system. And you need to relearn the Counter-Strike. And the same goes when you're, like, 28, 29. You have a certain role that you are insane at, and you switch. And I think this is also what hits a little bit Falcons. Also, what we are, like, the thing is, I'm talking about it, they're playing really good. Like Ilya is insane, like, and Kyosuke is insane. I could say everyone is the same. But like overall, like the switch that they did with the Nicola playing Lurk now and Kyxsan going for space is the only thing that I think that we maybe don't see, or the community is not seeing, is that the guy who like has his all years when he played, that's what NiKo was doing.
Yeah.
Taking space, understanding the movement around the map, understanding after like one step what is happening around the map, and now they use Kyxsan to do it, right? On some of the maps, if not all the maps. And then it's different kind of information, different kind of a player. He's learning this. So for long term, it's good. But do they have time for it? That's the main question for me.
It's also like what you say. You're not only losing like the kind of reactions NiKo have to kind of instinctively take that map control. You're also losing kind of mid-round calling because he's put into a position which is
that's the biggest.
Not relevant. You can't really make those calls from being upper dark holding map control comparably to when you hear the timings of mid rotations. Where is the third player on Dust 2? Is it towards B? Is it towards A? And you can make really quick calls and decisions from those positions. And maybe, I don't know, but maybe Kyxsan is not ready to shoulder that responsibility in this team comparably to a NiKo who has all that wealth of experience rounds just because of that in its essence, even if Kyxsan is doing really well with taking this map control and doing the kind of, yeah, all of that stuff. So it's a big question mark.
It is a big question mark. I want to ask you, TeSeS, because you're talking about these players coming up, right, and the expectations we have on it. Obviously, there's players like Donk that came around and Mzinho and they hit the ground running, and now everyone's kind of in the mindset of like, oh, this player should do that when he goes. But like, do you think it's almost unfair to hold everyone to that expectations? Like there is this time that's needed?
I mean, I was a streamer back then when Mzinho came in, so I'm not really, up to the point. But I don't think he insta-exploded. I think he was really good, but I don't think he was insane instantly. Like he needed time to also grow as a player, especially language barrier, which happened. So I don't think. I also like when you see look at Donk. He don't need to change the language. And the team is shaped around him. So this is a totally different space. Like they promote him, they shape the team around him. Hali is also supporting him like in his own language. When Ilya arrived into G2, different language. Coach is not speaking his language. So he needs to learn a lot. So I think the same things are happening now with Falcons and Kyxsan step up. I love that he decided to step up internationally because he's very young. So with time, like give him half a year. Like if he's not winning now, he's not winning like 1 year, like how much he can learn. But this is what you need to have in your mindset, right? That we have time and I need to learn and I need to soak up everything. That's what I did when I joined G2 as a coach. I was soaking up all this knowledge from the guys who are actually competing at the tier 1 because I needed it. And I think young guys who are up and coming, they needed it as well.
Yeah, okay, well, I want to mention one thing as well for everyone who's watching, because we need to make sure you are typing KSCERATO in chat to win one of the giveaway items that are up for grabs. You'll have a chance, a winner will be picked in the chat. Make sure you do it on Twitch chat, depending on where you are watching around the world. But I want to start talking about the next game that we had in there, right? The one we just saw, Vitality taking on Mongolz, because Mongolz themselves, and I felt so bad when I had to do the exit interview with them like that, because a lot of community didn't believe in them because Zywoo goes out of the team, Controllers comes in. Now, he had a fantastic group stage for sure. We can be very respectful of that, but it's like, there's only so far you might be able to go with that amount of time in there, even if their system's good. But you can see that to them, it's like they just believe even with him, they should be able to go further. They should be able to do better. They beat Vitality the last couple of times they faced off against each other. For me, though, I'm looking at this as like, this is still a huge, respectable performance for a team that's had to gone through a very 7 days notice. We don't have our main player anymore, and we're changing things up. A lot of teams would just crumble and break.
Yeah, I mean, you got, like you say, you have to respect it. I think it's not easy. I think obviously slotting one player in can be easier in some sense, where you just kind of shift them to a role and you still have that core of understanding. But it's clear that he's going to have misunderstandings in both when he wants to take timings, when he wants to, be aggressive, and maybe there's a different dynamic where maybe Zywoo would push forward a little bit in the side takes when Controllers maybe steps back a little bit and plays more defensive positions in when they're taking sides. But and that dynamic can change a lot in your success. But you still have to respect them. I love the way they're playing Counter-Strike. I love the way that they have developed their own style, their own kind of identity. It's fun to watch. I hope they just take this and take it as a positive, like you say, because it's not easy to change people, have less weeks of preparation, kind of. You know how it is when you change a player. You have to repeat, you miss a few days, maybe a week to go through all the maps and all the information that they need to know. And all of a sudden, you're 1 week behind in prep compared to other teams.
Brother, I know how it is when you change 2 players and you have 7 days to
yes.
And
how easy was that?
It was it was really tough, but it's all about how you greet the players, how you actually build the team. Because Counter-Strike, sometimes you get the good chemistry instantly, right? And when the click is happening, you're able to do a lot of small mistakes, but just based on good teamwork and chemistry, you're able to like overcome it. And I think that's what happened with Mongolz. Like they had this very tough situation with losing Senzu, and at some point when I was watching them with controllers, I was like, this guy is maybe better. Yeah. I was like, maybe not better individually overall, but like a better fit. Okay. Like in a way that maybe he allows them to play the Mara system better, right? And today it just showed that Senzu was giving them this maybe extra spark, you know, this X factor, exactly, that the controllers couldn't really give. But also he was, I think, very unlucky in this game. And I mean, Vitality.
It's Vitality, yeah.
Also, like with Vitality, like teams like Vitality, Spirit, Falcons, like these teams with great names, like when you lose a round, like 1v4, 1v3, or like a force buy, things nasty very fast, because the big dogs are like seeing this, okay, there is blood, we are finishing you now. And today when we are watching games, like these moments happened. And
I can think of one straight away. There was a moment where I think 9-10 goes to peak low of that AWP, and then Controllers is thinking in his mind he's doing the right thing, you know, like get the AWP, they're on a low buy, don't let him to take it. He gets spammed through door, and then you just saw all of Vitality just charging him down, like ready to take the fight to him. And that's when they had that momentum, they had that feeling inside themselves that, okay, we can take this even in a round, which on paper, Mongol should have been taking given the weaponry and what they had there.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different pacing, and you miss 1 second, you're 1 second off, which often happens when you are playing with a new player per se, that you're gonna have these off-sync moments, and Vitality is just so good at punishing mistakes. It's ridiculous.
But it's also like things that we watch with these teams, like at least Mongolz against Vitality. You see, their players are taking a lot of timings, and I think that there are timings that are correct. And there are timings that are already done. Like you shouldn't go for a certain play because you hesitated 1 second. You hesitated half a second. And I think these guys still are very young and they are learning it. And this is also something that you go back after a tournament like that, game like that, and you're like, hey, you know what? This half a second that you actually hesitated, yeah, that wasn't good. Next time, go. Like, I really like to say to my guys when I was coaching, like, just if you feel it, go for it. Like, you need to think about it before. You cannot, if you have like 5-10 seconds of free time, like when you're holding an angle or something like that, think about your next move. Like, don't hesitate when things happen towards you. Like, you need to be ready way before the things are happening and hitting you.
I mean, it's the same with CT sides. I'm assuming you're talking about T sides now, but
both CT and T side. Like the moves.
CT side pre-planning. A and O for defending sides. Make sure you already know what nades you want to put out, where do you want to put them out.
Especially if you're a solo, right? You need to know
Anchor
what's
needs
happening.
To know everything, and the rotation needs to know where the hell am I going to for
Exactly.
Like, and sometimes you even have that system, right, where you have like, okay, you have this type A hit, you have this type A hit, and this type A hit. And if I call that it's this, I want this flash, and if it's this, I want another flash. And you know, you build your system like that, but it's really hard to do that because it takes a lot of time to build that system to make sure that everyone is on the same page.
But also, what you are saying, this is extremely hard Counter-Strike.
Yes.
Like if you want to build your support system based on what is hitting you, Like, okay, if I say A, B, C, you do this flash, it makes you're not playing Counter-Strike now. You're playing like a very robotic way of a game. And I feel like some teams need this because players are not too creative and they're making mistakes. But also if you have a player who's very creative, he's having a lot of ideas. If you tell him do A, B, C, you're killing him.
I agree on that, but mostly on T sides. I think defending in rotation, you have a few options that you can do, and I think that it can be really good to set those kind of systems. But on T side, I agree with you. I think it's better, for example, we can take Banana Inferno as an example as a T player, to push him to, you know, you give him the objective that you want him to take Banana in a certain timing. And however he wants to do it is fine, you know. If he wants to molly sandbags, that's completely fine. If he just wants to molly pool or use double molly and ask for a teammate to come and help him, that's also fine. It has to be from his kind of feeling, instincts in the game, what he reads and the opposition.
But I think also that we are in a current meta, like you talked about Inferno a little bit. You need to have this stuff, you need to have pre-planned. Because there's like sandbags, cross wall, also, you know, pull behind car. Like you need to know what is happening instant. One flash is not enough. Like in current meta. So there are spots that you need to go deeper. Like you said, you need to have really good pre-plan what you want to do, where the nade is coming, and you know where to only spot. But also there need to be space for being creative, and you want these guys, these space takers, to be in this spot because they are going to communicate very well and they will plan everything very fast.
There's one thing I want to do just before we go and talk a little bit more about you, TeSeS, and your plans as well. We've got to give the winner of the Corsair giveaway. It was a good username called VYTLS. Congratulations to you. No need anymore to spam Corsair in chat. You are the winner. Someone from StarLadder will contact you and you'll be able to grab that for yourself. So congratulations. There'll be a giveaway each and every time during the podcast. And that's TeSeS. One beautiful thing about having you here is we get to see about, I know you're right now, you're doing some stuff for Zowie in the arena, right? You're playing on some CS against fans, or what are you doing? How's it working?
He's blogging as well, right?
Brother, I was beating some fans, you know?
Oh, good!
I was getting my ego up. It was really close, but I managed to win everything. No, I'm sorry. No, just kidding. No, I'm vlogging, man. I'm becoming content creator. I'm coming back to streaming. Now, actually, we will see what will happen, you know? I'm waiting for, like, different kind of offers. I didn't want to make it too fast. I just want to have my time. There are some stuff on the table.
Nice.
But you know, I just want to take it slow.
Well, I'm very happy you have some offers on the table because you certainly deserve it. The question I have for you is, you know, at times, do you feel like the community was slamming on you way too much, like almost like unfairly? I know you can take it. You're a grown, you're a grown man. You always said, right, it didn't bother you, could deal with it. But do you feel like that kind of effect, you know, from the community, what was being said, could have potentially hurt your chances for the future? Because, like, the people who know really what's going on inside the team is the players, is the people who worked for G2, right? It's not about, like, just a clip you heard or how you were done dirty sometimes.
I mean, I think it's obvious. I think it's obvious that if you get a lot of scrutiny, and if it's coming from analyst desk, if it's coming from casters, or if it's coming from fans, I like to think that some of it is valid. So, like this critique, you need to be open for critique. Like, it doesn't matter where it comes from. But also, this can change fully the narrative, what you are doing in a team, what kind of effort you are putting into the team, what knowledge are you sharing. So definitely this is a showstopper for many. And I think that also one thing I'm really proud of, or even two, like something stopped. Like, I feel like there is a lot less showing of this comms from coaches.
Yeah,
a lot. At least the ones that are not really bringing anything really good.
Yep.
Like, a lot of good things are shown. And the second thing, I'm very old and I forgot what I wanted to say.
But don't worry, I feel that.
No, actually, sorry, I remember now. The second thing is that actually there is like a lot of people are saying now that the mentality, vibes, like the chemistry is the most important.
Yes.
Like, a lot of players are mentioning it. So I'm like, okay, I died for it. I'm happy.
But you were always, I mean, if I remember correctly, you studied psychology and...
I studied law.
Okay.
But like when I was very young, like and we had PGS like 1.6 times. We didn't have coach, we didn't have mental coach, so we were coaching ourselves. So if we had problems with the like mentality, we had to deal with it ourselves, and we had to be like our own coaches, right? So when I was younger, I was reading a lot of books that were helping me in a way how to approach certain behaviors and how to deal with the pressure and stuff like that. So even from these old times, I was like getting my focus on it.
And I mean, it's good that you mentioned like mentality, boost, like just vibes and everything, because it is such a key element in Counter-Strike that I feel like it's hard to explain how important it actually is without it sounding ridiculous, comparably to tactics or, you know, other things. Like how do you see it like in the game with the team? How much impact does it actually have, like for people that maybe don't know? Because I'm big on that stuff as well. I think it's essential for you to have a good team. You need to have a good relationship with each other. You need to be able to work, you know, the issues out before they grow into problems. And if you're a happy Counter-Strike player, you deliver better stuff on the server.
I mean, guys, like look around. We are now in an amazing stage. Like in the stadiums, we are playing in stadiums, we are practicing in boot camps, like amazing hotels, like players are getting paid insane amounts, the pressure is very big, there's a lot of social media, a lot of hate, mostly hate, right? Because this is popular, this is popular now. But the main thing we need to remember, like we started playing Counter-Strike for fun.
Yes.
We started playing this because it's so cool to run and headshot the guy with a deagle, with AK, and laugh with your friends on a server, to get the second guy in, with you, to play Face It, like, you know, to enjoy the game. And I think when money comes, when trophies are on the line, and the expectations came up, you are losing a little bit of this fun as a player, maybe also as a coach, because there's also a lot of pressure on you. But I always believe that you need to enjoy your teammates, you need to enjoy your time, you need to enjoy that you are playing. Of course, there will be moments that you will come, you will have harsh conversations, you will have harsh words, right? But this comes very like later, because you need to find ways to talk with these guys. Like, remember, it's like 5 different people in the team. If you're a coach, you cannot talk one language. You need to talk 5 languages. You need to talk with them, with every player individually. You need to understand him, and sometimes you need to talk with a guy, or sometimes you can see a guy and you know instantly, okay, I know how to talk with this person, right? So for me, the main thing that I would love to have from community and from players, just fucking love the game, like enjoy the game. Like, yes, trophies are here, money is here, you have careers. But you have this because you love the game, you enjoyed the game. So I think this is the most important. And also community. Like, we playing Face It sometimes, we are playing different, you know, pack games. There's so much hate, there's so much like fighting with everyone, right? And like, brother, like everyone's trying their best. First game I played in Counter-Strike over 20 years ago, the guy in cafe said that I'm a total noob. He said, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And I remember till this day, right? It was motivation for me, but it was fun. Everyone was laughing. Let's laugh a little bit more.
Take it on the chin, right? That's the thing of it all. So, you ideally would like to go back to coaching? Is that's kind of the next step?
I mean, I would love to go to coaching, but if not, I will become a content creator.
But you were streaming before anyway, right?
But I was
I think I even played with you a few days before you joined G2.
I'm pretty sure I was trolling you a little bit. I was chilling. I know that everyone who played with me hated it because I was playing for fun. I was just enjoying the game. I was like running out, and for me, like everyone was saying, "Oh, CS2 sucks." I was like, "This is so cool. This game is so cool." Like you run, and like when you played 1.6, you just remember this headshot sound, right? And when I played CS2. It's there. It's there. The sound is there. The feeling is close.
By the way, I'm so happy you're saying this because I got so much shit online because I said CS2
you got shit online? No.
But you know what I mean? Like, I didn't play much CSGO. So I was like, love 1.6. I had that as my jam. I was always just grinding it. I played it until there was no chance of me playing anymore. And then CSGO came out. I was like, oh, it's okay, whatever. Just play, just for fun. Never took it seriously. CS2 came out and I went, okay, I can kind of cook with this. It just gave me that same feeling, that same vibe. See, so I can relate to that. I can definitely relate to that. And I also think that right now, when you look at the game and the state it's in, like, we're still progressing. We're still seeing improvements happen. Like I can't see the negativity like under every post that CS2 does on Twitter. Fix your game. It's so bad. Like, how do you guys do it? And I'm like, guys are still playable. The players are still playing. We're still getting crazy moments. I'm still seeing insane kills. Like, okay, some things are maybe not optimal, but they've always been able to get there in the end. We always have in every version.
You know what's crazy for me? Always, like, I mean, I've been there. Like, there, you know, before 1.6, there was like a 0.7 beta, you know? There was 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, you had bunny hops, then you have condition 0. I had to play a tournament condition 0.
Was that
I lost
WCG?
in group. Yes, man.
Bro, that was so funny.
I lost to Chris J. I think I lost to Chris J. I think I lost to Chris J. I love you, brother, but condition 0 was bad. Even worse than CS2.
You qualified in 1.6, right? I remember. And then you had to play in
and
CG.
then also there was like Counter-Strike Source, WCG. We had to play it. We lost to the winners. Like 3D Max.
Yeah.
Not 3D Max. 3D, the old team, 3D.
Oh, Team 3D, the Americans. Yeah.
They were insane, actually. They were playing with like top teams from Source in USA.
They
were smart. They were smart.
They had the good practice.
So for me, when I see like CS go, then I see CS2. For me, it's nothing new.
Yeah, we've been through this.
Like, brother, like now, the Valve is actually trying to fix it. They're constantly updating. Yeah, they're not giving us updates that we would love to, right? But they gave us CS2. So they're like, okay, guys, we are continuing the support that we did from CSGO. When 1.6 was finishing, like, I was thinking about going League of Legends. I was thinking I would become pro League of Legends player, right?
I did that interview with Leo.
I was playing like crazy, man. I had offers, right? And then I was like, but Legacy would be done. And I think that what the Valve will do is they will do what they did to Dota. So they will do micropayments inside the game. And this will revive CS. And what they did exactly that. And now they gave us CS2. And now they're working on it. So certainly you see people who are actually committed to growth of CS2. They're even helping us with, yes, VRS. It's not perfect, right? But they're helping. They're staying involved. And I think this is great. And I think this is something we need to appreciate because it's so easy to find something which is shit. It's so easy, man. Man, you look at me, it's so easy to say I'm not looking good, you know, that I'm bald and stuff like that, right? But you're not looking at my eyes, and they're beautiful.
I'm full
at least
of life.
My wife says it.
I think your eyes are beautiful and you're still full of life, man.
And for me, this is what we need to focus on the game. Like, guys, we have CS2, we are in stadiums, we are playing insane. Like, you saw this ace from Zweih. Monacy moments. Like, so many beautiful things.
That's what, like, for me, if the game was so trash as people said, we wouldn't see these crazy things happen. Like, it would be all these, like, killed behind the wall kind of moment. I know
we
we're on land.
definitely wouldn't have 20,000 people in an arena screaming their lungs out.
And then there's another thing we have to look at, right, is that we are so lucky, and I think people may not understand if they're so in on Counter-Strike, that if you compare us to other games, right, and I don't need to name any of the other games, but there are other esports games who don't get the same support, who don't get the same freedom, who are locked into only doing certain systems. And I'm not just talking about another FPS game. I've seen other esports titles where, like, you are so pigeonholed that there's no freedom to have this. There's no freedom to have an ecosystem that can thrive like this and be working where, like, me or you can just make a tournament, and if we come up with the right things, you can do a VRS. You know, see, like, that's the beauty of our game from the beginning.
Yes, and that's what's great about VRS is that it's revived the kind of local LAN scene and people going to LAN. It's no longer, you know, all of a sudden you play CCT tournaments and you go all the way up to a top tier team and people are asking, can it handle it on LAN? It was never proven until it got there. And that's crazy, right?
The Fnatic story?
Yeah.
They qualify for the major last event.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
you will not get it.
Yeah.
The beautiful storylines of it all. But I want to come and bring a bit more focus back onto you.
Yeah,
Tad,
sorry.
No, that's good. This is good tangents. This is the part of a podcast you're supposed to have in there. But to come back with some focus on you. So ideally, with the offers you had, right? You don't need to name anyone of what the offers are. But is there somewhere you're leaning towards where you think, like, okay, there is actually an offer on the table I would like right now and I could do?
I think for me it's like a matter of do I want to start from scratch or do I want to, you know, go into more demanding situation, right? And I think that I'm open for both, but I think the smartest thing is to just wait a little bit and just
I mean, usually you probably want to wait until the major ends when people start making moves and things happen a little bit more in the transfer market, so to speak.
I mean, I'm a freshman, you know. I kinda like this is my first time that I'm, you know, a coach that don't have a team.
Yeah.
I didn't have a team. I don't have a team for like 6 months or something like that. So it's a little bit weird. And you know, waking up and then going through all the games, just getting your knowledge to the point where you feel comfortable when the call comes up. And you know, like you wake up every day and then you're like, is it worth it, right? Should I do it? But then again, that I'm crazy about it. Like I'm a competitor, so for me, like keeping up with the scene is very important, especially after G2. Where I was like a bit off guard, you know. I got in a situation that I wasn't expecting.
Yep.
So now, never again.
I remember like when we spoke about it at that time, right? Obviously, there was a bit of unfair criticism at times in terms of you kind of got rebuild into at one point NiKo was gonna go into NiKo was staying. It's like, how much do they expect someone to be able to do? Because I don't know, even the best people can't make good vibes out of that up and down situation.
Hey, I think we did it. I think we did it. I mean,
in the end, yeah. But I mean, like, that must have been so hard. Like that's not making your job any easier.
I mean, it depends how you treat it. You know, I treat it as an opportunity, and I treat it as like working with really talented players and people around me. So for me, I try to not put the expectations. I try to build the place that we are all happy and enjoying the spot we are in, right? Obviously it's tough, but the guys were really good, like really friendly. There were no fights. Like, it's all about the small things in a team that you need to tweak sometimes, and it's not about that people are fighting like in 1.6 times, that you're actually this close to hit each other, or maybe sometimes hit each other. Cheers, Lord. And yeah.
Do you have any, like, you know, from this G2 time, do you have any favorite moment and maybe even most annoying moment coming in as a coach where like it was difficult to handle or you didn't expect it to be like this?
I mean, obviously I think the most difficult moment is when people like for example, Rasmus didn't want me as a coach. He wanted a different coach, right? So it's very tough to go in and knowing that you are starting from the minus.
Yeah.
You're not starting from like, okay, no expectations, let's see what's happening. You're starting from I wanted a different guy, right? But for me, it's in the end, you need to understand like who's making the moves, who's making the decisions. It's the same with G2, right? It's the management that making a decision, and they decided to change the coach. They decided, okay, they want they don't want me to build the project with them, and I need to respect it. It's like trying to find you know, negativity in it is very easy, but why would you do it? It's like you lose energy, people are you know, losing energy, so it is not natural life. I love the challenge like in front of me. I love the challenge in G2. I'll always be thankful for the opportunity. So I think that's how you need to approach. But the most favorite moment, man, there were many. There were many. I think that actually this is kind of stupid or small, but I really love the moments. Like I'm just going there, like this is our first event, or like I don't know, boot camp, and Ilya is like randomly dropping like orange juice, like fresh orange juice near me, right? I'm sitting there like, what is this, Ilya? It's for you. I'm like, I didn't ask for anything. Yeah, I know, but it's for you. I ordered 2. I'm like, hey, thank you, man.
Is this like you know, when you bring an apple to a teacher? You know,
maybe. I mean, maybe, but bro, it worked for me, man. I was trying harder. No, but really, like these small things, right? This is what builds.
Yeah.
This is what builds the team, right? And also, it's easy to say, nah, thank you, I don't want it.
Yeah.
Man, even if I would hate, even if I had like problems with my skin or something, if I drink it, I would drink it. Like, because you know, there is a good deed done, and you want to also respect it in a way. And these small things like G2, like the guys inside were insane about, like with it. Like going to food with NiKo, amazing.
Korean barbecue times, I remember photos from that.
Yes. This guy can eat.
He trains hard in the gym, so that makes trains hard in CS and
but he's small, man, but still can eat.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Wow. All right, one more winner I have to announce as well. There was more than just won in this one. The next winner is Zlicky0. Whoever Zlicky0 is in chat, you've won yourself another one of the Corsair goodies in it. Now, Taz, can we keep you to talk a little bit about the next games for tomorrow's game?
Brother, I'm all yours.
Oh, don't do that. I might never let you go.
I mean, I might have to sleep over in your hotel then.
That's fine. You're gonna have to sleep with my wife and my dog at the same time.
I think I will.
It'll be it'll be you, me, my wife, and the dog.
Okay.
And that
I can sleep on the floor. Okay. Hey, I don't want to have any problems. You know, my wife is watching.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yep. No. None of that. None of that. We're just gonna leave him to sleep on the floor. It'll be fine. But we'll keep him till the very end. He'll be here in the arena anyway the whole time. So tomorrow's matchup's in there. I want to get your thoughts just first of all on the Mongolz versus FaZe game, because FaZe had some magic, but I mean, how much more magic could you imagine in your eyes? Do you think they're going to be able to pull off? We know they've done it many times before. They did it to you in Shanghai as well.
I think that what is very interesting about FaZe is that the first stage of the tournament, you didn't really see Jacob that much. You didn't see broky that much. And you could see, like in the last stage, you could see broky waking up a little bit. You could see Jacob being the best player in FaZe at the moment. And now imagine that all of them play at this level when the playoff comes.
Then it's scary.
They can win. They can win. If they play, if every player plays, if they connect all the stages and they build this mega robot, they have a shot at winning. But what is scary for me is that mousesports have the same look in my eyes like Spirit had in Hong Kong. I kind of feel that Mouse came here and they are playing a little bit better. Yeah. They are more. They look better, like better team play. The ideas are there, and they're also having a home crowd behind them. So definitely this is the X factor in my opinion, and this might push them.
Yeah, definitely is a chance for it.
I mean, Mouse clearly the favorites. I think it's more of an unknown for FaZe because, I mean, as you mentioned, like stage 1, everything was off sync. They had bad spacing. They couldn't get into sites properly. And then they just grew every single game. They got better and better. More people stepped up, as you mentioned. Jacob was amazing. And if you have the stability of Twists and Frozen, who even in a bad game will give you a good game. You know, like a bad game for them. Insane. Yeah, like even a bad game for them will be a good game for most players in this world. So having that, and if you get, like you say, if you get broky waking up playing the AWP like we've seen him in the last couple of games, he was incredible. Jacob, on top of that, you have a really scary team, like insanely scary team, because they are. For me, they've always been like masters of breaking structure in a sense. Like they're really good at anticipating what structure based on one guy there is, and kind of rebuilding that minimap in their head to find the right calls. And that's scary to play against.
I mean, in my opinion, actually, yeah, it's my opinion. Like I actually feel that Jacob will be the most important part in this game, because what mousesports is good at is that they are very good at like doing pressure around the map and making small moves to punish you. And if you are playing anchor spots, you need to always be on your toes. You always need to be ready. You cannot really drop the ball at any point, because if you drop the ball one time, then the punishment comes, because now your teammates are a little bit scared. Can you actually hold it, right? Down. Okay, I need to over-rotate. And then a team like mousesports, they're going to use it. They will put more pressure on this spot. They will go different spots. This is, for me, the most important part.
I also like that Mouse have overpass as a map that they're really, really solid on. There's not a lot of teams, even in this playoff, that you can look at that you say they are great at overpass. And Mouse is one of those teams. And I think that's an advantage to have in a best-of-3 scenario if they're not the auto veto for a team.
I'm a little bit scared for T-side when it comes to mousesports. I felt like it was a little bit not to their standard. And on the other side, you have FaZe on CT, and FaZe on CT can do really good damage.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts just on Jacob, like coming into FaZe, how it's been for him so far? You know, because like he got this opportunity, he had to obviously change a lot to fit into it, but he's definitely grown with time and sadly, because he's on phase, people are not trying to give him that time again.
I feel like it's a case very similar to Kyosuke in a way that there are expectations because you're joining a big team.
Yeah.
Definitely not as a hype name as Kyosuke was or is. But definitely there is like pressure on him, and people expect you need to work now. You need to be the best now. Okay, we don't care that you changed up your spots, that you are not playing the spots that you played in Apogi. We don't care that they were testing certain ways of how to use you. No, you need to play good now. Yeah. And I feel like what I love from karrigan, from Neo, what they did, they actually enabled Jacob in the last stage, because you could clearly see that he's going for more fights.
Yep.
He's the guy who's like spearhead the attack. And back in like previously, you could see him like lurking, waiting. And now, this is a much better fit.
To being used in the right way.
I mean, him and Frozen probably have equal amounts of entries on that phase squad. That's dangerous to have two guys that can open up the map.
Yeah,
so
that's a good look.
So who would you say you're predicting to win this one? Give us your prediction, Taz, while we got you.
Man, I will go with my PKM, you know. I did my PKM, so I need to go with it. I'm sorry. I feel like Mousesports will have an edge just because they can work the map so good, and also depends on what maps will be picked tomorrow. But yeah, I would give the edge to Mouse, but I hope for FaZe.
There you go. Everyone's hoping for FaZe in some way to see if they can pull off one crazy run. And the other game, the last game we will have, is Furia taking on Na'Vi. This Furia move, this has just been more crazy, more eye-opening. Fallen looking to lift a major trophy after 9 years, if possible, if he can go all the way, but doing it while speaking English with a young Kazakh player and YEKINDAR with him.
I mean, you saw the video that was made, how they're communicating, right?
Yeah.
This fun video. So yeah, they got better at it, huh? But what I love about Fallen and what he did with Furia is that he actually used the system that he used previously when he had Fair, when he had Coldzera, and it's just now he has the right players, like what he said in his interview after the winning last event. I just feel like now YEKINDAR, even like I'm pretty sure that if we would compare YEKINDAR playing now to like YEKINDAR playing in different teams, he's not doing a lot of different moves, but now having players and system around him, even when he oversteps, even when he makes a mistake, like molodoy shows up, KSCERATO will show up, Yuri is playing insane, Yuri is the X factor currently for Furia also, like he's having insane games, insane rounds in the game. So I think that the system and the trust they have in Fallen is the key to their success. And if they don't get over complacent, I think they have the best shot at winning.
Yeah, I can only agree. I love what they're doing. I think there's so many small things they do right, where other teams maybe in a disadvantage situations, especially when they're 3 versus 4 or something on the T side, they always find a way to force rotations and make advantage entries to the site. I feel like some teams would just kind of, we have to be as quiet as possible on the map and just creep up as long as possible. They don't do that. They use utility, they make moves even when it feels like they shouldn't be in some case, you know?
It feels like we see, like, why are we doing it? Nobody's there.
Yeah, but they do it and it creates movement on the map, even when they are left in a disadvantage. And that is the part I love about Furia, is that they constantly, even in these moments, make something happen on the server. Even if it's just a small thing. It can be the right flash and molo combo that will make them think that they're moving towards the other side. And it's small details, but it gives so much.
For me, what is very impressive about Furia and what's actually giving them the biggest edge is that they are very aware of what is going to hit them, and they are very patient. They are not speeding up things. Like they can do the old Na'Vi way, they can go at the red clock at you, but they also can do something fast and like kind of heroic way, like when karrigan was leading them, right? To surprise you. So they are very good at switching tempo, but they are always aware. Like they're always aware if the lurk can come, if someone can try to push and creep behind them. Like very rarely you will see that they will drop like more than one guy.
And the opposite side, Na'Vi, who at least have started to look like they can fight a bit better against the top teams, but they are still showing struggles in it. Wonderful was a great surprise to be actually coming back to form, coming to the level we saw him of when, this is even before he joined Spirit, like this is the Wonderful we saw that was promising, and now he's actually found his way within this Na'Vi system. Obviously, they got dominated by Furia last time.
13-2.
13-2. It was not comfortable,
Nuke.
but it was a best of one. And maybe there's something in this because if you go back to Thunderpick, they had a 2-0 start in that best of 5 final against Fallen and Furia, and then it slipped away from them. So there is possibilities in that.
Yeah, I think there's possibilities, but it's still hard to make a case for Na'Vi to win against a Furia this good. I think, you know, anything can happen in Counter-Strike, especially when you're on a big stage like this. I think the one thing that I will say about Na'Vi, that the prep work has been incredibly good. It seems like they know the team they are playing against, what they will do, how they, like all the anti-ecos, pistols, rotations in the mid rounds, that they always picking the right site and even stacking in the right site when they're playing, so that especially against Vitality. And I think that is something that can give them an edge, a good start that they can momentum by. But if you just look at the raw kind of game plan or game style versus game style, I favor Furia.
I mean, also they had a lot of time now to look at Furia, get ready, make their game plan.
Perfect for play.
And I think this is the most scary part. Na'Vi. Na'Vi kind of hits me as a team that if you give them time to prepare, that's when they are the strongest. If you don't give them time, or maybe you pick them up that they are not comfortable, this is much better for you, right?
Yeah.
So definitely, I feel this is an advantage for Na'Vi. But when it comes to Na'Vi, like I kind of feel like Ima is like this X factor for them. Like Makaze is still a little bit unknown for me, like how much he can do, like what kind of potential, but you can hear that he's bringing a lot of good things into the team. So I think that from this sort, and also they're like half a year now together in this lineup. Last time this happened, tragic situation happened.
Yeah, you were part of that, huh?
Well,
memories.
Yes, but yeah, I feel like I will give it to Furia. I mean, I have them to winning major in my pick'em. I feel like they are playing insane, but players like molodoy, he's very young.
Yeah,
he's very young.
He seems to love the stage.
And you are winning, and you are winning a lot of events lately, right? So Papa Fallen, keep him humble.
Keep him humble and let him go for these crazy aggressive picks with it all as well. Keep fighting, because he never seems to back down, man. He loves to re-peek straight up into it. But he's doing
and
very
it works.
Well. Yeah.
When I try it, I don't know.
I mean, same.
It's game.
Little bit of difference there between you and molodoy, right? All right. Well, TeSeS, thank you very much for joining us.
Hey,
for
thank
this
you for
episode.
inviting me, man.
No, it was really good to have you on. I wanted to just ask you, is there anywhere the fans can come see you during this if they're in the arena? You got your camera there, and any last words you want to say to any Counter-Strike fans, everyone watching at home, Polish fans, however you want to do it, man?
I mean, the most important thing is, guys, let's stop hating. Let's love the game, enjoy the game, and like MJ said one time, just play for love of the game. That's it.
Beautiful words, a beautiful way to end it all. This has been the All About Counter-Strike, episode 40, part of the StarLadder Major. It has been a lot of fun doing it. There'll be one every single day when the broadcast ends. Make sure you don't miss it. We've got plenty of other guests lined up to talk Counter-Strike, to enjoy all the moments, and also some of the teams will be coming at the same time. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. It's the rest of the quarterfinals. You won't want to miss it. Be there.